Chapter 4493. Lin Feng wasn't very clear about what was going on in the outside world. Lin Feng also didn't know that he had been targeted by the divine Heavenly King and Di Wudao. However, Lin Feng had experienced too many things over the years, so he had always been more cautious. Killing Shen Zhongdao in this forest wasn't known to outsiders. However, some people should have seen how Shen Zhongdao chased him to this place. After all, there might be cultivators looking for opportunities in the surrounding forest. Even if no cultivators knew, some powerful beasts should have seen it. Those powerful beasts had already developed spiritual awareness. People like Shen Zhongdao who came from large factions often had origin spirit lamps. Therefore, Lin Feng guessed that Shen Zhongdao's people already knew about Shen Zhongdao's death. The divine Heavenly King must have also known that his son was killed. The divine Heavenly King must have been furious. With the divine army's methods, it wasn't difficult to find clues. Therefore, Lin Feng and Xue Enyu left that area together. They changed their direction and flew towards the north. As they went deeper, the temperature became lower and lower. Occasionally, they could see some mountain villages in the forest. Lin Feng and Xue Enyu once stayed in a mountain village. They were shocked to find that mountain village actually worshipped a totem. It was a wolf god totem. The villagers would worship it every day. Totem culture. This was a culture from the early days of the epoch, when the various races worshipped the totem. Towns hadn't been formed yet. At that time, the beings that crossed epochs were also at their strongest. Later, towns appeared, especially when formations were popularized. A large number of residents moved into the cities and set up formations to fight against the beings that crossed epochs. The casualties of the beings that crossed epochs were also extremely heavy. Later, they gradually stopped appearing. As time passed, those ancient ancestors no longer believed in totems. They believed in their own strength. The totem culture gradually disappeared. However, in the mountain village near the extreme north of the Undying Realm, the totem culture was preserved. It was extremely cold here, and it often snowed heavily. Lin Feng and Xue Enyu didn't stay in the village for too long. After resting for a night, they left and continued north. This was because the Snow Maiden had told Lin Feng that the secret realm they were going to was in the extreme north. Lin Feng estimated that they had been flying for about half a month. It would be difficult for the divine Heavenly King's men to find any clues about him and the Snow Lady. Thus, Lin Feng decided to find a place to go into seclusion. This was because Lin Feng wanted to refine Shen Zhongdao's heavenly immortal source. That's the quintessence of a heavenly immortal. I wonder how many levels of cultivation it can raise. The current Lin Feng. He was already at the 7th heavenly layer of the Saint Emperor realm. Lin Feng was already very close to breaking through to the Emperor Lord realm. Lin Feng opened up a cave residence. He and the Snow Maiden entered the cave abode. The Snow Maiden sat down with her legs crossed and began to study the Holy Immortal Sutra. During this period of time, Lin Feng and the Snow Maiden were both studying the Holy Immortal Sutra. Furthermore, the two of them would also communicate with each other. Everyone benefited greatly from it. Lin Feng took out Shen Zhongdao's heavenly immortal source. The quintessence of a heavenly immortal could raise his cultivation by a few levels. Lin Feng wasn't sure. Previously, when Lin Feng refined the Earth Immortal Source, his cultivation had increased by 4 levels. And the effect of the Heavenly Immortal Source would obviously be better. However, there was one thing that was different. When Lin Feng refined the Earth Immortal Source, his cultivation level was lower than now. And as his cultivation level increased, it would become more and more difficult to break through. Therefore, he couldn't use the situation when refining the Earth Immortal Source to predict the situation when refining the Heavenly Immortal Source. Lin Feng swallowed Shen Zhongdao's Heavenly Immortal Source and began to circulate the immemorial dragonesque elephant art. As the immemorial dragonesque elephant art circulated, the Heavenly Immortal Source was constantly being broken down. Then, the Heavenly Immortal Source turned into incomparably pure energy. Those energies, they were all absorbed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's cultivation level. It began to rise steadily. 8th heavenly layer of the Saint Emperor realm. 9th heavenly layer of the Saint Emperor realm. 10th heavenly layer of the Saint Emperor realm. The effect of the heavenly immortal source was too shocking. Lin Feng's cultivation level had broken through to the 10th heaven of the Holy Emperor realm, but there was still a lot of heavenly immortal source in his body. This made Lin Feng very surprised. Originally, Lin Feng didn't expect the effect of the heavenly immortal source to be so powerful. Can I break through to the Emperor Lord realm? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He continued to refine the heavenly immortal source. As the heavenly immortal source was refined, Lin Feng's cultivation level was still rising. His cultivation level quickly broke through from the early 10th heaven of the Holy Emperor realm to the peak 10th heaven of the Holy Emperor realm. Then, he broke through to the boundary Emperor Lord realm. Lin Feng was extremely close to the Emperor Lord realm. But Lin Feng discovered that the remaining heavenly immortal source was no longer enough for him to complete the breakthrough. Lin Feng also knew that he had accumulated a lot of resources. If he wanted to break through to the Emperor Lord realm, it was definitely an extremely difficult thing. He needed a relatively large opportunity. Only then could he break through to the Emperor Lord realm. Snow Spirit Bone Fire. Lin Feng opened his eyes and took a deep breath. If he could obtain the Snow Spirit Bone Fire, Lin Feng felt that breaking through to the Emperor Lord realm shouldn't be a problem. The Snow Maiden was still cultivating. Lin Feng didn't disturb her. When the Snow Maiden woke up, Lin Feng smiled and said, "It seems that you have a deeper understanding of the Divine Immortal Sutra, Fairy." The Snow Maiden smiled and nodded. Then, she said, "Your cultivation level seems to have improved quite a bit." Lin Feng nodded and continued, "You look so beautiful when you smile. You should smile more." After hearing Lin Feng's words, the Snow Maiden's pretty face turned slightly red. The Snow Maiden's cultivation level was extremely high. But in reality, the Snow Maiden was extremely pure. She had nothing to do with the outside world. She had very little contact with it. This was the main reason why the Snow Maiden was so pure. Lin Feng knew something tragic must have happened to the Snow Maiden. But Lin Feng didn't ask about it. He didn't want to mention the Snow Maiden's sad past. After the two of them came out of seclusion, they continued their journey. They flew all the way to the far north. Half a month later, they saw the extreme north in the distance. Above the land of the extreme north, there was a distorted void. Countless destructive laws. They fell from the sky. They floated in the void. In many places, there were even shattered space-time. The laws of the Undying Realm were so powerful that the void above the extreme north was damaged so severely. This made Lin Feng extremely shocked. He didn't even dare to believe his eyes. The extreme north is a place even more terrifying than the land of death, the Snow Maiden said. If it's just because of these shattered space-time, the danger shouldn't be as high as you say, right? Lin Feng said. The Snow Maiden said, "The extreme north is naturally not that simple. It's said that the shattered space-time in the extreme north is connected to the other world. Occasionally, some creatures from the other world will come to the Undying Realm from those shattered space-time." After hearing the Snow Maiden's words, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. Chapter 4494. Foreign life forms were all terrifying and evil. Any foreign life form that could appear in the Undying Realm was definitely an unimaginable existence. The Snow Lady said, "There's no need to be surprised. Every few years, foreign life forms would appear. Then, when they appear, they would usually cause a huge massacre. However, there are simply too few of them. In the end, those foreign life forms were captured by the Heavenly Court." Lin Feng couldn't help but ask, why did the Heavenly Court capture them? Just kill them. The Snow Lady shook her head. "I don't know. The current Heavenly Emperor is a sinister person. Many of the things he does are incomprehensible. For example, capturing these terrifying foreign life forms. I don't know what he's doing in the dark." Lin Feng felt that this matter wasn't simple. Lin Feng was actually filled with reverence towards the Heavenly Emperor. The current Heavenly Emperor was definitely a ruthless character. He even dared to challenge the Heavenly Realm. From this, one could see how powerful he was. Of course, The main reason was because he had a few sworn brothers. Those few sworn brothers, which one of them wasn't an expert that could intimidate a region? They were existences that even the heavenly realm was wary of. Lin Feng and the Snow Lady entered the extreme north. They were extremely careful. The extreme north was extremely dangerous. They had to be careful. Otherwise, it was very likely that they would die here. Lin Feng knew this. Hence, Lin Feng was always on high alert. Roar! A deafening roar shook the heavens. The ground cracked open, and a huge lizard emerged from the ground. It was an icy plains giant lizard. Its body was 100 meters long. After it charged out, its huge tail viciously whipped toward Lin Feng and the Snow Lady. The two of them hurriedly dodged the attack. This is a social life form. The icy plains giant lizard king is especially terrifying. There's no need to fight with this icy plains giant lizard. Let's go, the Snow Lady said as she quickly rushed into the depths. It was just as the Snow Lady said. There was no need for them to engage in a battle with the giant lizards here. This was because the giant lizards would most likely emerge from the ground as soon as a battle broke out. When that happened, it would be extremely disadvantageous for Lin Feng and the Snow Maiden. There were very few creatures in the extreme north, but all of the creatures that appeared here were extremely terrifying. No one dared to underestimate those terrifying creatures. Thankfully, Lin Feng and the Snow Maiden were both powerful cultivators, so they didn't perish under the onslaught of the ferocious beasts. They had already been in the extreme north for 10 days, but they still hadn't reached that area. During these 10 days, Lin Feng and the Snow Lady didn't even see a single person. The far north was too dangerous. No one was willing to come here. Unless the other party clearly knew where the opportunity was, only then would they be able to come to the extreme north. Otherwise, they would definitely not come here. Large amounts of engulfing power surged out of the shattered space from time to time. Lin Feng and the Snow Lady were almost engulfed by the shattered space several times. Coupled with the power of the law of destruction, this place was simply too dangerous. On this day, Lin Feng discovered that a bronze mirror in the space of time was emitting a weak ripple. Lin Feng took out the bronze mirror that was emitting a weak ripple. Is this Morcho's bronze mirror? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. When Lin Feng was young. Lin Feng was really young back then. He was only in his teens. During one of his training trips, he went to Morcho's cave abode. Even though many years had passed, Lin Feng still remembered this incident. Lin Feng had obtained the bronze mirror from Morcho's cave abode. Morcho was a peerless beauty. The man she loved deeply had gone out. She had been waiting for the man she loved to return. But he never came. Grass grows under the Dragon Creek, crows clamor over the city. Who was in the city? Pomegranates were planted in the corners of the city. Black hair tied to 5 horses, golden hair tied to 2 oxen. White fish steered a lotus boat, swimming 10 miles at night. No one knew when he returned, sneaking into the Agarwood Inn. The gauze bed leaned on the jasper, the waning moon hooked the curtains. Today the hibiscus flowers fall, tomorrow the paulownia trees fall. How can I be called Morcho if I fail to do business? This was a poem Morcho had written when she missed her lover. Perhaps because she had waited for too long, Morcho wondered if her lover no longer loved her. Thus, she never returned. Lin Feng vaguely remembered that the man was called Luo Shunqiu. Even when Morcho died, he never appeared. With longing, sorrow, and reluctance. Just like that, Morcho died all alone. Now that the bronze mirror was behaving strangely, he didn't know what had caused the bronze mirror to behave strangely. Lin Feng carefully studied the bronze mirror, but he couldn't find anything special about it. Is the bronze mirror very special? The Snow Maiden asked. Lin Feng said. I obtained it in my early years, bearing the weight of a sad love. The Snow Maiden said, when you love, it's hot, but when you lose, it's painful. If that's the case, then it's better not to love at all. Lin Feng rubbed his nose. He really couldn't answer the Snow Maiden's question. Could he persuade the Snow Maiden to fall in love with him? Would he be slapped to death by the Snow Maiden? Could he tell the Snow Maiden that she was right? However, Lin Feng felt that the Snow Maiden wasn't right. It didn't matter if it lasted forever, it only cared about having it once. Many times, the environment changed a person's situation. Therefore, that was why there was a saying that people in the pugilistic world couldn't help themselves. The bronze mirror's fluctuation quickly disappeared, causing Lin Feng to feel a little apprehensive. The bronze mirror's fluctuation came suddenly and disappeared quickly. He didn't know what went wrong. Lin Feng placed the bronze mirror back into time and space. 5 days later, Lin Feng and the Snow Maiden saw that on the ice plains of the extreme north, there was a cultivator with disheveled hair. He was pulling an ancient and mysterious stone coffin. Pulling a coffin in the ice plains. Lin Feng had seen such a scene before. In the past. In the Sky Marshal Continent's ruins of God. Lin Feng had seen the ice plains coffin pulling before. At that time, Lin Feng had heard that the ice plains coffin pulling was a curse. Those who were cursed would completely lose themselves. Then, pulling the stone coffin, they continued to move forward in the ice plains. They suffered endless pain. They would never wake up again. They didn't know who they were. No one knew who had cursed them. After the ruins of God, Lin Feng saw the ice plains coffin pulling again. Lin Feng and the Snow Maiden went around the ice plains coffin pulling man and quickly flew deeper into the ice plains. Before leaving, Lin Feng turned around and looked at the ice plains coffin pulling man. It was a resolute face with a full beard. His eyes were very cloudy. After seeing this man, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. This man. Why did he give him a sense of déjà vu? It's him. Chapter 4495. Lin Feng did not expect to see him here again. This man was none other than him. It was the coffin carrier that he had seen in the ruins of God. Now, he had actually come to the extreme north of the Undying Realm. Could it be? He was pulling the ancient coffin. He had crossed the starry sky world. Had he come to the Undying Realm? At this moment, Lin Feng's heart was very unsettled. Lin Feng's heart. He was filled with deep shock and many doubts. Seeing Lin Feng stop, the Snow Lady asked curiously, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong?" Lin Feng said, "I saw him when I was in the 9 states great world. The ice plains coffin carrier is a curse. The cursed person will pull the ancient coffin and travel aimlessly in the ice plains. He should be the cultivator who was cursed. However, I did not expect to see him again after so many years when I came to the Undying Realm." The Snow Lady frowned slightly and said, "There is indeed something strange about this. I heard that the cursed person would be in a certain area and would not be able to leave that area. However, he was able to come to the Undying Realm from the 9 states great world. It sounds unbelievable, but perhaps the curses in the world are not the same. There will always be some curses that we do not understand. These curses are mysterious and unfathomable, but they are also very powerful." Yes, Lin Feng nodded. Now, he could only blame it all on the unknown and mysterious curses. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to explain the current situation. He was still pulling the ancient coffin, just like he had been doing since ancient times. Lin Feng looked at him in a deep and meaningful way, and then left with the Snow Woman. Half a month later, Lin Feng saw that there were many ancient ruins in the plains. That area was full of broken walls and ruins. It seemed to be a temple. However, it was severely damaged now. The secret realm that we are going to is under the temple. The temple is connected to an underground world. We need to enter the underground world first, the Snow Lady said. No problem. Lin Feng nodded. He and the Snow Maiden entered the ruins. It could be seen that in the past, this place was very prosperous. But now, it was already ruined beyond recognition. No one knew what had happened back then, but this powerful and ancient force had been completely destroyed. Time could erase everything. Even the strongest forces could be destroyed by the power of time. I've heard that the land of extreme north was once a holy land for cultivation. However, after several great battles, the land of extreme north was destroyed, turning into the land of death it is now. Moreover, even the void of the land of extreme north was destroyed. Some places are connected to foreign worlds, so the land of extreme north is no longer possible to recover, the Snow Lady said. These ruins are so huge, and there are so many temples. It seems like the faction that was here in the past was also an unimaginable faction. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. This was similar to the decline of the sovereign emperor clan, the 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, Pangu, Nua, and other orthodoxies. In this world, how could there be any power that could last forever? Even though the celestial race and the immortal race were incomparably powerful right now, the celestial race was still very powerful. However, it was hard to say what would happen in the future. Perhaps. Would they also be buried by the power of time? Anything was possible. Lin Feng and the Snow Maiden flew toward the depths of the ruins. After flying for an entire day, they finally arrived at the depths of the ruins. In the depths of the ruins, there was a huge crack. Black gas was occasionally spewing out from the crack. That black gas was very terrifying. It contained an unimaginably cold power. Therefore, they had to be careful when dealing with that black gas. Or else, they might suffer because of it. Lin Feng and the Snow Woman entered the gigantic fissure. They quickly flew downward. The crack was very special. The gap at the top was relatively large. However, as they continued to descend, the crack continued to shrink. Therefore, the deeper they went, the narrower the crack became. About 2 hours later, Lin Feng saw a deep tunnel appear at the bottom of the crack. The wind whistled in that tunnel, and they couldn't see the end of it. The Snow Maiden said, "After passing through that tunnel, we can enter the underground world." "Okay." Lin Feng nodded. He entered the tunnel with the Snow Maiden. Then, the 2 of them began to fly downward. An hour later, they flew out of the tunnel. Then, they landed on the ground. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, at this moment. Densely packed flying swords slashed toward them. There were more than 100 flying swords, and their power was extremely shocking. They wanted to kill Lin Feng and the Snow Maiden. Lin Feng and the Snow Maiden's expressions suddenly turned cold. It seemed like someone had ambushed them here. The 2 of them were also very powerful people. They traveled through the void and dodged the flying swords' attacks. Lin Feng and the Snow Maiden appeared 100 meters away. At this moment, the void trembled slightly. More than 100 people walked out of the void. "Hey, not bad. You actually managed to dodge our attacks." The leader was a young master in a brocade robe. He looked at Lin Feng and the Snow Maiden in surprise. When he saw the Snow Maiden, he raised his eyebrows slightly. A thoughtful expression appeared on his face. "Who are you? How dare you ambush us? Are you tired of living?" Lin Feng sneered. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the group was stunned. Then, the cultivators came to their senses. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. Lin Feng and the Snow Maiden only had 2 people on their side. On their side, there were more than 100 cultivators. Lin Feng dared to say, "Are you tired of living?" to them. Was he looking down on them? Was he provoking them? The cultivators naturally wanted to kill Lin Feng. "Brat, do you know who our young master is?" "Our young master is the Heavenly Emperor's nephew, Dugu Li. If you know what's good for you, hand over all your treasures and we can spare your lives. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death," a cultivator said coldly. "Dugu Li? The Heavenly Emperor's nephew?" Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. He suddenly thought of Dugu Chen, who he had killed earlier. Dugu Chen seemed to have said that he was the Heavenly Emperor's nephew. Could he be Dugu Li's brother? However, compared to Dugu Li, that Dugu Chen was worlds apart. After all, even the most powerful clans didn't have everyone powerful. Weak clans didn't necessarily have no peerless powerhouses. This cultivator wanted Lin Feng to hand over his treasures. Of course, Lin Feng wouldn't do such a thing. If he really handed over his treasures, would these people let him and the Snow Maiden go? Definitely not. Moreover, Lin Feng had always been a strong-willed person. This group of people had ambushed him and the Snow Maiden to kill them and steal their treasures. Lin Feng already wanted to kill them. Chapter 4496. "Kid, didn't you hear me? Hand over the treasures on your bodies. If you dare to delay any longer, I'll kill you both." The cultivator's expression darkened when he saw that Lin Feng and Snow Lady didn't move. His face darkened, and killing intent appeared in his eyes. Snow Lady's cultivation was very strong, and she hid her true cultivation level. That was why the cultivator couldn't sense her cultivation level. If he knew that Snow Lady was a sky immortal, he wouldn't have dared to be so arrogant in front of her. Everywhere I go, I meet arrogant people who don't know how to spell the word death. Lin Feng mocked. The cultivator who spoke was called Zhong Mingyang. He had joined the Dugu family a long time ago. He had cultivated for 540,000 years, and he was very powerful. That was why he didn't take Lin Feng and Snow Lady seriously. Even though Lin Feng and the Snow Girl had dodged the attack, in the eyes of the crowd, Lin Feng and the Snow Girl were only a bit stronger than the others. Their other abilities weren't that strong. However, Lin Feng and Snow Lady might have some powerful treasures on them. That was why they were able to enter the extreme north. I want this woman. As for this kid, I'll kill him, Dugu Li said coldly. His eyes were fixed on Snow Lady the entire time. His gaze was very evil. The Snow Lady's physique was the icy snow physique. This type of physique was extremely rare. Furthermore, it was a supreme grade dual cultivation constitution. Lin Feng had discovered it long ago. However, Lin Feng wouldn't lie in front of Snow Lady. Seeing the evil gaze in Dugu Li's eyes, Lin Feng guessed that Dugu Li might have discovered Snow Lady's special constitution. That was why Dugu Li had such an evil gaze. Snow Lady's gaze turned cold. She said, "These people deserve to die." Lin Feng smiled and said, "I'll deal with them. As a peerless beauty, I have to maintain my elegance and beauty." The Snow Maiden blushed slightly as Lin Feng teased her from time to time. He often teased the Snow Maidens until they blushed. This made the Snow Maidens feel rather helpless at times. However, the Snow Lady felt that, in the depths of her heart. She seemed to like being teased by Lin Feng. "Brat! Die!" At this moment, Zhong Mingyang snorted coldly and leaped out. Then, he sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng. After this guy's aura was released, Lin Feng roughly sensed this guy's realm. Zhong Mingyang should be a peak Saint Emperor. Even in the Undying Realm, this realm could be considered a tyrant. But in front of Lin Feng, they were unable to withstand a single blow. Lin Feng reached out his right hand and tapped gently in the air. In an instant, a finger condensed from energy shot towards Zhong Mingyang. After feeling the pressure of the energy finger, Zhong Mingyang felt his soul tremble. "Impossible," Zhong Mingyang cried out in disbelief. He couldn't believe his eyes. The main reason was that Lin Feng was too young. Lin Feng was only a little over 100 years old. Although Zhong Mingyang couldn't sense Lin Feng's specific realm. But even if Lin Feng was talented, Lin Feng was still too young. Even if he could cultivate to the Saint Emperor realm. But presumably, his realm wouldn't be too high. But after Lin Feng attacked, Zhong Mingyang realized how wrong he was. Lin Feng was simply too powerful. He was so powerful that he couldn't fight against him. Zhong Mingyang's expression became extremely ugly. He felt the threat of death. He wanted to dodge Lin Feng's attack. But he couldn't. Lin Feng's energy finger struck Zhong Mingyang's body. With a bang, Zhong Mingyang's body exploded, and his body and soul were destroyed. Obviously, Dugu Li and the others didn't expect things to turn out like this. They realized that they had underestimated Lin Feng's cultivation. Lin Feng was probably much stronger than they had imagined. "Kid, no wonder you're so arrogant. But do you think that with just the two of you? Do you think you can fight against so many of us?" Dugu Li looked coldly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said mockingly, "What? You want to surround us? Those lousy swords of yours won't be able to hurt us." Lousy swords. Hearing Lin Feng's description of their treasures, the group's expression darkened. Clearly, Lin Feng looked down on them. Those who had sided with the Dugu clan were fine. But how could Dugu Li tolerate others' mockery? "Lowly thing, who do you think you are? How dare you act cool in front of this young master?" Dugu Li looked coldly at Lin Feng, his eyes flashing with killing intent. He waved his hand and said, "Attack together and tear this kid to pieces." Actually, Dugu Li didn't lack experts on his side. There were even a few rogue immortals. However, Dugu Li was still a cautious person. He had seen Lin Feng instantly kill Zhong Mingyang. He felt that Lin Feng wasn't simple, so Dugu Li didn't dare to be careless. Over 100 cultivators attacked after receiving Dugu Li's order. Terrifying ripples surged out, and over 100 cultivators began to prepare powerful divine abilities. Soon, the divine abilities of over 100 cultivators were formed. Their divine abilities all shot towards Lin Feng. The divine abilities formed a divine ability river in midair, and then quickly flooded towards Lin Feng. "Kid, after you die, I'll vent all my anger on your woman," Dugu Li said sinisterly. This guy thought that the Snow Woman was Lin Feng's woman, and cursed. One look and one could tell that he wasn't a good person. The Snow Woman didn't attack Dugu Li, because she didn't care. In the Snow Woman's eyes, kill Dugu Li. It would dirty her hands. Not to mention that Lin Feng had already said that he would take care of these people. The Snow Woman naturally trusted Lin Feng. A bunch of clowns, facing the attacks of over 100 cultivators, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh coldly. He stepped in midair. Then, a loud voice resounded between heaven and earth. "Great Tao of Destiny, let the power of destiny shine upon the world, let the power of destiny disperse the evil." Lin Feng used the great art of destiny. The power of destiny coiled around Lin Feng's fist. Lin Feng raised his fist and punched the river of godly skills. Bang! Along with the sound of violent collisions. The divine ability river was instantly shattered by Lin Feng's punch. Then, Lin Feng opened his hand and punched the air. A gigantic hand made of energy appeared. It instantly condensed and fell from the sky, attacking over 100 cultivators. The cultivators were all shocked, and worked together to block Lin Feng's attack. However, they couldn't block Lin Feng's attack. Chapter 4497. Dead. They were all dead. Seeing Lin Feng kill so many experts with one slap, Dugu Li was shocked. Dugu Li's face was filled with disbelief. Dugu Li wasn't a simple person. He had cultivated for 70,000 years. Now, he was already in the human immortal realm. Naturally, this level of cultivation was already extremely profound and powerful. But after seeing how strong Lin Feng was, Dugu Li trembled in fear. Even a human immortal realm cultivator couldn't reach Lin Feng's level. With a raise of his hand, he had killed over 100 cultivators with one slap. This battle power was so heaven-defying that it made people pale. Run. That was Dugu Li's only thought. He had to run. Otherwise, he would definitely die at Lin Feng's hands. Dugu Li didn't want to die. Whoosh. Dugu Li turned and ran. Lin Feng chased after him and said indifferently, "Didn't you say you were extremely strong before? You thought you were so high and mighty that you could take people's lives as you wished. How did you become a stray dog?" When Lin Feng finished talking, he threw a punch at Dugu Li. When he sensed Lin Feng's terrifying punch, he was shocked. Dugu Li's expression changed slightly. Lin Feng's terrifying punch. It was too powerful. Dugu Li didn't dare to be careless. He circulated his magic power and punched at Lin Feng. Dugu Li's punch was called the Heavenly Emperor Fist. It was a secret technique created by the Heavenly Emperor. Dugu Li was the Heavenly Emperor's nephew, so he had learned this technique. Bang! With a fierce collision sound, Lin Feng and Dugu Li collided. Lin Feng was unharmed. Dugu Li flew back like a kite with a broken string. His arm was broken. In the air, he spat out blood. The situation was terrible. Seeing Dugu Li's pitiful state, Lin Feng didn't feel any sympathy. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. If he and Xue Enyu weren't strong enough, then when they landed, they would have been killed by Dugu Li and the others. If he and Xue Enyu were killed, who would reason with them? To put it bluntly, in this world, the one with the bigger fist was the one with the right. Lin Feng charged forward and suppressed Dugu Li. "My uncle is the Heavenly Emperor. If you dare to kill me, my uncle won't let you." Dugu Li used the Heavenly Emperor to threaten Lin Feng. Lin Feng naturally wasn't afraid of Dugu Li's threat. He looked indifferently at Dugu Li and said, "So what if you're a Heavenly Emperor? Sooner or later, I will kill him. Since you are the Heavenly Emperor's nephew, You must have some heavenly emperor tell me the immortals. When he heard that Lin Feng wanted his celestial scriptures, Dugu Li shivered. He said, I didn't cultivate an immortal sutra. Who are you trying to fool? Lin Feng coldly snorted. It seems that a seal has been placed in your mind. If that's the case, what's the point of me keeping you alive? Just as Lin Feng was about to kill Dugu Li, Lin Feng suddenly felt a bone-chilling aura behind him. Lin Feng's expression changed. Heaven-mending technique. At that critical moment, Lin Feng used his heaven-patching technique and grabbed Du Jiu Li. They disappeared from their original position. The moment Lin Feng disappeared, a ghostly claw-like hand appeared in the air. That ghostly claw-like hand failed to hit Lin Feng. The next moment, an old man who was as thin as firewood appeared. The skinny old man looked like an old ghost that had crawled out of hell. The aura he emitted was so terrifying that it made Lin Feng's hair stand on end. At this moment, Lin Feng was already 100 meters away. When Dugu Li saw the old man, he cried out, Ancestor, save me. That old man was clearly an expert of the Dugu clan. In fact, Dugu Li and the others had been waiting for this old man to arrive. The old man hadn't arrived, but Lin Feng and Snow Lady had arrived first. Thus, Dugu Li decided to kill Lin Feng and Snow Lady. He wanted to kill Lin Feng and Snow Lady. But who would have thought that Lin Feng would be so powerful? You are a sinner's blood. The old man narrowed his eyes at Lin Feng. He had actually sensed Lin Feng's bloodline. Ever since Lin Feng had cultivated the great destiny art, very few people had been able to sense Lin Feng's bloodline. In fact, ever since Lin Feng had broken through to the Emperor realm, no one had been able to draw a portrait of him. The old man glanced at Lin Feng and immediately sensed Lin Feng's bloodline. It was truly extraordinary. Undying sinner's blood. It seems that you are a descendant of someone exiled by the Undying clan. The old man continued. He hadn't mentioned the Sovereign Emperor's blood, so it seemed that he hadn't sensed Lin Feng's Sovereign Emperor's blood. He had only sensed the Undying bloodline. Lin Feng said, Sir, you must have been a true immortal in the past, right? The old man paused, then asked, Why do you say that? Lin Feng said, I've seen a few quasi-true immortals, but they couldn't sense my bloodline. Sir, you were able to do so, which means that your methods aren't something that ordinary quasi-true immortals can compare to. Sir, you are clearly not a true immortal. I think that you were a true immortal in the past, but your cultivation level fell later on. You should be a quasi-true immortal now, right? I wonder if my guess is right. Lin Feng said indifferently. You are an extremely smart person, the old man said. Lin Feng said. Thank you for the praise. Let Dugu Li go. This seat can spare your life. Or else. This seat will make you die without a grave, the old man said. Lin Feng didn't believe the old man's words at all. Letting Dugu Li go would allow him to live. This old man was clearly trying to trick him. Lin Feng was very clear on this point. Since you know that I'm the sinner's blood you speak of, do you think I'll let this guy go? Lin Feng sneered. In the next moment, crack. Lin Feng snapped Dugu Li's neck. After killing Dugu Li, he took his storage ring. Lin Feng flew into the distance and said loudly, Fairy, let's meet at the agreed place. Kid, where do you think you're going? The old man was furious as he chased after Lin Feng. The snow girl opened her mouth. She wanted to say that if she teamed up with Lin Feng to deal with the old man, they might be able to defeat him. However, when she thought about how the old man was a true immortal who had fallen, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. Lin Feng lured the old man away because he didn't want her to be in danger. Thinking of this, the snow girl felt a sweetness in her heart. She had been living alone for so many years, and there were always people who wanted to kill her and take her snow spirit bonfire. Chapter 4498. Lin Feng was extremely fast, so fast that even the Snow Maiden could not compare to him. The Snow Maiden was very clear about this, so when she saw Lin Feng lure Patriarch Dugu away, the Snow Maiden did not get involved in this matter, because after she got involved, when the time came, they would be in even more trouble. Lin Feng led Patriarch Dugu away alone. He would definitely be able to get rid of Patriarch Dugu smoothly. The Snow Maiden was extremely confident in Lin Feng's speed. At this moment, Lin Feng was flying quickly in front. As he flew, he cursed Patriarch Dugu, who was chasing after him. "You old thing, half of your body is about to be buried in the ground, and you still have the nerve to chase after me? Why are you so shameless? You've thrown away the face of 18 generations of your ancestors. Could it be that you're an old tortoise? Is that why you're so thick-skinned? I think you should just change your name. Just call yourself Old Tortoise Dugu. Isn't that a good name? It's refreshing and refined. Of course, I think it's not bad to call you Old Dog Dugu. But thinking about it, calling you an old dog is an insult to the word old dog." Lin Feng was the world's #1 sharp-tongued person. When he heard Lin Feng curse him, he was furious. Patriarch Dugu was so angry that his entire body trembled. Who would dare to curse a high and mighty existence like him? But today, Lin Feng dared to do so. Patriarch Dugu's sinister voice rang out. "Kid, don't worry. I won't kill you directly, because I've taken a fancy to your body, such a young identity, and with the undying bloodline, it's really enviable." When Lin Feng heard Patriarch Dugu's words, he knew what Patriarch Dugu was up to. Patriarch Dugu was simply too old now. Lin Feng said that half of his body was buried in the ground, which was actually very appropriate. Lin Feng guessed that Patriarch Dugu should be an expert who broke out of the Godstone. The cultivators in the undying world who sealed themselves in Godstones had different realms compared to the cultivators in the mortal world who sealed themselves in Godstones. The cultivators of the mortal world who sealed themselves in the Godstones would have their cultivation levels constantly drop. However, their lifespan would not elapse. When they were reborn, they would still maintain the same cultivation level as when they broke the divine stone, but their lifespan would be depleted faster. If he spent a year like a normal person, he would lose a year of his life. However, for people like them, if they spent a year, they might lose 3 years, or even 5 years of their lives. How much you gain, how much you lose. This principle would never change. However, the situation was different for the cultivators in the self-sealing divine stone of the undying realm. Because the realm of the undying realm's cultivators would not drop after being sealed by the divine stone. Therefore, when the experts in the undying world came into being, their lifespan would elapse faster than the cultivators in the mortal world. Other than that, there was one more point. And that was, the cultivators in the undying realm who were sealed in the God-sealing stone would face a change in their realm after coming out. The first type. His realm would rise again. The second type. If his realm couldn't increase, then it would drop greatly. This was a serious problem that the cultivators in the undying realm who were sealed in the God-sealing stone faced after coming out. To them, there was no such thing as staying put. This kind of situation was too normal for normal people. But to them, if they didn't advance, they would retreat. Those younger cultivators or those in the prime of their lives, their blood and chi were strong. Therefore, after breaking the divine stone, they could still continue to improve their cultivation. Their strength was getting stronger and stronger. However, for those old and weak experts, after breaking the divine stone, it would be more difficult for them to continue to break through. Of course, it wasn't that all the old and weak cultivators couldn't break through. But only a small portion of them could break through. Most of the old and weak cultivators couldn't continue to break through. And old ancestor Dugu belonged to the second type of cultivator. After breaking the divine stone, old ancestor Dugu wanted to break through to a new realm. However, he failed. As a result, his realm fell from the true immortal realm all the way to the current quasi-true immortal realm. If a period of time passed, he would even fall from the quasi-true immortal realm to the heavenly immortal realm. As his body became older and older, his blood and chi became more and more exhausted. His realm would definitely fall all the way, until he died. In fact, during this period of time, old ancestor Dugu had been planning to possess someone's body. This was because he knew that his situation was extremely bad. Possessing someone's body was the only way. However, possessing someone's body wasn't something that could be done just by possessing someone's body. Possessing someone's body could be said to be filled with danger. If one was the slightest bit careless, they would be consigned to eternal damnation. Moreover, possessing someone's body to cultivate again was something that would damage one's virtue. If one failed, one's soul would forever fall into the yellow springs. To experience pain and torment for an eternity was truly a fate worse than death. However, in order to survive, old ancestor Dugu knew that he had to do that. Since he had decided to do this, the next step was to choose a target to possess. Since he wanted to possess someone, he naturally had to choose a young cultivator with great talent but not a particularly strong background. Even if he possessed such a cultivator, he wouldn't have to worry about this cultivator's clansmen finding trouble with him. However, it was clear that such a person was extremely difficult to find. When old ancestor Dugu saw Lin Feng, his heart was filled with ecstasy. Lin Feng was the perfect target for possession. First of all, Lin Feng was very young, very strong, and very talented. And although Lin Feng was a member of the Forbidden Clan, he was a descendant of the banished people. So there was no need to worry about revenge. Lin Feng's top priority right now was to get rid of this old thing. He had no interest in fighting with this old thing. After all, this old thing was a quasi-true immortal realm cultivator. In addition, he was a cultivator who had fallen from the true immortal realm. He had many powerful methods that even quasi-true immortals could not master. Wouldn't fighting with this guy be a dead end? Lin Feng stepped on the 8 Directions world and pushed his speed to the limit. As for old ancestor Dugu, he kept on chasing after him. One fled and one chased. 3 days and 3 nights passed. Old ancestor Dugu's face was extremely gloomy. He originally thought that he could easily catch up to Lin Feng. Then, he would catch Lin Feng. However, after chasing for so long, he was still unable to catch up to Lin Feng. This made old ancestor Dugu very angry. I have to think of a way to get rid of this old thing. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. He continued to travel through the mountain forest. Rumble. Suddenly, a loud sound came from afar. Lin Feng increased his speed and flew forward. He saw that a huge underground river had appeared in front of him. Chapter 4499. Lin Feng flew above the underground river. Then, he directly used the Great Water Elemental technique and jumped into the underground river. Lin Feng condensed the power of the Water Emperor's Black Emperor. Wrapped in the power of the Water Emperor's Black Emperor, Lin Feng's speed in the water was even faster than flying in the sky. The Water Emperor was the Emperor of the Water. It represented the supreme great Tao of water of the 5 elements. The Black Emperor was the embodiment of water, which was equivalent to the embodiment of Tao. The power of the Water Emperor's Black Emperor was the purest source of the great Tao of water. Only cultivators who mastered the Great Water Elemental technique could condense the power of the Water Emperor's Black Emperor. Lin Feng cultivated 3,000 types of Great Tao. Condensing the power of the Water Emperor's Black Emperor was naturally not a difficult thing. Seeing Lin Feng enter the river below, old ancestor Dugu's face suddenly revealed a cold smile. Powerful magic power wrapped around him. He also entered the bottom of the river. Then, he continued to chase Lin Feng. "Kid, you can't escape. Your fate has long been determined, and that is to be converted by me." Old ancestor Dugu's cold eyes looked at Lin Feng. Said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. He didn't pay attention to that old bastard. He increased his speed. As time passed, old ancestor Dugu realized that something was wrong. He realized that Lin Feng's speed was getting faster and faster. And his speed was getting slower and slower. Lin Feng's power of the Water Emperor's Black Emperor made him like a fish in water. After the initial stage of adaptation, his speed naturally became faster and faster. Old ancestor Dugu was different. Old ancestor Dugu was unable to condense the power of the Water Emperor's Black Emperor, and his magic power was constantly being consumed. Therefore, his speed became slower and slower as his magic power was constantly consumed. Coupled with the fact that he was moving in the water, the resistance he encountered was very high. The resistance also affected old ancestor Dugu to a certain extent. The lower he went, the greater the resistance, the greater the impact on his speed. Therefore, it was too difficult for old ancestor Dugu to catch up to Lin Feng in the water. He was gradually shaken off by Lin Feng. Lin Feng left old ancestor Dugu in the dust 2 hours later. Lin Feng continued to move through the water. An hour later, he saw a huge whirlpool in front of him. Many of the surrounding aquatic creatures, including some of the ferocious beasts in the water, could not withstand the suction of the huge whirlpool. He quickly flew toward the huge whirlpool. In the end, he was swallowed by the vortex. What the hell is that? After seeing the huge whirlpool, Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Lin Feng could feel a terrifying aura from the inside of the huge whirlpool. That aura made Lin Feng's mind tremble slightly. Lin Feng planned to quickly leave this place. He felt that the inside of the huge whirlpool contained an extremely terrifying danger. Just as Lin Feng was about to leave, the Demon Lord's voice suddenly resounded in Lin Feng's mind. "Enter that whirlpool. Demon Lord, you're awake," Lin Feng said in surprise. Ever since entering the Undying Realm, the Demon Lord had completely fallen into a state of silence. Obviously, there was an enemy of the Demon Lord in the Undying Realm. Lin Feng wasn't particularly familiar with the Demon Lord's past, but he more or less knew some things. For example, the Demon Lord had a great enemy in the Demon Realm called the Sky Prison Demon Emperor. Back then, this guy wanted to descend to the 9 states. However, Lin Feng and the Demon Lord worked together to destroy it. The Demon Lord obviously had a great enemy in the Undying Realm. Therefore, the Demon Lord fell into a state of silence, afraid of being discovered by his enemy. Lin Feng guessed. The Demon Lord's enemy must be extremely terrifying. In the immemorial era, the Demon Lord was an expert at the level of an Area Lord. An Area Lord at that time. He must have been an expert at the level of a true immortal. Therefore, one could imagine how terrifying the Demon Lord's enemy was. "Now is not the time to talk to you. Hurry up and enter the vortex," the Demon Lord said anxiously. Lin Feng nodded and quickly rushed into the vortex. Then, he was swallowed by the vortex. The powerful tearing force wanted to completely destroy Lin Feng's body. Fortunately, Lin Feng's body was strong enough. He successfully resisted the vortex's devouring. Then, he landed at the bottom of the vortex. The tearing force at the bottom of the vortex wasn't particularly strong. This made Lin Feng a little surprised. Swish. A light flashed. The Demon Lord appeared. "Demon Lord, who is your great enemy in the Undying Realm?" Lin Feng looked at the Demon Lord and asked. "Many," the Demon Lord said indifferently. "Damn, I didn't expect you to be such a troublemaker back then," Lin Feng said. The Demon Lord couldn't help but roll his eyes and say, "If not for your ancestor Ji's issue, how could I have offended so many people? I was implicated by Ji's issue, okay?" Lin Feng, Yarrow Jun continued, "However, I don't blame him. Your ancestor allowed me to understand many things that I didn't know about. It also allowed my cultivation to reach a whole new level. It was only at that time that I realized how ignorant I was." Lin Feng said, "What do you mean by unknown things?" The Demon Lord said, "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask." Lin Feng shrugged and asked, "Your enemies, can you reveal a few of them? Countless years have passed. I estimate that many of them have left the Undying Realm." The Demon Lord muttered. Lin Feng said, "Since they have left the Undying Realm, what are you afraid of?" The Demon Lord said, "But the Celestial Emperor is still here. The Celestial Emperor was one of the experts who dealt with me back then. As the master of the Undying Realm, the Celestial Emperor's flesh, blood, soul, and even soul have fused with the Undying Realm. Thus, it is unimaginable how powerful the Celestial Emperor is now. The Celestial Emperor will definitely be able to sense my aura. If he discovers me, I will die miserably, and you will die miserably as well. The Celestial Emperor's killing intent towards you is much stronger than his killing intent towards me." Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes and say, "But I don't even know the Celestial Emperor's grandson. If you say that Di Wudao's killing intent towards me is extremely strong, I agree. But how could the Celestial Emperor notice me?" The Demon Lord said, "You are naturally insignificant, but don't forget that half the blood in your body is the blood of the Sovereign Clan. The Celestial Emperor hates the Sovereign Clan. Back then, he was unable to exact revenge on the Sovereign Clan. But things were different now. The sovereign clan is no longer able to survive. You are a descendant of the sovereign clan. The celestial emperor can toy with you to death however he wants. Lin Feng frowned. The demon lord was clearly saying that the celestial emperor had a deep hatred towards the sovereign clan. Chapter 4500. The demon lord said, "Back then, your ancestor, Ji Zishu, did many things after coming to the Undying Realm. Many experts were defeated by Ji Zishu. He even went to the Heavenly Court to take a stroll around. The Heavenly Court is the Celestial Emperor's territory. Think about it. What would happen if Ji Zishu went there?" Lin Feng was speechless. The demon lord's eyes revealed a look of reminiscence. He said, "Back then, Ji Zishu was very young, very powerful, and very confident. He liked to challenge the strong. Back then, he punched through the Undying Realm's realm crystal wall. Perhaps this matter had already sealed the grudge between him and the Undying Realm, as well as the Celestial Emperor. However, the Celestial Emperor was defeated by Ji Zishu. The Celestial Emperor knew how to endure. After losing to Ji Zishu, he didn't say anything. He seemed to have accepted his defeat wholeheartedly. However, the seed of hatred had already been planted in his heart. Lin Feng said, "Victory and defeat are commonplace, right? Just because he lost, he bore a grudge against the sovereign's clan? As the sovereign of the Undying Realm, how could the Celestial Emperor be so narrow-minded?" The demon lord said, "Do you think that great figures have to be magnanimous?" Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly at the demon lord's question. The demon lord continued, "The Celestial Emperor is a very vicious person. He's a hypocrite. You should know that hypocrites are even scarier than villains. The Celestial Emperor's cultivation is very strong, and he has many friends. Thus, even the Celestial Realm wouldn't easily provoke him. Actually, everyone is the same. They would rather offend villains than hypocrites. Later, something happened to your ancestor, Ji Zishu." At this point, Yarrow Jun paused for a moment. Lin Feng knew that something had happened to Ji Zishu. He had entered the world of the mastermind in an attempt to kill him. However, he had failed at the last moment. The demon lord sighed and continued, "There is one thing that can be confirmed. The Heavenly Emperor is connected to the mastermind." Lin Feng frowned and said, "In that case, Di Wudao and the Celestial Emperor are really jackals of the same lair. Back then, Di Wudao colluded with the people of that world to harm my father. If we're not family, we won't enter the same house." The demon lord nodded and said, "The father and son are indeed the same kind of trash. It seems that making Di Wudao the crown prince wasn't without reason. Back then, when the Sky Emperor found out about Ji Zishu's accident, he joined forces with others to kill me and Drasso Elephant Supreme. However, at this time, we still don't know about this matter. Supreme Draconic Elephant has separated from me due to some matters. Later on, I was besieged by the Celestial Emperor and the others." The demon lord didn't say anything else. It seemed like the fall of the demon lord had something to do with that battle. "There's a sealed archaic Drasso Elephant in the demonic pearl. My archaic Drasso Elephant art was imparted to me by him. Who is that existence?" Lin Feng asked. "It's the manifestation of Drasso Elephant Supreme's evil intent, sealed in the demonic pearl," the demon lord said. In the past, Lin Feng had asked the demon lord this question, but the demon lord didn't answer Lin Feng. He didn't know if it was because Lin Feng's cultivation had increased or not. Therefore, the demon lord wasn't willing to tell Lin Feng some things. Now, it was time to tell Lin Feng. How did Drasso Elephant Supreme's evil intent get sealed in the demonic pearl? Lin Feng asked curiously. Drasso Elephant Supreme isn't simple. He's very talented, and his comprehension ability is also very strong. He created a special cultivation technique and used it to forcefully separate his evil intent from his good intent. Once the evil intent leaves the body, it can easily turn into a yin soul. That's why Drasso Elephant Supreme begged me to seal his evil intent in the demonic pearl." The demon lord said. "Drasso Elephant Supreme should have fallen, right?" Lin Feng asked. The demon lord said, "I'm not sure, but Drasso Elephant Supreme's evil intent is growing stronger by the day. If he had fallen, his evil intent should have been devoured by the demonic pearl. However, his evil intent is growing stronger. I suspect that Drasso-Elephant Supreme hasn't fallen. What? He hasn't fallen? Lin Feng couldn't help but widen his eyes. If Drasso-Elephant Supreme hadn't fallen, it would be great news for Lin Feng. Drasso-Elephant Supreme was his ancestor's disciple. He could become his backer in the future. Just like the barbarians and Senior Dugu Ya. Can you find out any information about Drasso-Elephant Supreme? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. The Demon Lord said. No. Let's wait and see what happens next. Lin Feng could only nod. Let's go and take a look. The Demon Lord said. He took the lead and walked into the depths. Lin Feng asked, what is this place? The demonic Netherworld Eye. The Demon Lord said. When Lin Feng heard that name, his hair stood on end. Even though he didn't know what the demonic Netherworld Eye was, Lin Feng was terrified. Lin Feng asked, what's the demonic Netherworld Eye? Is it related to the Netherworld? Yarrow Jun nodded and said, it is indeed related to the Nether dimension. It's extremely ancient and terrifying. It roams the 3 dimensions and might appear at any place. However, the places it likes to appear the most are places with more corpses. For example, ancient battlefields. I never expected that I would actually encounter the Nether Devil Eye here today. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. It seemed that there were still too many things in the 3 realms that were full of mysteries and unknowns to him. Lin Feng followed behind the Demon Lord. After a short time, they arrived in the depths. Lin Feng saw a gigantic pitch-black hole. A pair of eyes floated in the black hole. It was a pair of black eyes. Demonic, cold, and terrifying. The eyes didn't seem to have awakened. The Demon Lord and Lin Feng stopped. Demonic Netherworld Eye, we meet again. The Demon Lord said. Swish. Hearing the Demon Lord's voice, the demonic Netherworld Eye opened. It was a pair of incomparably terrifying eyes. Those eyes seemed to be able to see through the truest world in one's heart. Those eyes made one's heart palpitate. No one wanted to look into those eyes. That was the demonic Netherworld Eye. It's you, a voice was heard. It was the demonic Netherworld Eye's voice. Obviously, it remembered who the Demon Lord was. You actually brought a young human cultivator with you? Is this a gift for me? The demonic Netherworld Eye continued. As soon as it finished speaking, Lin Feng felt his body turn cold, as if he had fallen into hell. Do you dare to eat a descendant of the Sovereign Emperor clan? Chapter 4501. The demonic Netherworld Eye said, eh? You really are a descendant of the Sovereign Emperor clan. It hadn't been observing Lin Feng earlier. Now, it was observing carefully. It had indeed sensed the Sovereign Emperor bloodline in Lin Feng's body. The demonic Netherworld Eye continued, so what if he's from the Sovereign Emperor clan? So what if he's eaten by a mere junior? Things are different now. In the past, the Sovereign Emperor clan was a clan that no one dared to provoke. Now, everyone wants to trample on the Sovereign Emperor clan. Hee hee. Do you think you're going against your will? The Demon Lord asked. The demonic Netherworld Eye sneered. I'm not going against my will. However, the demonic Netherworld Eye clearly lacked confidence in its words. Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a long breath. It seemed that the demonic Netherworld Eye was just bragging in front of the Demon Lord when it said it would eat him. Moreover, Lin Feng had a feeling that the Demon Lord and the demonic Netherworld Eye seemed to have some relationship. The Demon Lord said, I need something. I know you have it. What do you need? The demonic Netherworld Eye asked. The golden body law bone. The Demon Lord said. The demonic Netherworld Eye said, the past and the present should no longer be involved. If you want to transcend, you should move forward. If you continue to be involved in the past, all your years of cultivation will be for naught. The Demon Lord said. One can't do as one pleases in the martial world. How can I think so much now? The demonic Netherworld Eye said, what you said makes sense. Living in the present is the most important thing. The Demon Lord said, that's right. I no longer seek to transcend. In the future, I should take one step at a time. Perhaps there will be some unexpected surprises. The demonic netherworld eye said. I hope so. In the next instant, something flew out of the black hole. The thing was enveloped in golden light, making it impossible to see what it was. However, when it flew out, the golden light gradually dissipated. That thing also revealed its form. That thing turned out to be a skeleton. This greatly surprised Lin Feng. The golden skeleton was densely covered with runes. It seemed that the golden skeleton had an unimaginable origin. After seeing the golden skeleton, the demon lord's eyes revealed a complicated expression. However, the demon lord was standing in front of Lin Feng. Therefore, Lin Feng did not see the change in the demon lord's gaze. Whose skeleton is this? Lin Feng asked curiously. The demonic eye of the netherworld asked, What? You want to know? Lin Feng nodded. Of course. The remains of Emperor Shun, the demonic netherworld eye said. After hearing the netherworld magic eye's words, Lin Feng's eyes widened. His face was filled with disbelief. Emperor Shun, one of the 5 kings. He was the ancestor of the human race. Lin Feng had heard of the legends of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors since he was young. But now, Lin Feng had actually seen Emperor Shun's skeleton. Lin Feng had been looking for Emperor Shun's descendants in the Xin domain. He had not found any of them. Instead, he had found Emperor Shun's skeleton. I owe you a favor, the demon lord said. Then I will remember this favor. I will repay it in the future, the demonic eye of the netherworld said. Of course, I always keep my word, the demon lord said. Then, the demon lord looked at Emperor Shun's skeleton. He grabbed it. Then, he entered the demonic orb again. Then, there was silence again. Why does the demon lord want Emperor Shun's skeleton? Lin Feng could not help but ask. The demonic eye of the netherworld said, You should ask the demon lord himself, not me. Lin Feng curled his lips and asked, Since you are the demonic eye of the netherworld, why don't you stay in the underworld? The demonic eye of the netherworld said, I really want to eat people right now. Hearing this, Lin Feng smiled awkwardly and said, This junior still has matters to attend to, so I will take my leave first. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng quickly flew into the distance. He did not dare to stay here any longer. If he was eaten by the demonic eye of the netherworld, he would be in trouble. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. There are still descendants of the sovereign emperor clan. Very good, the demonic eye of the netherworld muttered to itself. Lin Feng quickly left the underground river. After leaving the underground river, Lin Feng continued to fly deeper into the underworld. Lin Feng wanted to meet up with the Snow Maiden in the depths. Then, they would go to the Snow Spirit bonfire together. Not long after, Lin Feng saw a dozen cultivators flying over. This surprised Lin Feng. Under normal circumstances, no one would come to this place. Earlier, Lin Feng had seen a group of people from the Dugu clan. Now, there were cultivators from other forces. This made Lin Feng very confused. Why were there so many cultivators? Lin Feng did not appear. He continued to fly deeper into the underworld. Not long after, Lin Feng saw another group of cultivators. There were more than 30 of them. This was the 3rd group of cultivators that Lin Feng had seen. In the following period of time, Lin Feng saw more than 10 groups of cultivators. Each group of cultivators was overseen by an expert. This surprised Lin Feng. These people must have received some kind of news to come here. Otherwise, they would not have come to the extreme north in such a large group. Moreover, they had come to this underground world. Not long after, Lin Feng even saw a few experts from the 8 Extreme Palace and the Sacred Army. Lin Feng avoided those people and continued to fly deeper into the underworld. About 3 days later, Lin Feng saw another group of people. He saw Zi Yuanyuan from afar. When he saw Zi Yuanyuan, Lin Feng was very excited. But soon, Lin Feng's face became gloomy again. Obviously, the current Zi Yuanyuan was not the real Zi Yuanyuan. Zi Yuanyuan was the reincarnation of Venerable Yuan's sister. Venerable Yuan's sister's soul seed had awakened and wanted to devour Zi Yuanyuan's soul. There are two situations in reincarnation. The first is that the soul enters the mind of the fetus and turns into a soul seed. The soul seed awakens and then devours the soul of the reincarnated body. This is equivalent to being reborn. Zi Yuanyuan is in this situation. The second situation is that only a part of the memory is preserved and enters the mind of the fetus. As one's cultivation increases, this part of the memory will gradually recover and become the memory of the reincarnated body. This situation is equivalent to the reincarnated body remembering some things from their previous life. For example, the Red World Fairy was in this situation. Lin Feng wanted to save Zi Yuanyuan, but he did not have the ability to do so. Therefore, he saw Zi Yuanyuan again. Lin Feng knew that Zi Yuanyuan was definitely still Venerable Yuan's sister. Maybe I can join forces with the Snow Lady to suppress Zi Yuanyuan's body, which is already controlled by Venerable Yuan's sister, and destroy her soul. This way, Zi Yuanyuan will be saved. Chapter 4502. Lin Feng knew that it wouldn't be easy to carry out this plan. But so what? Lin Feng wouldn't give up on his plan so easily. When the time came, he would have a good chat with the Snow Girl about it. If the Snow Maidens were willing to help, their chances of success would be greatly increased. Zi Yuan wasn't alone. Apart from her, Lin Feng also saw Sovereign Yuan Tian. She was very powerful. Although her cultivation level had fallen to an unprecedented level, she was still a terrifying figure. Lin Feng hid himself and didn't show himself. If those people saw him, he wouldn't have a good ending. After Zi Yuan and the others left, Lin Feng appeared. In the next few days, Lin Feng saw a few other factions. He even saw the Stone Sovereign's son. Back then, he'd led an army to attack the Dao Sacred Palace. He'd even been able to contend against ancient weapons. It was hard to imagine how powerful the Stone Emperor's son was. Lin Feng also saw the great demon Yu. She, the Eastern Sovereign's son, the blood-haired woman, Huangfu Qingtian, and the others. Back then, Huangfu Qingtian's arm had been cut off by him and he'd fled without a trace. It seemed that he'd recovered well. Of course, it was impossible for him to recover that arm. The great demon Yu was as beautiful as ever. She looked like a fairy, but in reality, she was a great demon. In this epoch, the first great war that swept the heavens had been started by her brother, the great demon Celestial. Back then, the great demon Yu had been the great demon Celestial's right-hand man. One could imagine, at her peak, the great demon Yu was a terrifying existence. For someone like her, her battle prowess could be considered heaven-defying. She seemed to have recovered quite well. All the monsters are here, Lin Feng murmured. Lin Feng couldn't help but whisper. He was even more confused. What were those people doing here? Lin Feng wanted to go investigate, but the people who'd come had all come in groups. Lin Feng naturally couldn't rush forward. Who knew if they'd kill him to steal his treasures? Such a thing. Naturally, this was something that was highly likely to happen. Not long after, Lin Feng actually saw another guy he knew. 10,000 Immortal Sect. The descendant of the Northern Wilderness War God. The Northern Wilderness War God, on the other hand, was powerful. The War God of the Northern Wilderness was one of the powerful beings from the Primordial Age. The Northern Wilderness War God clan was a traditional force in the Undying Realm. For example, the current Celestial Emperor was an outsider because he came from the Heaven Realm. On the other hand, the Northern Wilderness God of War was a legitimate force from the Undying Realm. It was said that the Northern Wilderness War God controlled the 12 regions in the north. The dominators of the 12 northern regions all obeyed the orders of the Northern Wilderness Warlord. The Northern Wilderness War God should be one of the most powerful figures in the Undying Realm other than the Heavenly Emperor. Of course, the War God of the Northern Wilderness was loyal to the Heavenly Emperor. But how much of this loyalty was real, and how much of it was fake? That was unclear. When Lin Feng was in the Immortal Burial Star Sea, he met Sheng Xinyaro, Niu Qinshan, and Sichu Nanshan from the Undying Realm. After that, he followed them to search for the place where the second medicine god fell. After finding it, they obtained the treasure left behind by the second medicine god. At this time, the 10,000 Immortal Sect arrived with his subordinates, wanting to kill Lin Feng and the others and seize the treasure. However, the 10,000 Immortal sect underestimated Lin Feng's strength. Lin Feng killed those subordinates of the 10,000 Immortal sect and originally wanted to kill the 10,000 Immortal sect. However, the 10,000 Immortal sect used a secret technique to escape. However, the 10,000 Immortal sect's second brother was crippled by Lin Feng. From then on, he could no longer be a real man. The current 10,000 Immortal sect had indeed undergone some changes compared to before. Although the original 10,000 Immortal sect did not have any masculine aura, at most, he dressed like a pretty boy. His temperament was also more feminine. However, the current 10,000 Immortal sect was wearing gaudy clothes, and his face seemed to be smeared with something like rouge. Therefore, the 10,000 Immortal sect's face looked white with a hint of red. However, when Lin Feng saw it, he felt like vomiting. After this guy's dick was crippled, did he become a sissy? No. Perhaps this guy had become a bottom. Lin Feng saw a group of fierce men following the 10,000 Immortal sect. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. The 10,000 Immortal sect arrogantly led a group of subordinates and flew towards the depths. Lin Feng also flew into the depths of the palace. He wanted to see why so many strong cultivators had gathered there. That night, Lin Feng was resting in the forest. Not long after, more than 10 cultivators flew over and landed not far from where Lin Feng was resting. Lin Feng hid his figure. These people wore beast skin clothes and seemed to be barbarians. They raised a bonfire and roasted the beast meat. They drank wine while waiting for the beast meat to be cooked. I wonder if the rumor this time is true. If this rumor is true, then it's too shocking. Perhaps it's true. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people. They're all here for the Hu Yi bow. The Hu Yi bow is one of the 10 great taboo weapons. Who wouldn't covet it? Hihi, this treasure is most suitable for us. We barbarians are good at archery. The Hu Yi bow is simply tailor-made for us. The group of barbarian cultivators chatted. And Lin Feng basically understood the whole story from these people's conversations. It turned out that these people were all here for the Hu Yi bow. The Hu Yi bow was also known as the sun-shooting divine bow. Back then, it shot down 9 suns. It was simply shocking. From then on, the name of the Hu Yi bow shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Then, it was called one of the 10 great taboo weapons. One had to know. That era was the era of the titled gods. How powerful were the weapons in the hands of the titled gods? At that time, there were countless experts in the world. For example, the ancient demon emperor of the demon race, the ancient saint emperor of the human race, the demon lord of the demon realm, and so on. Which one of them wasn't an existence that shocked the world? The magic treasures they forged could compete with ancient weapons. And in that era, it was very difficult for ancient weapons to be listed in the 10 great taboo weapons. But the Hu Yi bow. It was listed in the 10 great taboo weapons. From this, one could see how powerful the Hu Yi bow was. Hu Yi had once used the Hu Yi bow to injure the demon emperor Di Jun. But demon emperor Di Jun was one of the strongest existences in the world at that time. The Hu Yi bow was powerful. But there was still a gap between Hu Yi and demon emperor Di Jun. In the end, Hu Yi was killed by demon emperor Di Jun. The Hu Yi bow also fell into the hands of demon emperor Di Jun. Later on, the War of Liches and Demons broke out. In the end of the War of Liches and Demons, demon emperor Di Jun died in battle. But there were also rumors that demon emperor Di Jun went missing. After all, that was in the early days of the epoch. After tens of thousands of years, much of the true history had disappeared. The history that was passed down now was mostly fabricated. But regardless of whether demon emperor Di Jun died in battle or not, there was one thing that could be confirmed. After the War of Liches and Demons, the Hu Yi bow never appeared again. Now, Chapter 4503. Lin Feng was very interested in the Hu Yi bow, mainly because Lin Feng felt that he really needed a powerful giant bow Dharma treasure to supplement his arsenal. Obviously, the Hu Yi bow was definitely the best Dharma treasure for long-range combat. However, Lin Feng also knew that it would not be easy to get the Hu Yi bow. After all, So many forces had come. He didn't know if the Snow Maidens would try to snatch the Hu bow after hearing the news, but that didn't matter. Lin Feng planned to snatch the Hu bow. How could this treasure fall into the hands of others? If others knew that Lin Feng was going to snatch the Hu bow, they would definitely laugh their heads off. After all, the other forces. Which force didn't have a big shot overseeing it? Besides those top experts, there were many other experts in those forces. And Lin Feng was alone. The disparity in strength was too great. However, Lin Feng did not think so. If the opportunity was strong enough. Even if he was not strong enough, he would still have a chance to obtain the treasure. If the opportunity was not strong enough. No matter how strong he was, it would all be in vain in the end. Lin Feng had snatched Dharma treasures from experts time and time again. Therefore, this kind of thing to him. He was already used to it. Of course, Lin Feng would not blindly make a move. If there was a chance to make a move, he would definitely make a move. If there was no chance to make a move, he would observe the specific situation in the dark. The first cultivators to arrive here were those from the major forces. However, there were many itinerant cultivators who came later. It seemed that the itinerant cultivators had also received the news. Some of the stronger itinerant cultivators chose to act alone. Some of the weaker itinerant cultivators chose to form a temporary alliance and act together. Lin Feng flew all the way into the depths and a huge lake appeared in front of him. It was said that one could only reach the place where the Hu bow was after crossing the lake. Actually, there was one thing that Lin Feng was puzzled about. Why would the Hu bow appear here? Could this be the burial place of the demon emperor, Di Jun? After all, the Hu bow had never appeared again after Di Jun's death. Therefore, if someone had told Lin Feng that this was Di Jun's burial ground, Lin Feng wouldn't have been surprised. He felt that this was very likely. If this was really the burial ground of the demon sovereign, Di Jun, it would definitely be earth-shattering news. Demon Emperor Di Jun, the founder of the Heavenly Court, was one of the strongest cultivators in the universe. One could imagine how powerful his orthodoxy was. If he could obtain Di Jun's legacy, it would definitely be beneficial to his cultivation. It could even allow one to soar into the 9 heavens, borrowing the momentum to rise up. Since ancient times, there had been many cultivators like this, all because they had obtained the opportunity of a certain supreme expert. From then on, he was like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. A large number of cultivators entered the lake. Lin Feng purposely fell behind those great powers. This was because the relationship between Lin Feng and some of the major forces could be described as irreconcilable until one of them dies. Therefore, Lin Feng naturally couldn't head to the location of the Hu bow with those major powers. If he was discovered by those big powers, wouldn't that be a disaster? At that time, Lin Feng would probably die. Lin Feng himself was also very clear about this point. Therefore, he flew towards the location where the Hu bow appeared with the rogue cultivators who came later. A large number of rogue cultivators gathered together, which was also a force that couldn't be underestimated. Perhaps these rogue cultivators' individual strength couldn't compare to those cultivators from the major powers. However, this didn't mean that these rogue cultivators weren't strong enough. In fact, it was the opposite. These rogue cultivators weren't weak, but there was still a gap between them and those cultivators from the top forces. However, rogue cultivators also had their advantages. There were many rogue cultivators. Ants could even bite an elephant to death when there were many of them. Moreover, even though rogue cultivators couldn't compare to cultivators from the major powers, they were definitely not ants in front of those cultivators from the major powers. When a large number of rogue cultivators flew towards the depths, suddenly, a splashing sound was heard. Then, densely packed tentacles stretched out from the lake. Each tentacle was thousands of meters long. They were like mountain peaks. Those tentacles were actually densely packed with suction cups. Those suction cups were very strange, and an extremely powerful suction force was emitted from them. Those suction cups suddenly sucked in. In an instant, a powerful suction force surged out. That powerful suction force enveloped one cultivator after another. Many cultivators couldn't control their own bodies. Their bodies flew towards the huge tentacles one after another. Then, those cultivators were swallowed by the huge suction cups. What the hell is that? Retreat quickly. Many cultivators cried out in horror. The monster that appeared out of nowhere was too powerful, causing everyone to be overwhelmed with shock. Suddenly, those huge tentacles began to dance in the void. It was as if mountain peaks were waving in the void. Many cultivators wanted to dodge those tentacles. However, they couldn't do it at all. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by a series of violent collisions, the sound of violent collisions was heard. One cultivator after another was swept away by the huge tentacles. Some cultivators suffered minor injuries, some suffered more serious injuries, and some were directly whipped to death by the monster's tentacles. Their internal organs were directly spat out. Their deaths were too tragic. "Take out your magic treasures and kill it," a cultivator shouted loudly. The rest of the people hurriedly took out their own magic treasures. One by one, the magic treasures shot towards the monster. However, the suction cups on the monster's tentacles were really terrifying. One magic treasure after another. They were all directly swallowed by those suction cups. Those suction cups could not only swallow cultivators. They could also swallow cultivators' magic treasures. There was simply no weakness. Screech, a sharp and ear-piercing cry came from below the amber. After hearing the monster's cry, many people couldn't help but hold their heads. They screamed in incomparable pain. The monster launched a soul attack, causing serious damage to the souls of the surrounding cultivators. After the soul attack, the suction cups on the monster's tentacles continued to surge with a large amount of suction force. Many cultivators were caught off guard and were swallowed by the monster. "What a terrifying monster!" Lin Feng's expression was solemn. He and many other cultivators had already retreated from the battlefield. He didn't know what that monster was, but it was too powerful. He couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end. Many people's expressions were extremely ugly. Because it was too difficult to kill that monster. At this moment, an immortal light flew from the sky and slashed towards the monster. Chapter 4504. An immortal light cut through the sky and shattered the void. Its power was shocking. Looking carefully, it was actually an immortal light formed by an immortal sword. Someone used the sword controlling technique to deal with the huge monster. The gigantic monster still wanted to devour the immortal sword, just like how it had devoured the other cultivators and magic treasures. A powerful suction force surged out and wrapped around the immortal sword, wanting to swallow it. However, the opponent's sword controlling technique was too powerful. The immortal light formed by the immortal sword was not affected by the powerful suction force. The immortal light formed by the immortal sword arrived in front of the huge monster. PSH. The sword slashed down. One of the monster's tentacles was cut off. Screech, an ear-piercing roar of pain was heard. With one of its tentacles cut off, it was obvious that the monster had suffered a great deal of damage. The immortal sword continued to slash at the monster's second tentacle. PS8. Another sword slash. The power of the second sword was also incomparably powerful. Just like before, it also cut off one of the monster's tentacles. Everyone's spirits were lifted. It seemed that a top expert who knew the sword controlling technique had appeared. Everyone saw the hope of killing the monster, so they attacked it again. All kinds of powerful magic treasures and thaumaturgies were thrown at the monster. Bang bang bang, powerful attacks bombarded the monster's body. One tentacle after another was blown to pieces. But the monster's vitality was very strong. The monster didn't die. After suffering such serious damage, it didn't dare to continue floating above the water. The monster dived into the water and disappeared without a trace. After the monster had escaped, Yi Zichen looked around. A dozen or so cultivators walked out from the void. The immortal sword fell into the hands of a female cultivator. That female cultivator was actually dressed as a man, wearing men's clothes. In fact, this kind of situation was quite common. Because many female cultivators felt that it was more convenient to move around in men's clothes. So when they were outside, they wore men's clothes. Of course, There were also some female cultivators who were focused on cultivation and didn't want to talk about love affairs. So these female cultivators also chose to wear men's clothes. It was to tell the people who were pursuing them, I don't want to be in a romantic relationship with anyone. If you want to pursue me, then save it. I won't agree to it. I just want to cultivate well. There were also some female nuns who dressed as men because they didn't want to attract too much attention outside. These women were often peerless beauties. Because if too many people paid attention to them, they would attract all kinds of attention. Quite a few of them would even have some filthy thoughts. For example, the Red World Fairy disguised herself as a man because it was more convenient for her to move around. Secondly, he didn't want to attract too much attention. Therefore, the Red World Fairy rarely wore skirts outside. After all, women's skirts were not as convenient as men's clothes. As for the female cultivator in front of her, she had 3 reasons. First, she felt that it would be more convenient for her to dress up as a man outside. Secondly, she wanted to tell others that she was wholeheartedly focused on cultivation and didn't want to talk about love affairs. Let those men who were pursuing her give up as soon as possible. Thirdly, she didn't want to attract too much attention. It's Nangong Muley. When they saw the female cultivator, many people couldn't help but exclaim, "Is she Nangong Muley? Even if she dresses up as a man, it can't hide her peerless elegance." That's right. Nangong Muley is one of the top 10 beauties in the Undying Realm. Her master, the Cloud Spirit Senior Immortal, is a famous rogue cultivator in the Undying Realm. It is said that his cultivation is extremely high. Over the years, countless men have wanted to pursue Nangong Muley. It is said that even a direct descendant of the Emperor of Heaven wanted to marry Nangong Muley, but Nangong Muley didn't agree. Nangong Muley once said that in her life, she only wanted to cultivate and would never touch the relationship between men and women. So from then on, she tied up her long hair and wore men's clothes. Her talent is indeed powerful. Even the top geniuses in the Undying Realm don't dare to say that they can suppress Nangong Muley in terms of talent and strength. Many people couldn't help but talk about it. Lin Feng also heard the discussion. He looked at Nangong Muley, who was dressed as a man. This woman was indeed beautiful. Even if she dressed up as a man, it couldn't hide her exquisite and beautiful face. Wearing men's clothes added a different kind of beauty to her. It was said that clothes made the man, and saddles made the horse. Red flowers needed green leaves to set them off. But a peerless beauty like Nangong Muley was extremely beautiful no matter what clothes she wore. She was a different kind of beauty from Baoya. Mu Yashi was full of elegance, dignity, and nobility. And Nangong Muley was like a celestial lotus in this turbid world. One could only look at her from afar and not touch her. She was clearly standing there, but she gave people a feeling that she was unapproachable. Nangong Muley wanted to get rid of all her pursuers, but it was obviously not a realistic thing. For example, there were some geniuses following Nangong Muley now. Although they stayed with Nangong Muley for the reason of exploring opportunities together. But in fact, the depths of those people's eyes were filled with deep greed. They wanted to take Nangong Muley for themselves. Junior sister Nangong's sword manipulation technique is really superb. This 9 Spirits Heaven Extinction sword manipulation technique is worthy of being a top-notch immortal technique. Now, there are not many people below the true immortal realm who can contend with junior sister Nangong's sword manipulation technique. A young master wearing a long robe of stars and moons said with a smile. Someone recognized the young master's identity. That young master was called Young Master Xingyue. He came from the 10,000 Heaven Palace. This 10,000 Heaven Palace was a force on the same level as the 8-level palace. Its foundation was extremely strong, and its strength was incomparably powerful. It was a giant force that no one dared to provoke. In the Undying Realm, it was a top-notch sect that oversaw a region. And this young master Xingyue's identity was not simple. His grandfather was said to be the palace master of the 10,000 Heaven Palace. Young Master Xingyue was the same as Young Master Mingyu. They were both one of the 8 great young masters of the Undying Realm. They were the top geniuses of the younger generation. Senior brother Xingyue is too kind, Nangong Muley said. This group of people didn't continue to stay. They left quickly. After this group of people left, Lin Feng and the other itinerant immortals also continued to fly forward. Many people were still talking about Nangong Muley. They were amazed by Nangong Muley's peerless beauty. Thinking of Nangong Muley's peerless beauty, they were still in shock. 10 days later, everyone crossed the lake. Then, they saw a huge mountain range appear in the distance. "We're here. That's the place where the Hu Yi bow is buried," a cultivator said. Everyone sped up and arrived at the periphery of the mountain range. "Look, there's a stone man on that mountain peak. Is that the Hu Yi bow in the stone man's hand?" Someone pointed at the stone man on the main peak of the mountain range and said. Chapter 4505. The stone man wasn't particularly tall, he was only about 2 meters tall. He held a giant bow in his hand as he stood at the peak of the mountain. It was as though he was trying to drag everyone back to the time when Hu Yi shot the godly sun with his bow. Lin Feng was shocked when he saw the giant bow in the stone man's hand. That giant bow couldn't really be the Hu Yi bow, could it? Lin Feng had always thought that the Hu Yi bow was buried underground or in some cave or graveyard. However, that didn't seem to be the case. It's not a living creature from the stone tribe. It's just a stone statue. However, there's divine energy in the statue. It's obvious that someone built this statue with great care. Even after so many years, this stone statue still hasn't been destroyed. Could it be that this statue was built just to make him pick up the Hu Yi bow? Someone voiced out the doubts in his heart. It was just as the cultivator had said. Perhaps that was what the other party had in mind. Otherwise, why would they build such a stone statue? Do you think this stone statue is Hu Yi's stone statue? Some people raised their own opinions. Many people frowned when they heard the cultivator's words. They couldn't help but feel puzzled. Could this stone statue be Hu Yi's stone statue? Hu Yi was an ancient, mysterious, and powerful existence. This existence was filled with myths and legends. However, he really did exist. He was the grand shaman of the sorcerer tribe. In the past, he was an expert who stood at the peak of cultivation. Of course, even the experts who stood at the peak of cultivation were divided into different grades and ranks. Compared to the shifter Emperor Di Jun, Hu Yi was still slightly weaker. Lin Feng said. Didn't they say that the Hu Yi bow was taken away by the shifter Emperor Di Jun? After Di Jun's death, the Hu Yi bow never appeared again. Logically speaking, the Hu Yi bow should have been buried together with Di Jun. However, it doesn't seem to be the case. If that stone statue is really Hu Yi's stone statue, it means that someone deliberately built a stone statue for Hu Yi and let it hold the Hu Yi bow. Although I don't know who built the stone statue, this person must be full of respect for Hu Yi. The only thing we can be sure of is that this person is not in cahoots with Demon Emperor Di Jun. After Demon Emperor Di Jun died, he probably saw Demon Emperor Di Jun's corpse and obtained the Hu Yi bow from Demon Emperor Di Jun. Of course, there could be another reason. After Demon Emperor Di Jun died, the Hu Yi bow was taken away by someone else. However, in the end, the Hu Yi bow was taken away by the cultivator who built the stone statue of Hu Yi. After building the stone statue of Hu Yi, the cultivator placed the Hu Yi bow on top of it. Actually, what puzzles me the most is that even though the Hu Yi bow is so precious, that expert didn't take it with him after obtaining it. Instead, he left it here. What's his goal? Is it purely out of respect for Hu Yi? I feel that there's more to this matter. After hearing Lin Feng's analysis, many people couldn't help but nod. The whole thing was indeed full of strangeness. However, no matter what the reason was, it was something that happened countless years ago. Now, everyone was eyeing the Hu Yi bow covetously. Everyone wanted to get their hands on the Hu Yi bow. Such a supreme treasure was enough to drive people crazy. However, the mountain range was now densely covered with restrictions. Those restrictions were simply too powerful. Even though Lin Feng was the successor of the Celestial Master sect, after sensing the terrifying power contained in those restrictions, he was still terrified. Lin Feng still felt a sense of trepidation. Perhaps someone could resist the power of the restrictions. However, Lin Feng wasn't confident. Many powerful forces didn't make a move either. They were all observing and waiting in the dark. The more powerful a cultivator was, the more he could feel the terror of those restrictions. The more powerful a cultivator was, the more he cherished his life. Naturally, not many people would joke about their lives. At this moment, Lin Feng discovered that something in time and space was emitting violent waves. The ancestral Magus Jade Talisman. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. It was actually the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman. The ancestral Magus Jade Talisman was emitting waves. The ancestral Magus Jade Talisman was the supreme treasure of the Magus tribe. It was born with the 12 ancestral Magi. It was a carnate supreme treasure that was born from heaven and earth and possessed unimaginable power. Now, the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman was emitting waves. Was it because it sensed the Hu Yi bow? Lin Feng guessed that it might be because the Hu Yi bow and the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman were of the same origin and were both supreme treasures of the Magus tribe. Therefore, when the two supreme treasures sensed each other, it was very normal for them to emit waves. At this moment, the Hu Yi bow seemed to have sensed the aura of the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman. Therefore, the Hu Yi bow actually trembled slightly. Everyone was staring at the Hu Yi bow. Therefore, when the Hu Yi bow started emitting waves, naturally, everyone noticed this situation immediately. The Hu Yi bow really emitted waves. Lin Feng was shocked. This was just as he'd expected. The surrounding cultivators, on the other hand, were in an uproar. The Hu Yi bow emitted waves. Did this mean that the Hu Yi bow was about to be born? There were too many top factions that came this time. The Baji Palace, the Northern Wilderness War God Clan, the Great Demon Clan, the Sacred Army, the beings that transcended epochs, and so on. These top factions, all of them had supreme experts overseeing them. Therefore, once the Hu Yi bow was born, the cultivators of these top factions would definitely fight to the death for the Hu Yi bow. When the time came, it would definitely be a bloodbath. There are so many experts. How am I supposed to snatch the Hu Yi bow? Lin Feng couldn't help muttering to himself. He was also eyeing the supreme treasure that was the Hu Yi bow. However, eyeing was eyeing. He wanted to snatch the Hu Yi bow. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed like a daydream. At this moment, a powerful force suddenly surged out of the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman. Then, Lin Feng's body uncontrollably walked into the depths of the mountain range. Damn! What's going on? Lin Feng was speechless. He wanted to stop, but he couldn't. The ancestral Magus Jade Talisman's power controlled Lin Feng to go to the Hu Yi bow. Of course, Lin Feng wanted the Hu Yi bow. However, he felt that with his current cultivation, he might have a chance if he secretly used the heaven-devouring jar to obtain the Hu Yi bow. It was impossible for him to obtain the Hu Yi bow openly. If he went there now, he would be surrounded by experts. What was the difference between that and suicide? Are you King trying to trick me? Hurry up and make me stop. Lin Feng transmitted his voice to the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman. Ever since Lin Feng had obtained the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman, he hadn't noticed anything special about it. However, the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman's first reaction was to trick Lin Feng. Lin Feng was so annoyed that he almost coughed up blood. Chapter 4506. Lin Feng felt helpless. The ancestral Magus Jade Talisman ignored him. He couldn't resist the power of the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman, so Lin Feng continued to walk towards the Hu Yi bow. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Since he couldn't resist, he could only choose to face everything head-on. So Lin Feng gradually tried to communicate with the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman. When Lin Feng tried to communicate with the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman, Lin Feng was shocked to find that the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman was surging towards his body. The ancestral Magus Jade Talisman seemed to contain endless power. This shocked Lin Feng. It was indeed the most ancient treasure of the Magus tribe. It was full of mystery. Lin Feng had always wanted to control the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman, but he couldn't do it before. Although he could control the power of the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman now, he could only control the power of the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman passively. This made Lin Feng smile bitterly. Since he had to look forward, Lin Feng started thinking about the positive side of things. With the protection of the Magus tribe's jade talisman, maybe he could get the Hu Yi bow? Lin Feng walked forward and began to absorb the power of the ancestral Magus jade talisman. The positions of these top forces were extremely different. The stronger the forces, the closer he got to the mountain. The second level of forces was 100 meters away. The third level of forces was 100 meters away. So, it wasn't a place where he could walk forward as he wished. The cultivators of the lower forces, entering the area where the cultivators of the higher forces were. Wasn't this courting death? Therefore, the rogue cultivators were in the outermost area. And now, Lin Feng was walking towards the depths. Many people looked at Lin Feng. "Brother, where are you going?" Some of the rogue cultivators who were with Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Lin Feng suddenly walked towards the depths, which made them confused. "Snatch the Hu Yi bow," Lin Feng said. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the group of cultivators rolled their eyes. Of course, they didn't think that Lin Feng was telling the truth. They thought that Lin Feng was just joking. Lin Feng's cultivation. How could he possibly snatch the Hu Yi bow? Would such a young cultivator be slapped to death by one of the experts inside if he tried to snatch the Hu Yi bow? Of course, Lin Feng could be a genius, and he could also challenge those above his level. But so what? Lin Feng was too young. No matter how powerful he was, how powerful could he be? Therefore, everyone thought that Lin Feng was joking. However, they soon discovered that Lin Feng did not seem to be joking. This was because Lin Feng had already walked out of the region where the loose immortals were. Then, he soared into the sky. It quickly flew towards the Hu Yi bow. Lin Feng wasn't stupid. In front of him was a group of top forces. With so many experts, he naturally had to rush to the mountain range as fast as possible. Then enter the restriction. This way, he wouldn't be besieged by the experts of the top forces. If he was besieged by the experts of the top forces, at that time, before he could even touch the Hu Yi bow, he might have already died without a burial place. Lin Feng was naturally very clear about this point. The attention of the cultivators of the major forces was on the Hu Yi bow, because the Hu Yi bow was fluctuating more and more violently, and the power of the restriction seemed to be constantly weakening. Therefore, the cultivators of the major forces were very excited. They were ready to attack at any time. When the restriction dissipated, it was time for them to snatch the Hu Yi bow. The major forces didn't expect that someone would rush to the Hu Yi bow without a care for his life. As such, when Lin Feng crossed the place where the cultivators of more than 30 forces were standing, the cultivators of the major forces finally came back to their senses. "Kid, are you courting death?" Many cultivators shouted coldly. The positions of the major forces were a rule that had been passed down for a long time in the world of cultivators. The major forces had to abide by this rule. As the saying goes, nothing can be accomplished without rules. In fact, this was the principle. But now, Lin Feng had violated this rule, which naturally aroused the anger of many forces. Lin Feng was simply slapping the cultivators of those influential groups in the face. "This kid is crazy." The corners of the mouth of many rogue cultivators in the periphery couldn't help but twitch violently after seeing this scene. Their first thought was that Lin Feng was crazy. If Lin Feng wasn't crazy, why would he do such a thing? "Kid, go to hell." Some cultivators attacked Lin Feng. The Earth Immortals and experts above the Earth Immortal level naturally disdained to attack such a young cultivator like Lin Feng. Therefore, the one who attacked was a human immortal level cultivator. Of course, this level was also an extremely terrifying figure. Lin Feng was a human cultivator, so many people couldn't help but show contempt when they saw Lin Feng. There weren't many powerful bloodlines left in the human race. Because the celestial race and the immortal race didn't recognize themselves as humans, so after countless years, the cultivators in the universe also felt that the celestial race and the immortal race didn't belong to the human race. For a long time, the human race didn't seem to have any young experts rising up. This was also the reason why many forces looked down on the human race. The human immortal cultivator thought he could easily kill Lin Feng, but Lin Feng didn't. But soon, the human immortal level cultivator's face revealed a look of surprise. Lin Feng's hand moved towards him and instantly dispersed his attack. Then, the human immortal level cultivator felt the aura of death. Bang! In the next moment, the human immortal level cultivator was killed by Lin Feng's palm strike. Heavens, how is this possible? Many people couldn't help but be shocked when they saw this scene. Killing a human immortal in an instant was indeed too heaven-defying. And Lin Feng was only a little over 100 years old. He was so young and a human cultivator, but he was actually so powerful. It was indeed too unbelievable. In fact, very few cultivators of other races could reach Lin Feng's level of combat strength at Lin Feng's age. It's you. At this moment, many people recognized Lin Feng. The great demon. You looked at Lin Feng with interest. Lin Feng's growth was indeed beyond her expectations. Huangfu Qingtian, the son of the Eastern Emperor, the blood-haired woman, young Master Mingyu, the myriad immortal sect, the Sacred Army, Old Man Black Wind, Supremacy Yuan Tian, Zi Yuan 1, and the others all recognized Lin Feng. Then, waves of dense killing intent shrouded over. There were so many experts. They wanted to kill Lin Feng. Kill him. Many people gave the order. Then, the cultivators of the top forces all attacked, wanting to kill Lin Feng. Divine abilities that could destroy heaven and earth were condensed. Those divine abilities gathered together and blasted toward Lin Feng. Under the shroud of so many attacks, Lin Feng suddenly felt the aura of death enveloping his body. He felt as if he had fallen into hell. Chapter 4507. This time, that kid is dead for sure, seeing so many forces attacking Lin Feng. Many people thought that Lin Feng would definitely die. No matter how strong Lin Feng was. Could it be that he could contend against so many powerful cultivators? Wasn't this a daydream? Die, die. Huangfu Qingtian's face was full of ferocity. Lin Feng was finally going to die. Even at night, he would dream of Lin Feng being killed. Lin Feng was a thorn in Huangfu Qingtian's heart. Huangfu Qingtian had always wanted to kill Lin Feng, but he couldn't do it. Instead, he was miserably beaten up by Lin Feng. And today, Lin Feng was about to be killed. His dream was about to come true. Huangfu Qingtian was extremely excited. Now, Huangfu Qingtian was about to wake up from his dream with a smile. Little bastard, you're finally going to die. Wan Immortal Sect was also gnashing his teeth. He had always been going smoothly until he met Lin Feng. It was the first time he tasted failure. However, the price they paid each time was too heavy. Because his penis was crippled by Lin Feng. He was no longer a real man. The 10,000 Immortals sect hated Lin Feng even more than Huangfu Qingtian. Huangfu Qingtian and Wan Immortal Sect were just two typical representatives. The rest also wanted to kill Lin Feng for various reasons. Now that so many attacks were coming, they were naturally confident that they could kill Lin Feng. Therefore, everyone looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a dead man. In everyone's opinion, Lin Feng and a dead man. There was no difference. Those terrifying attacks were about to hit Lin Feng, but at this moment, Lin Feng's body suddenly disappeared. Xiong Tian took advantage of Lin Feng's opportunity. Lin Feng used the sky patching technique and dodged the attacks of the strong cultivators. When Lin Feng reappeared, Xiong Tian was surprised. Lin Feng was only 100 meters away from the restriction. Lin Feng rushed toward the restriction. He's not dead. Who is that kid? He's not dead under the attacks of so many experts. What a freak. The cultivators couldn't help but exclaim, their faces full of shock. Lin Feng's combat strength deeply shocked everyone. Damn it, those cultivators from the major forces looked extremely gloomy. So many people tried to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng was safe and sound. It was as if he had been slapped in the face one after the other. A group of people. They were extremely angry. But, no matter how angry they were, it was too late to stop Lin Feng from entering the restriction. Therefore, they were so depressed that they were about to go crazy. They could only hope that Lin Feng would die under those powerful attacks. Just as Lin Feng was about to rush into the restriction, a mirror light shot out from the void. The mirror light shot toward Lin Feng, trying to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng was shocked. He moved to the left and dodged the attack. In the next moment, a mirror appeared. It was the mirror of future. This wasn't the true body of the mirror of future. It was just a phantom that the mirror of future had projected through the endless void. The mirror of future's methods were extremely terrifying. Moreover, it had many heaven-defying methods. For example, it had projected a phantom to stop Lin Feng from entering the restriction. This kid is Lin Baitian's son. He has the bloodline of sinners. Kill him. What? His Lin Baitian's son? Everyone was shocked when they heard the mirror of future's words. 100 years ago, Lin Baitian had risen to power. One had to know that the world hadn't changed back then. It was still the age of chaos. Even in places like the Undying Realm and the Celestial Realm, it was rare for a true immortal to appear. However, the age of chaos couldn't stop Lin Baitian's advancement. The bloodline of sinners. Once again, it illuminated the world. This matter caused a huge uproar in the Undying Realm, especially among the top factions. They knew the origin of the sinner's bloodline. If a supreme powerhouse of the sinner's bloodline rose to power, it would be an extremely terrifying matter. Fortunately, Lin Baitian had suffered a calamity. So here's the one the Crown Prince wants to capture. The quasi-true immortal of the 8-level palace revealed a sinister look. He hadn't made a move against Lin Feng before, but now he planned to deal with Lin Feng. The 8-level palace had received an order from Di Wudao to capture Lin Feng, the son of Lin Baitian. In the past, Di Wudao could imprint Lin Feng's appearance into a jade tube or crystal. But now, Lin Feng's cultivation had increased. His luck was getting stronger and stronger. Therefore, Di Wudao couldn't do that. Therefore, although the 8-level palace had received the order, they didn't know what Lin Feng looked like. Although the other party had described Lin Feng's appearance verbally, the appearance formed in the mind was still relatively vague. Naturally, it wasn't as impactful as a portrait. Therefore, the quasi-true immortal of the 8-level palace didn't recognize Lin Feng. But now, he knew Lin Feng's true identity. Naturally, he couldn't let Lin Feng die a quick death. He had to capture Lin Feng. He had to capture him alive. Because Di Wudao's request was to bring Lin Feng alive to see him. Lin Baitian's son. He's actually Lin Baitian's son. Great. After capturing him, we can exchange him for countless benefits from Di Wudao. Many cultivators from different forces had greedy looks in their eyes. Although those forces didn't receive Di Wudao's order, they also knew about the grudge between Di Wudao and Lin Baitian. Therefore, they knew what Lin Feng meant. A group of strong cultivators, including half-true celestial cultivators, attacked Lin Feng. The mirror of future blocked the way. Lin Feng only had one choice. That was to rush forward. Destroy the mirror of future's shadow. Sovereign blood. Awaken. Lin Feng shouted coldly and then jumped out. Then, Lin Feng turned into the Blade of God. Body turned into the Blade of God. This was an ability that could only be obtained after cultivating the Blade of God to a higher level. When Lin Feng's sovereign blood was activated. Above the Undying Realm. Endless blood qi filled the air. A terrifying pressure began to surge between heaven and earth. The endless blood qi began to condense. It vaguely turned into the emperor of the human race. The Sin realm was special. Too many descendants of sinners had died, and their wills had merged with the Sin realm. Lin Feng's sovereign blood was called the King of Sinners' Blood. This was the most powerful sinner's blood. Therefore, when Lin Feng's sovereign blood was activated, the Sin realm's laws sensed all of this. The sinner's blood's will has condensed into a saint emperor. A person with the supreme sinner's blood has been born in the Undying Realm. At this moment, the Sin realm shook. In the Sin realm, many people had tears in their eyes. Would there be a day when the sinner's blood could be redeemed? Was this day about to arrive? Chapter 4508. In front of the mountain range. Lin Feng's blade of domination rushed towards the mirror of future as fast as lightning. Soon. Lin Feng's blade of domination had already rushed to the front of the mirror of future. Then, it slashed towards the mirror of future. The void in front of the mirror of future was distorted. The mirror of future's methods were too shocking. Even though it was just an illusion, it still distorted the void in front of it. The mirror of future wanted to use the distorted void to block Lin Feng's attack. But the mirror of future obviously underestimated Lin Feng's methods. Now, Lin Feng's research on the Tao of space was quite deep. So, the distorted void condensed by the mirror of future couldn't stop Lin Feng's footsteps at all. Swish. A light flashed. Lin Feng passed through the distorted void. Then, he appeared in front of the mirror of future. Then, Lin Feng's blade of domination blasted the mirror of future. With a bang, the mirror of future shattered. Because the mirror of future was an illusion. So, it dissipated after shattering. And Lin Feng's blade of domination rushed into the restriction that shrouded the mountain range. Many powerful restrictions wanted to kill Lin Feng. But the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman vibrated with extremely terrifying fluctuations. After the terrifying fluctuations dissipated, those restrictions no longer attacked Lin Feng. This made Lin Feng's face couldn't help but reveal a look of ecstasy. The experts of many forces saw Lin Feng destroy the illusion of the mirror of future. Then, they rushed into the restriction. One by one, they couldn't help but feel a little flustered. Those cultivators attacked one after another, unleashing extremely powerful supernatural powers towards Lin Feng. However, their attacks were instantly broken by the powerful restriction. Then, those restrictions launched an attack on a group of cultivators. Those restrictions were too powerful, and the attacks they unleashed were simply appalling. When the experts of those forces felt the terrifying power of the restrictions, their faces couldn't help but change drastically. The group of cultivators retreated in a somewhat sorry state. They wanted to avoid the attacks of the restrictions. Some people managed to successfully dodge the attack. However, most of them were unable to avoid the attacks of the restrictions. Therefore, they had no choice but to face the attacks of the restriction head-on. Bang bang bang, along with the sounds of violent collisions, one after another, came the sound of violent collisions. The powerful restrictions collided with the cultivators. The more powerful cultivators were able to withstand the attacks of the restrictions. Even so, many of the cultivators had suffered serious injuries from the attacks of the restrictive arrays. Furthermore, some of the cultivators were directly killed by the restrictions. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp. The restrictions here were truly terrifying. Fortunately, he had the protection of the ancestral shaman Jade Talisman, which prevented the restrictions from attacking him. If these restrictions were to launch an attack on him, then, at that time, it was hard to say whether or not he could withstand the attacks of these restrictions. Just a little carelessness. He could also die under the attacks of these restrictions. Lin Feng was very clear about this. Lin Feng ignored the people outside and walked towards the Hou bow. Lin Feng couldn't wait to get the Hou bow. At the same time, the Crown Prince Palace. The Mirror of Future couldn't help but roar in anger. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! That little bastard Lin Feng destroyed the illusion I created with a single move. What a disgrace! What a disgrace! Obviously, the Mirror of Future couldn't accept that the illusion it created had been destroyed by Lin Feng with a single move. If it had been destroyed by Lin Feng's continuous attacks, the Mirror of Future would have felt better. But now, the Mirror of Future was in an extremely bad mood. Di Wudao's expression darkened when he saw how exasperated the Mirror of Future was. If this continues, this kid will become something, the Mirror of Future said. Di Wudao nodded. Indeed, but we can't say for sure. After all, his cultivation level is still too low. Even if he obtains the Hou bow, he won't be able to unleash its full power. With so many strong cultivators surrounding him, do you think he can escape? The Mirror of Future said. Of course not. After saying that, the Mirror of Future couldn't help but frown. If Lin Feng had some hidden techniques, perhaps he could escape. Everything was still unknown. Di Wudao and the Mirror of Future waited for the final result. At this moment, Lin Feng ascended the main peak. Buzz. The ancestral Magus Jade Talisman flew out and hovered above Lin Feng. That's the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman. When the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman flew out, many people recognized it. The ancestral Magus Jade Talisman. The supreme treasure of the ancestral Magus tribe. No one would have thought that Lin Feng would have such a treasure. Everybody finally understood why Lin Feng's deployment spells were ineffective against him. It must be because of the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman. After all, both the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman and the Huyi Bow were supreme treasures of the Magus tribe. Therefore, it was normal for them to form a connection with each other. Buzz. 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 At this moment, the Huyi Bow was vibrating with terrifying energy. Sensing the terrifying energy from the Huyi Bow, Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. He reached out to grab the Huyi Bow. Ka. Lin Feng's hand grabbed the Huyi Bow. Then, Lin Feng's energy surged into the Huyi Bow. Then, Lin Feng felt an extremely close connection with the Huyi Bow. It was because of the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman. The Huyi Bow didn't reject him at all. He had easily refined the Huyi Bow. Lin Feng couldn't help but be overjoyed. He could feel the terrifying power of the Huyi Bow. Besides, Lin Feng realized that Huyi's bow wasn't sealed. It wasn't damaged either. In other words, as long as he was strong enough, then, he could unleash the Huyi Bow's power to his heart's content. After Lin Feng refined the Huyi Bow, the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman didn't return to the spacetime continuum. Instead, it flew into Lin Feng's dantian. Moreover, the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman had formed a special connection with Lin Feng's dantian. Previously, Lin Feng had been unable to refine the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman. But now, Lin Feng felt that he could give it a try and see if he could refine the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman. Powerful Dharma powers surged into the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman. Lin Feng's Dharma powers were absorbed by the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman. And as time passed, Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised to find that he had formed a close connection with the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman. The ancestral Magus Jade Talisman was a supreme treasure. It was actually refined by Lin Feng. At the same time, loud rumbling sounds came from all directions. The restrictions in the mountain range were disappearing rapidly. Seeing this scene, everyone's spirits were lifted. Then, those cultivators looked at Lin Feng with murderous eyes. In their opinion, so what if Lin Feng had the Huyi Bow? Lin Feng couldn't unleash the power of the Huyi Bow at all. When the restrictions completely dissipated, Lin Feng would still be dead. 7th update. Monthly votes. Recommendation votes. Chapter 4509. The power of the restriction quickly dissipated. Many experts from various factions surrounded Lin Feng from all directions. There were so many people there that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Obviously, these influential groups wouldn't let Lin Feng leave alive. Both the Huyi Bow and the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman tempted these cultivators. Moreover, many believed that Lin Feng might have other supreme treasures and legacies on him. After all, Lin Feng was Lin Baitian's son, so no matter what happened. In everyone's eyes, this was a very normal occurrence. In the eyes of these cultivators, Lin Feng was a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Their eyes were filled with greed. A large number of rogue cultivators stood outside, not making a move. They were waiting for an opportunity. It wouldn't be too late to make a move when the opportunity presented itself. If there wasn't an opportunity, they would just watch the show. Kid, it's time to end this. One by one, the experts closed in, their eyes flashing with murderous intent. Experts surrounded him. Rogue immortals, human immortals, earth immortals, and sky immortals were all gathered here. There were even a few quasi-true immortals. The situation was very dangerous. Anyone would feel despair after being surrounded by so many experts. However, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Ever since he'd refined the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman, he'd discovered that his power and the talisman's power seemed to be connected. Lin Feng felt as if the Huyi Bow had become a part of him. Lin Feng, the Huyi Bow, and the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman formed a special cycle. This cycle allowed Lin Feng to freely control the Hu Yi Bo. It's time for the world to experience the Hu Yi Bo's supreme power again, Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. It was as if they understood Lin Feng's words. The Hu Yi Bo actually let out a series of vibrations. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, many cultivators soared into the sky and charged toward Lin Feng. "This is the hell that will bury all of you," Lin Feng said indifferently. "What shameless boasting." Those strong cultivators were looking at Lin Feng disdainfully. They were extremely confident in their own strength. In their opinion, dealing with Lin Feng was as easy as blowing off dust. They sped up and rushed towards Lin Feng. Those top experts fell behind. If their subordinates could deal with Lin Feng, naturally, they didn't need to do anything. After all, the strong had their own dignity. So many people besieged Lin Feng. If top experts like them were to make a move as well, it would be a huge blow to their reputations. It was precisely because of this. Therefore, those top-notch experts had yet to make a move. Lin Feng gripped Hu Yi's bow with his right hand. He grabbed the bowstring with his left hand. Then, he slowly drew the Hu Yi bow. The energy of heaven and earth gathered from all directions to form an energy arrow. The energy arrow was shot by Lin Feng. Whoosh, everyone saw that the energy arrow, with a long tail of light, instantly arrived in front of a loose immortal expert. Then, it shot towards the body of the loose immortal expert. With a loud bang, that loose immortal expert's body exploded. His body and soul were instantly destroyed. Many people couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Hu Yi's bow was terrifyingly powerful. A condensed arrow could actually kill a loose immortal. It was truly too powerful. But soon, they revealed even more shocked expressions. Because Lin Feng had shot out a second arrow. This arrow shot towards a human immortal expert. That human immortal expert's expression changed dramatically. He hurriedly took out a defensive shield. He held the shield in his hand to block the arrow. However, by the time the Hu Yi Bo's energy arrow had reached his side, the Hu Yi Bo's energy arrow had already reached him. The energy arrow instantly pierced through the shield, then shot into that human immortal expert's body. Bang! With a second violent explosion, that human immortal expert was also killed by Lin Feng's arrow. Even a human immortal was killed in an instant. Hu Yi's bow truly lives up to its name as one of the 10 great taboo weapons. It's simply too heaven-defying. The loose immortals watching from the periphery couldn't help but exclaim. The power displayed by Hu Yi's bow was extremely shocking. At this moment, Lin Feng attacked as fast as lightning. One after another, energy arrows condensed and shot towards the cultivators charging from all directions. Bang! 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 Explosions rang out one after another as the fleshly bodies of the powerful cultivators were blown apart. Lin Feng discovered that the further the Hu Yi's bowstring was drawn, the more terrifying the condensed energy arrow was. Of course, the further the bowstring was drawn, the more dharmic power was consumed. However, Lin Feng had the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman, so he could attack without any worries. Without the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman, his dharmic power alone wouldn't be able to hold on for long. His dharmic power was about to be depleted. After all, a supreme treasure like Hu Yi's bow was simply too heaven-defying. Naturally, the dharmic power consumption was extremely severe. At first, only some loose immortals and human immortals died. Later, even earth immortals died under the Hu Yi's bow. It was a horrifying scene. Countless immortals charged towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng stood on the mountain peak. It was as if he was possessed by Hu Yi. He drew the Hu Yi's bow and killed one immortals after another. The immortals from the top factions were all terrified by Lin Feng's slaughter. "Retreat, hurry up and retreat," many people cried out in horror. Even the Earth Immortals' faces changed drastically. They were almost scared to death. The Hu Yi's bow's power was simply too heaven-defying. They didn't dare to fight against it at all. Therefore, the Immortals all retreated. However, Lin Feng didn't stop at all. Arrows were shot out one after another. The Immortals who were retreating were also shot to death. Everyone watched the scene unfold in front of them with a dumbfounded expression. It was simply too shocking. They couldn't believe what they were seeing was real. It was just like a scene from a dream. One man and one bow, facing the immortals of the world alone. The immortals from the top factions were so terrified that they fled pathetically. At that moment, many people were looking at Lin Feng in awe and fear. Some people were even looking at him with disdain. Some of them were filled with admiration. Even Nangong Muley looked at Lin Feng with a hint of splendor. "Kid, you deserve to die 10,000 times," a Sky Immortal expert said coldly. He stepped forward, wanting to kill Lin Feng. There were a total of 7 Sky Immortals from 7 top factions. The Sky Immortals are about to attack. That kid probably can't withstand their attacks, right? Many people exclaimed when they saw the 7 Sky Immortals attacking. Sky Immortals were high and mighty. They were at the pinnacle of the Void Immortal realm. Therefore, in many people's opinion, even if Lin Feng had the Hu Yi's bow. But, when faced with the attack of a heavenly immortal state being, there was only death awaiting him. Chapter 45:10. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the battlefield in front of them. The cultivators from the major factions hated and feared Lin Feng at the same time. They wanted to join forces to suppress Lin Feng. But they were defeated by Lin Feng. Most of them died miserably. Only a few of them were lucky enough to escape Lin Feng's attack. Thinking back to the scene just now, they couldn't help but feel aghast. Now they saw 7 celestial immortal experts attack. They saw hope in suppressing Lin Feng. No wonder His Highness the Crown Prince issued an order to capture you. You're really a scourge, just like your father. After capturing you, I'll hand you over to His Highness the Crown Prince. When the time comes, His Highness will use you to lure out your father. At that time, all of you will die. A celestial immortal expert from Baji Palace sneered. Looking at Lin Feng, his eyes were full of dense killing intent. In his opinion, today, Lin Feng was bound to be unable to escape even if he grew wings. As soon as the man's voice faded, the 7 celestial immortals all charged at Lin Feng. 7 stars piercing the sun. Lin Feng shouted coldly. He pulled the giant bow. At this moment, Lin Feng pulled the Hu Yi bow into a half-full moon state. This was Lin Feng's limit. He even used 6 times the strength of the Dracophant arm. But he only pulled it to a half-full moon state. But a half-full moon state was already powerful enough. 7 energy arrows condensed and formed. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Next, 7 energy arrows were released by Lin Feng. The 7 energy arrows pierced through the void, shooting at the 7 celestial immortal experts. Break. The 7 celestial immortals had profound cultivation bases, so they were naturally full of confidence. Facing the terrifying arrows shot out from the Hu Yi bow, the 7 celestial immortals roared at the same time. In the next moment, they unleashed powerful divine abilities to deal with the incoming arrows. But the 7 celestial immortals obviously underestimated the terrifying power of the Hu Yi bow. Their divine abilities were instantly penetrated by the energy arrows shot out by the Hu Yi bow. Then, the 7 arrows rapidly shot towards the 7 celestial immortals. Looking at the energy arrows that shot towards them at high speed, the expressions of the 7 heaven immortal experts couldn't help but change greatly. They didn't dare to be careless and hurriedly used even more powerful techniques to block the 7 energy arrows. Some people took out powerful magic treasures to block the energy arrows, while others used methods to distort the void to block the energy arrows. 9 immortal slaying arrows. Lin Feng sneered as he continued to shoot arrows. Every time, he would pull it to the limit of a half-full moon. The first time, Lin Feng shot 7 arrows, so the power of the arrows was not at its peak. But now, Lin Feng had drawn the Hu Yi bow to a half-full crescent and had only shot out a single arrow. The power of this arrow naturally reached the pinnacle level. 9 arrows flew out one after another. One after another. 9-star alignment. Shooting down celestial immortals. Lin Feng's 9 arrows were all locked onto the celestial immortal expert of the Bag Palace. This guy's mouth was full of nonsense. Therefore, Lin Feng decided to get rid of this guy first. At this moment, the celestial immortal of the Bag Palace had summoned a golden pagoda. The golden pagoda floated above him, and rays of golden light shone down on him. The first arrow was blocked by the golden light released by the golden pagoda. Now, 9 arrows were shot one after another. The power of these 9 arrows was even more powerful and terrifying. Clang! The first arrow hit the defensive light shield of the golden tower. There was a sonorous collision sound, and then it dissipated. Clang! The second arrow was shot, and the same clanging sound of collision was heard. Then, it dissipated. Clang! The third arrow was also shot over. This time, the third arrow caused damage to the defensive light shield formed by the golden pagoda, because cracks had appeared on the defensive light shield. Of course, to be honest, the first and second arrows didn't cause any direct damage to the defensive light shield formed by the golden pagoda. But in fact, they had destroyed the defensive system of the golden pagoda. Therefore, when the third arrow was shot, the defensive light shield of the golden pagoda had begun to crack. The fourth arrow was shot. The cracks became bigger. The fifth arrow was shot. The cracks continued to intensify. At this moment, the cracks on the defensive light shield had spread out like a spider web. The arrows shot by Lin Feng were all concentrated on one point. Therefore, the destructive damage caused by these arrows was extremely terrifying. When the sixth arrow hit the defensive light barrier, Zhongxian's eyes lit up. The defensive light shield was directly shattered. Then, the seventh arrow was shot towards the celestial immortal expert of the Bag Palace. The celestial immortal expert of the Bag Palace had an extremely ugly expression. He didn't expect that the power released by Lin Feng's Hu Yi Bo would be so terrifying. It was much more terrifying than he imagined. Facing the attack of the seventh arrow, the celestial immortal expert of the Bag Palace reached out his hand towards the seventh arrow. His fingers had turned green. Then, his fingers collided with the seventh arrow. His finger had actually blocked the terrifying power of the seventh arrow. However, before the celestial immortal expert of the Bag Palace could let out a sigh of relief, the seventh arrow directly exploded. The celestial immortal expert of the Bag Palace was blown away. At this moment, the eighth arrow was shot. The reaction of the celestial immortal expert of the 8 Extreme Palace was extremely fast. When the eighth arrow was shot over, the celestial immortal expert of the 8 Extreme Palace had a very fast reaction. When the eighth arrow was about to reach him, his body moved sideways to the left. Then, the eighth arrow almost brushed past his body. The scene just now was really thrilling. The celestial immortal expert of the Bag Palace had never been forced into such a difficult situation. Moreover, the cultivator who forced him into such a difficult situation was only a young human cultivator. This made him go mad with hatred. But at this moment, the ninth arrow was already shot. The celestial immortal expert of the Bag Palace opened his mouth and spat out a cloud of black gas. He wanted to use that cloud of black gas to block the ninth arrow. The black gas exploded and the ninth arrow was blocked. However, he had yet to let out a sigh of relief. The 10th arrow was shot. The pupils of the celestial immortal expert of the Bag Palace suddenly shrunk. This was because the appearance of the 10th arrow was too sudden. It actually flew out from the void. This was because Lin Feng had fused the power of space into the 10th arrow. Therefore, the 10th arrow quietly hid in the void. The celestial immortal expert of the Bag Palace had been resisting the attacks of the previous 9 arrows. He simply didn't notice the 10th arrow shot out by Lin Feng. It was already too late for the celestial immortal expert of the Bag Palace to dodge the 10th arrow. The next moment, a poochie sound could be heard. Blood splattered. The 10th arrow directly pierced through the head of the celestial immortal expert of the Bag Palace. Chapter 45:11. Bang! The 8th-level palace celestial immortal's body exploded, and he died on the spot. Between heaven and earth, everything quieted down in an instant. But after a short moment of silence, an earth-shattering sound of venting rang through the clouds. Dead! Dead! A celestial immortal expert has actually died. My heavens, How is this possible? That's a celestial immortal, but he was killed by Lin Feng just like that. Even if Lin Feng has the Hu Yi bow, he's still too young. But he was too young. He was so young. How high could his cultivation be? He shouldn't be able to unleash the power of the Hu Yi bow. Don't look at him like a normal person. Don't forget, he's Lin Baitian's son. When Lin Baitian was his age, even true immortals didn't dare to speak loudly in front of him. The cultivators in the outer regions began to discuss spiritedly. They were very glad. Because they didn't attack. Or else, their deaths would have been extremely tragic. Because the current Lin Feng was too terrifying. He was like a peerless fiend god. It was so terrifying that it made one's heart tremble. The other 6 celestial immortals were all terrified when they saw the 8th-level palace celestial immortal killed. Those celestial immortals were on par with the 8th-level palace celestial immortals. If Lin Feng had the ability to kill the 8th-level palace celestial immortal, he naturally had the ability to kill them as well. Therefore, when the 8th-level palace celestial immortal was killed, the other 6 celestial immortals turned and fled. Seeing the other 6 celestial immortals flee in such a sorry state, many people smiled wryly. If it were any other time, they wouldn't even dare to imagine the scene before their eyes. 6 celestial immortals were scared to the point of fleeing by a young human cultivator. Would anyone believe it if they told others? Of course, no one would. But now, all of this had happened before their eyes. They had no choice but to believe what they saw. The combat strength Lin Feng displayed was truly too heaven-defying. It was so heaven-defying that many people couldn't help but be aghast. The ancestral shaman Jade Talisman. You must have used the power of the ancestral shaman Jade Talisman, or else. You can't use the Hu Yi bow continuously, Black Wind Old Man suddenly said. Previously, Black Wind Old Man, evil lord of 10,000 demons, and Divine Sect Heaven's 3 experts had chased after Wu Tianhai. They were here to obtain the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman. However, in the end, the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman fell into Lin Feng's hands. Right now, Black Wind Old Man was filled with killing intent towards Lin Feng. If it wasn't for Lin Feng saving Wu Tianhai, the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman would have been taken away by them. And that was a failure. The Black Wind Old Man regarded it as a great humiliation. Now that he thought about it, there was still a sense of bristling anger. Magic treasures are also a part of one's strength, Lin Feng said indifferently. You're not a member of the witch race. Without the bloodline of the witch race, it's impossible for you to activate the ancestral witch Jade Talisman. The reason you're able to utilize the ancestral shaman Jade Talisman now is because the ancestral shaman Jade Talisman awakened on its own after it converged with the Hu Yi bow. That's why you can borrow the power of the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman. However, I'm sure the power of the ancestral shaman Jade Talisman will quickly decline. When that time comes, you'll still be dead. Black Wind Old Man said sinisterly. So everyone, we don't have to attack this kid at all. Just surround him and prevent him from leaving. This kid will become a turtle in a jar. Black Wind Old Man's idea was actually very wretched. There were several quasi-true immortals here, as well as so many sky immortals, earth immortals, human immortals, and itinerant immortals. However, they were so frightened by Lin Feng that they didn't dare to attack. This was too embarrassing. However, from another point of view, Black Wind Old Man's idea was indeed a little wretched. However, it was still a good idea. Therefore, the other quasi-true immortals didn't say anything, tacitly agreeing with Black Wind Old Man's suggestion. Damn. These pseudo-fruit immortals are so shameless. The itinerant immortals watching from the periphery couldn't help but mutter. They all looked at those quasi-true immortals with disdain. After all, they were quasi-true immortals with such high realms. Could they be any more shameless? Of course, no one dared to slander those quasi-true immortals so casually. Unless they didn't want to live anymore. Lin Feng was speechless. Where did these guys have the aura of an expert? However, their methods were similar to Daoist Wu Liang's wretchedness. Actually, Lin Feng knew that Mr. Black Wind was an old bastard. What he said made sense. Although Lin Feng had sacrificially refined the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman, he wasn't sure if he could still activate it after the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman fell silent. Lin Feng wasn't too sure either. Therefore, the safest way was to kill these people in front of him. Lin Feng said, "Black-Wind old man, you're still as cowardly as ever. Back then, we still needed you, the demon lord of myriad demons, and Shen Zongtian to deal with the Sky Immortal Senior Wu Tianhai. You're as cowardly as an egg. I'm starting to wonder if you have balls. You're probably not a man anymore, right?" After hearing Lin Feng's mocking words, Black-Wind old man couldn't believe that Lin Feng could say such filthy words. He subconsciously roared, "Kid, what did you say?" "I said you're a coward," Lin Feng said. You. Black-Wind old man was so infuriated by Lin Feng that his entire body trembled. Meanwhile, the itinerant immortals were enjoying themselves. When had they ever seen such a thrilling scene? A quasi-true immortal expert was being pointed at by a young cultivator and scolded by him. This quasi-true immortal expert didn't even dare to fight back. What a strange story. Now, many people were even hoping that Lin Feng would be able to escape. Hu Yi Bo. Let Lin Feng have it. Anyway, looking at the current situation, it would be very difficult for the Hu Yi Bo to fall into the hands of these itinerant immortals. Rather than letting Lin Feng have it, it would be better than letting those itinerant immortals take advantage of it. You have no manners. I can't be bothered to talk to you anymore. Black-Wind old man finally said coldly. Lin Feng said, "I have no manners." "Manners my ass. You bunch of old farts who have lived for God knows how many years. You don't even dare to fight me head-on and only dare to use despicable methods to deal with me. Now you're saying I have no manners? If you're not cowards, then what are you? Not only is Black-Wind old man a coward, but all of you are cowards as well. I won't even call you cowards old dogs because that would be an insult to the animals called dogs. Junior, you're courting death. When had these itinerant immortals ever been insulted like this?" Therefore, when they heard Lin Feng's insults, the itinerant immortals all roared angrily. They were so infuriated by Lin Feng that their bodies trembled. Their gazes toward Lin Feng were filled with killing intent. Chapter 45:12. Although these quasi-true immortals wanted nothing more than to slap Lin Feng to death. But they didn't act. Now wasn't the time to argue with Lin Feng. Capturing Lin Feng was their ultimate goal. The rest of the quasi-true immortals didn't pay any attention to Lin Feng. If they really did pay attention to Lin Feng, they felt that Lin Feng would take special care of them. Just like old man Black-Wind. Being scolded by Lin Feng? And then being depressed to the point of wanting to vomit blood. "Kid, we won't argue with you. When you fall into our hands later, I hope you can still be as arrogant as you are now." Old man Black-Wind looked coldly at Lin Feng. This old thing had made up his mind to trap Lin Feng instead of fighting Lin Feng head-on. Lin Feng sneered. "If you old turtles don't dare to make a move, then I don't mind taking the initiative to kill you all." Lin Feng walked outside step by step. He held the Hu Yi bow and shot arrows. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, one arrow after another shot towards these quasi-true immortals at lightning speed. There were a total of 5 quasi-true immortals. These 5 were Old Man Black-Wind, the deputy commander of the Sacred Legion. An ancestor of the Northern Wilderness War god lineage. This person was called Wanderer Gumo. A peerless beauty of the demon race, Great Demon Yu. A grand elder of the 8-level palace. This person was called Venerable Saint Marshal. In addition, there was also Lin Feng's old acquaintance, Venerable Lord Yuan Tian. These 5 powerhouses were all quasi-true immortals. Their strength could be described as unfathomable. The arrows shot by Lin Feng from the Hu Yi bow instantly pierced through the void and shot toward the 5 quasi-true immortals. Seeing Lin Feng take the initiative to attack, the 5 quasi-true immortals had to attack even if they didn't want to. As a result, the 5 quasi-true immortals unleashed powerful divine abilities to block Lin Feng's arrows. After all, they were quasi-true immortals. Cultivators of the celestial immortal realm were no match for them. The divine abilities of the 5 quasi-true immortals instantly collided with the arrows shot by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's arrows were instantly blocked by their attacks. However, after blocking Lin Feng's arrows, their divine abilities also dissipated. Quasi-true immortals are really powerful. The Huyi bow can't hurt them. I'm afraid Lin Feng is done for. Seeing the 5 quasi-true immortals unleashing their invincible might, a cultivator immediately spoke up. Obviously, he was not optimistic about Lin Feng. After all, quasi-true immortals were simply too powerful. When they attacked, it was simply despairing. Although Lin Feng had the Huyi bow and even had the ancestral Magus Jade talisman to continuously provide Lin Feng with power. However, in the eyes of those cultivators, it was just as Old Man Black Wind had said. Once the power of the ancestral Magus Jade talisman weakened or the ancestral Magus Jade talisman fell silent. When that time came, how could Lin Feng fight against the 5 quasi-true immortals? Swoosh swoosh swoosh, Lin Feng frowned and shot arrow after arrow at the 5 quasi-true immortals. However, the cultivation of the 5 quasi-true immortals was simply too powerful. The arrows shot by Lin Feng. All of them were neutralized by the 5 quasi-true immortals. They couldn't hurt the 5 quasi-true immortals at all. Of course, the 5 quasi-true immortals knew that. Even though they had managed to block Lin Feng's arrows, it wasn't easy for them to do so. Therefore, they did not dare to be careless, because if they were careless, they might really die under the attack of Lin Feng's arrows. Therefore, they surrounded Lin Feng but did not attack. They had been exhausting Lin Feng, wanting to exhaust Lin Feng to death. Lin Feng was naturally very clear about this. Therefore, Lin Feng's expression was not particularly good. Lin Feng was also thinking of a solution. Just as Lin Feng was thinking of a solution to the crisis in front of him, suddenly, something in time and space emitted waves of violent fluctuations. Lin Feng was very surprised. It was the arrow that was sealed in the Demon Emperor secret realm back then. Back then, Lin Feng saw 5 divine arrows in the Demon Emperor secret realm. However, he only sealed one of them. At that time, all the signs showed that the 5 arrows were the legendary sun-shooting divine arrows. However, Lin Feng could not prove this. Later on, he studied it carefully. He could not prove whether the arrow he obtained was the sun-shooting divine arrow or not. Now, this arrow actually emitted such violent fluctuations. Was it because it sensed the aura of the Huyi bow? Therefore, was that why it emitted such violent fluctuations? If that was the case, then, was this arrow really the legendary sun-shooting divine arrow? Thinking of this, Lin Feng could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. One had to know that the Huyi bow was also called the sun-shooting divine bow. It was created together with the sun-shooting divine arrow by Huyi. The sun-shooting divine bow and the sun-shooting divine arrow were a set of magic treasures. The sun-shooting divine bow and the sun-shooting divine arrow were combined together. Only then could the power reach the peak level. Lin Feng summoned the arrow and then removed the seal on the arrow. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt that the Huyi bow and the arrow in his hand had formed a special resonance. It was as if a family member who had been separated for a long time had reunited. Was it really the sun-shooting divine arrow? Lin Feng could not help but take a deep breath. Next, his face could not help but reveal a look of ecstasy. This was getting interesting. The Huyi bow and the sun-shooting divine arrow were together. Next, I want your lives. Lin Feng looked coldly at the 5 experts. Brat, stop bragging. Even if you have the Huyi bow, you can't do anything to us. The black-wind old man looked at Lin Feng with a mocking gaze. Obviously, this old thing thought that Lin Feng was bragging. Lin Feng could not be bothered with the black-wind old man's ridicule. He held the bow in his right hand. With the arrow in his left hand, he narked the sun-shooting divine arrow on the Huyi bow. Lin Feng discovered that there seemed to be a powerful seal inside the sun-shooting divine arrow, so its power could not be completely released. However, this did not matter anymore. The power of the Huyi bow was already strong enough. The sun-shooting divine arrow only needed to release a portion of its power, coupled with the terrifying power of the Huyi bow. When the time came, he would be able to kill gods and Buddhas. Lin Feng pulled the bowstring to a half-full moon position. The energy of heaven and earth quickly gathered from all directions. The energy of heaven and earth all gathered into the sun-shooting divine arrow. The runes on the sun-shooting divine arrow seemed to have awakened. Everyone saw a shocking scene. Behind Lin Feng, surprisingly, there was a man holding a bow and arrow. That man. It seemed to be Hu Yi. His movements were exactly the same as Lin Feng's. Whoosh. The next moment, the sun-shooting divine arrow locked onto the black-winged old man. Then, it quickly shot towards the black-winged old man. Chapter 45:13. Whoosh. The speed of the sun-shot divine arrow was too fast, like a bolt of lightning. The sun-shot divine arrow pierced through the void. It instantly arrived in front of black-winged old man. Black-winged old man, this old fart, had always been arrogant in front of him. Lin Feng had long wanted to kill this guy. So, Lin Feng decided to use the sun-shot divine arrow to deal with black-winged old man first. Seeing the sun-shot divine arrow shooting towards him, black-winged old man couldn't help but be shocked. He didn't expect Lin Feng's arrow to be so terrifying. The main thing was that he didn't know that the arrow Lin Feng took out was the legendary sun-shot divine arrow. Hu Yi bow and sun-shot divine arrow. The power instantly reached the peak. Although the sun-shot divine arrow was still a distance away from him, black-winged old man already felt the threat of death. This feeling was really terrible. Black-winged old man couldn't even remember when was the last time he felt this way. Black-winged old man hurriedly took out a defensive Dharma treasure. The Dharma treasure he took out was a shield forged from golden bones. The defensive power of the shield was very strong. Golden Bone Sacred Shield. It's said to be a top-grade immortal artifact defensive Dharma treasure. When the cultivators saw the shield, they immediately exclaimed. It was definitely an incomparably powerful defensive Dharma treasure. Black-winged old man was a sub-immortal expert, so he naturally had many fortuitous encounters in his long life. Therefore, it was extremely normal for him to be able to collect such a top-grade Dharma treasure. The Golden Bone Sacred Shield, this Dharma treasure, became more than 10 times bigger and floated in front of black-winged old man. It completely blocked the path of the sun-shot divine arrow. If the sun-shot divine arrow shot over, it would definitely hit the Golden Bone Sacred Shield. Black-winged old man was very confident in his Dharma treasure. He believed that this Dharma treasure could block the attack of the sun-shot divine arrow. But when the sun-shot divine arrow shot over, everyone saw a terrifying scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. The Golden Bone Sacred Shield, a top-grade immortal artifact defensive Dharma treasure, was instantly penetrated by the sun-shot divine arrow. If those people knew that the arrows Lin Feng shot out were the legendary sun-shooting divine arrows, they would naturally think that everything that happened in front of them was a matter of course. However, the key point was that they did not know that the arrow in Lin Feng's hand was the sun-shot divine arrow. As such, when the sun-slaying divine arrow pierced through the Golden Bone Sacred Shield, a top-grade defensive magic treasure, the shock it brought to everyone present was almost indescribable. After the sun-shot divine arrow pierced through the Golden Bone Sacred Shield, it continued to shoot towards Old Man Black-Wind. Black-Wind Old Man had never thought that Lin Feng's arrow would be able to penetrate his defensive magic treasure. Therefore, when Old Man Black-Wind saw the sun-shot divine arrow shooting towards him, it was already too late for him to dodge. Puff! In the next moment, the sun-slaying divine arrow pierced through Old Man Black-Wind's neck. When the sun-slaying divine arrow pierced through Old Man Black-Wind's neck, all the vitality in his body disappeared. It was completely severed. Before Black-Wind Old Man died, he reflexively reached out his hand to cover his neck. Fresh blood gushed out from Old Man Black-Wind's neck. Old Man Black-Wind wanted to open his mouth to speak. However, in the next moment, his consciousness fell into endless darkness. Old Man Black-Wind was dead. He was shot to death by Lin Feng's arrow. When he died, his eyes were wide open. Obviously, Old Man Black-Wind died with his eyes wide open. Even when he died, he could not believe that he would be shot to death by Lin Feng's arrow. One had to know that Old Man Black-Wind was an expert of the quasi-true immortal realm. An expert like him was shot to death by an arrow. No matter who heard of this, the other party would probably not believe it. But now, all of this had happened in front of his eyes, so he had to believe it even if he did not want to. Old Man Black Wind died just like that. His death was extremely miserable. His corpse fell from the sky. It was only at this moment that many people came back to their senses. The surrounding cultivators, whether they were cultivators from the major forces or those itinerant cultivators, were all scared silly. Let's go. The other 4 quasi-true immortal experts were almost scared out of their wits when they saw this scene. How would they dare to stay? Lin Feng was so cruel. If they stayed any longer, they would be the ones to die. The cultivators of the major forces were so scared that they fled frantically. The 4 quasi-true immortal experts also fled frantically into the distance. Whoosh! At this moment, the sun-shot divine arrow flew back to Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng once again narked the sun-shot divine arrow on the Hu Yi bow. This time, Lin Feng aimed at Supremacy Yuan Tian. This woman. Damn it. Whoosh. The sun-shot divine arrow flew out quickly and shot toward Supremacy Yuan Tian. Supremacy Yuan Tian, who was running away, was shocked when she saw this scene. She waved her jade-like hand and took out defensive Dharma treasures one after another. As a living being who had transcended eras, Supremacy Yuan Tian had too many Dharma treasures. She took out a total of 13 immortal weapon defensive Dharma treasures. These 13 immortal weapon defensive Dharma treasures were arranged in order. They formed 13 defensive barriers. Supremacy Yuan Tian wanted to use these powerful defensive Dharma treasures to block the attack of the sun-shot divine arrow. To penetrate 13 immortal weapon defensive Dharma treasures was simply as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It was even impossible to achieve. However, Lin Feng's sun-shot divine arrow did this seemingly impossible thing. Fart, fart, fart. The sun-shot divine arrow pierced through one Dharma treasure after another. Soon, the 13 Dharma treasures were all pierced through by the sun-shot divine arrow. Then, the 13 Dharma treasures fell one after another. The 13 Dharma treasures were completely destroyed the moment the sun-shot divine arrow pierced through them. The itinerant cultivators watching the battle in the outer area saw the 13 top-notch Dharma treasures destroyed just like that. They all felt their hearts ache. Such powerful Dharma treasures were actually destroyed. It was really a pity. At this moment, the sun-shot divine arrow had already arrived in front of Supremacy Yuan Tian. Venerable Lord Yuan Tianzuan was wearing silver armor. That silver armor was obviously an extremely powerful Dharma treasure. Lin Feng felt that the silver armor was much more powerful than the 13 Dharma treasures that had been destroyed by the sun-shot divine arrow. However, the sun-shot divine arrow was too powerful. Even the silver armor was pierced through by the sun-shot divine arrow. The sun-shot divine arrow pierced through Supremacy Yuan Tian's chest. However, the power of the sun-shot divine arrow was almost exhausted, so it didn't penetrate Supremacy Yuan Tian's body. In the end, it got stuck in Supremacy Yuan Tian's body. Then, the sun-shot divine arrow nailed Supremacy Yuan Tian to a rock wall. At this moment, the rest of the people had already fled. It was too late for Lin Feng to chase after them. However, to be able to kill 2 quasi-true immortal powerhouses and resolve the crisis of being surrounded by many powerhouses of the major factions, Lin Feng was already extremely satisfied with the outcome of this battle. Chapter 45:14. At this moment, the remaining cultivators were all rogue cultivators. They had not attacked Lin Feng before, so they did not have to worry about Lin Feng taking revenge on them. Therefore, those rogue cultivators did not leave. Now, those rogue cultivators looked at Lin Feng with deep reverence. Lin Feng had killed 2 quasi-true immortals with the Hu Yi bow in his hand. This battle record was too valiant. It was simply shocking. In the eyes of many people, Lin Feng was like a god. At this moment, Lin Feng frowned slightly because he found that the power of the ancestral sorcerer Jade Talisman had begun to dissipate. And the speed of dissipation was extremely fast. It did not take long. The power of the ancestral sorcerer Jade Talisman had completely dissipated. Fortunately, the other quasi-true immortals had been scared away. Otherwise, if they were to take action now, he would not be able to contend with those guys. Hey! That kid's power is declining rapidly. It should be the power of the ancestral sorcerer jade talisman that has quickly quieted down. This kid's cultivation is actually not very good. He mainly relied on the Huyi bow, the ancestral sorcerer jade talisman, and the divine arrow to be able to be so fierce. However, he is not a member of the sorcerer tribe, so he cannot activate the ancestral sorcerer jade talisman. Just now, the ancestral sorcerer jade talisman resonated with the Huyi bow, so it was temporarily revived. He is considered lucky, so he had the opportunity to activate the power of the Huyi bow. Otherwise, even if he had 10 lives, he would have been killed by those quasi-true immortals. If he had stayed, those quasi-true immortals would not have been able to escape. As one of the 8 great childs of the Undying Realm, young Master Xing Yu was very powerful. He seemed to have sensed the situation of Lin Feng's body, so he could not help but speak. His words were full of disdain for Lin Feng. Nangong Muley, who was standing aside, frowned slightly. She did not agree with some of young Master Xing Yu's words. Although she did not know much about Lin Feng, Nangong Muley felt that Lin Feng was definitely not a simple character. Perhaps he was even more terrifying than everyone had imagined. The reason Lin Feng was able to unleash the might of the Huyi bow was definitely not just because of the ancestral Magus jade talisman. For example, Nangong Muley had heard that the Huyi bow was very difficult to draw. It was said that some titled gods could only draw it a short distance. However, Lin Feng had drawn the Huyi bow into a half-full moon. This was something that not even the titled gods were capable of. However, Lin Feng did it. From this, it could be seen how extraordinary Lin Feng was. The more he learned about the Huyi bow, the more he realized how extraordinary Lin Feng was. However, Nangong Muley did not refute young Master Xing Yu. She looked at young Master Xing Yu and asked, "Young Master, do you intend to kill this brat and seize his Huyi bow?" Young Master Xing Yu was indeed tempted. He had been considering this matter before. Who was going to make a move? Or not to make a move? However, in the end, young Master Xing Yu gave up on the idea of attacking. Because the power of the ancestral Magus jade talisman had just subsided. Did young Master Xing Yu not know that the power of the ancestral Magus jade talisman had really subsided? Or was it an illusion that Lin Feng had deliberately created to confuse others and then kill the cultivators who had attacked him? If the power of the ancestral Magus jade talisman had really subsided, young Master Xing Yu was confident that he could kill Lin Feng. If all of this was an illusion created by Lin Feng, young Master Xing Yu knew his limits. Even a quasi-true immortal expert had died under the attack of that divine arrow. Young Master Xing Yu was naturally not confident that he could block the divine arrow that Lin Feng had shot out. Moreover, young Master Xing Yu was a more cautious person. Therefore, he finally gave up on the idea of dealing with Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not care about the gazes of others. He walked forward and took Old Man Black Wind's storage ring and origin energy. Then, he walked toward Supremacy Yuan Tian in the distance. Soon, Lin Feng arrived at Supremacy Yuan Tian's place. He grabbed the sun-shooting divine arrow and pulled it out. The sun-shooting divine arrow was pulled out by Lin Feng. A stream of blood spurted out from Supremacy Yuan Tian's wound. "Hey, she's not dead." Lin Feng looked at Supremacy Yuan Tian, who had fallen to the ground, in surprise. One had to know that after the sun-shooting divine arrow pierced through the body, the sun-shooting divine arrow would vibrate with an extremely terrifying power. That power would instantly destroy all the vitality of the other party. Logically speaking, Supremacy Yuan Tian should have died. However, she was not dead. Perhaps it was because Supremacy Yuan Tian had some extraordinary means. Therefore, although she had been seriously injured by the sun-shooting divine arrow, she had survived. Lin Feng had used the 8 spirit forbidding seals to seal Supremacy Yuan Tian. Since this woman was not dead, then he could suppress this woman. Lin Feng still had many things to ask Supremacy Yuan Tian. For example, the whole story of the black-robed clan's 4 supremacies besieging his ancestor, Lin Qi. At that time, the 4 supremacies had still been at their peak. As time passed, Supremacy Yuan Tian had fallen to the true immortal realm. Tai Dao Supremacy had said that his ancestor, Lin Qi, had been killed by the four supremacies. Lin Feng naturally did not believe this. Of course, Lin Qi's ancestor had indeed been seriously injured in the battle with the four supremacies. That much was certain. Besides, Lin Feng wanted to know more about the black-robed clan from Supremacy Yuan Tian. The black-robed clan was still one of the most terrifying factions. Among the factions that had transcended epochs, the black-robed clan was one of the best. Lin Feng felt that the black-robed clan should have a certain understanding of the Black Mist clan that had suppressed his mother. These were all things that Lin Feng urgently wanted to know. Originally, it was very difficult to understand some things about the Black Mist clan because there was no way to do so. But now, Lin Feng used Supremacy Yuan Tian as a breakthrough point. He suppressed Supremacy Yuan Tian in the Creation Gourd. Then, Lin Feng left this place. Numerous itinerant cultivators gathered in the outer area of the mountain range. They watched Lin Feng leave. No one dared to attack Lin Feng. After leaving that area, Lin Feng planned to find a place to recover his body. Apart from recovering his body, Lin Feng planned to check what treasures were in Supremacy Yuan Tian and Elder Black Wind's storage rings. These two were quasi-true immortal powerhouses. And they had lived for such a long time. They must have many precious things on them, right? Especially Supremacy Yuan Tian, who was a creature that had transcended epochs. Presumably, this woman must have a lot of unimaginable and shockingly valuable treasures on her. Chapter 45:15. Lin Feng found a secluded place to cultivate in seclusion. While Lin Feng was in seclusion, the cultivators of the major factions all fled the place. At the same time, all kinds of news began to spread gradually. What happened in the underground world was a great humiliation to the major factions. Naturally, they would not spread the news of what happened in the underground world. Therefore, the ones who spread the news were the itinerant cultivators. Lin Feng, the son of Bloodsin Forest's Batian, rose to power and killed many immortals with the Hu Yi bow. Even the two quasi-true immortals were shot to death. This was earth-shattering news. The Undying World's factions were complicated. Naturally, the various major powers had different interpretations of this news. Di Wudao was furious when he heard the news. Because he thought that Lin Feng would be killed. After all, Lin Feng was surrounded by so many experts. Wasn't it normal for Lin Feng to die in the hands of those experts? However, things did not go as he wished. Not only was Lin Feng fine, but he also obtained a supreme treasure like the Hu Yi bow. And he killed many people. Was Lin Feng going to rise to power like Lin Batian? Di Wudao's jealousy was extremely strong. In the past, he was jealous of Lin Batian. However, he hid his true emotions. He did not show his jealousy of Lin Batian until he joined forces with the mastermind to plot against Lin Batian. Only then did he reveal his sharp fangs. But he did not need to hide his jealousy of Lin Feng. The Mirror of Future said, "Looks like this kid's luck is really strong. He can even deal with such a situation of certain death. He's really not simple. I'm now at the critical moment of breaking through to the true immortal realm. I can't leave at all. If I can, I'll deal with this kid personally," Di Wudao said with a gloomy expression. The Mirror of Future said, "Breaking through to the true immortal realm is the most important thing now. To put it bluntly, those who don't enter the true immortal realm are mortals. Only by breaking through to the true immortal realm can one be considered an immortal. Therefore, Your Highness must seize this opportunity and break through to the true immortal realm. If you can't break through this time, the next breakthrough will be 10 times more difficult than now," the Mirror of Future said. "Of course, I'm very clear about this point. But I can also see that it's impossible to give the task of killing Lin Feng to others. Those bastards have disappointed me too much, and I can't go out and deal with Lin Feng myself. It's really troublesome," Di Wudao said gloomily. After so many years, there were not many things that could make Di Wudao worry. However, it was obvious that Di Wudao was extremely worried about Lin Feng. The Mirror of Future said, "Actually, I've thought of a way to deal with Lin Feng, and there's no need for Your Highness to worry about this." Di Wudao's eyes lit up. He asked, "What is it?" I wonder if your highness has heard of the blood prison? The mirror of future asked. Di Wudao frowned slightly. I've heard of it. It's said that it's the top assassin dynasty in the Undying Realm. I've also heard that the 7th Heavenly Emperor and the ruler of the blood prison both liked the same woman, but that woman chose the 7th Heavenly Emperor. The ruler of the blood prison assassin dynasty hated the 7th Heavenly Emperor out of love, so he began to plot revenge against the 7th Heavenly Emperor. Later, when the 7th Heavenly Emperor went out to patrol the heavens, he was assassinated by the ruler of the Shui region assassin dynasty. The 7th Heavenly Emperor fled back to the Heavenly Court with heavy injuries, but not long after, he died. The blood prison assassin dynasty is unbelievably powerful. The fall of the 7th Heavenly Emperor infuriated the Heavenly Court, so they sent out many experts to annihilate the blood prison assassin dynasty. It was said that the battle was extremely intense, and the Heavenly Court lost many experts to destroy the blood prison assassin dynasty. After that, the blood prison assassin dynasty disappeared completely. The Mirror of Future said, actually, this organization hasn't disappeared. What? This organization hasn't disappeared? That can't be right. Di Wudao's face was filled with shock. Of course, the Mirror of Future said, those who haven't experienced that era don't know how terrifying the blood prison assassin dynasty is. Back then, in order to destroy the blood prison assassin dynasty, the Heavenly Court's army even sent out their most elite troops, led by the top experts of the Heavenly Court. However, after several years of war, they still couldn't destroy the blood prison assassin dynasty. As the Heavenly Court lost more and more experts, the Heavenly Court had no choice but to negotiate with the blood prison assassin dynasty. After the negotiation, the Heavenly Court announced that the blood prison assassin dynasty had been destroyed. In fact, it was just a lie to the world. After all, the Heavenly Court also cared about their reputation. Although the blood prison assassin dynasty suffered heavy losses in that battle, part of their core strength was preserved. After hearing the Mirror of Future's words, Di Wudao was obviously shocked. He had never thought that the assassin dynasty that had caused the Heavenly Court to suffer heavy losses back then, actually still existed in this world. It seemed that even if he was the crown prince of the Undying World still had many secrets that he didn't know. How do you know about this? Di Wudao couldn't help but frown slightly. The Mirror of Future smiled and said, back then, I followed a top expert of the blood prison assassin dynasty. So, the negotiation back then, I know everything about it. Oh, there's such a thing. Then, what was the negotiation between the Heavenly Court and the blood prison assassin dynasty? Di Wudao asked curiously. The Heavenly Court's request was very simple. The blood prison assassin dynasty had to hide and never reveal themselves to the world. The blood prison assassin dynasty agreed to the Heavenly Court's request. From then on, they began to recuperate, so many factions thought that the blood prison assassin dynasty had disappeared. In fact, they didn't. This faction still exists. In fact, I believe the Celestial Emperor also knows about this. A few years ago, he seemed to have contacted the blood prison assassin dynasty, but I don't know why. Di Wudao asked, is the blood prison assassin dynasty still accepting missions? The Mirror of Future said, of course. It's just that most people don't know how to contact them. Moreover, the blood prison assassin dynasty doesn't accept ordinary missions. This faction doesn't lack treasures, immortal sutras, or cultivation resources. They accept missions based on whether the mission is challenging or not, and whether it can be used to train their disciples. Chapter 45:16. Emperor Wudao asked, do you think capturing Lin Feng will be a challenge? The Mirror of Future replied, of course it will be. However, the Blood Hell Assassin dynasty won't capture Lin Feng. They'll only kill him. Emperor Wudao frowned. If they want to kill him, so be it. I wanted to capture him alive, but that little bastard is a disaster. If I don't kill him, I won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. So, I'll have to trouble you to personally go to the Blood Hell Assassin dynasty and contact the experts there to kill Lin Feng. No problem. I'm happy to serve you, Your Highness. The Mirror of Future smiled. Swish. There was a flash of light, and the Mirror of Future disappeared. Clearly, The Mirror of Future had gone to contact the Bloodhell Assassin dynasty. Emperor Wu Dao closed his eyes and continued to comprehend the mysteries of the true immortal realm. Meanwhile, the Celestial Emperor also received news of the battle. The Celestial Emperor Palace. The Celestial Emperor opened his eyes. An old man stood in front of the palace. This old man was none other than the divine Heavenly King. I'm afraid the sinner's blood in Sin Realm will make a move again. Heavenly King, pay more attention to the situation in Sin Realm. The Celestial Emperor narrowed his eyes. Understood. The divine Heavenly King replied. The news of Lin Baitian's son's birth and rise to power continued to spread. After this matter spread throughout the entire Sin domain, a stone was thrown into the calm lake. So it's his son. No wonder the laws in Sin Realm change. The sinner's blood emperor. When will he descend upon Sin Realm? Voices rang out one after another. Many people were waiting for Lin Feng to descend upon Sin Realm again. At this moment, Lin Feng was still in seclusion. After he had finished adjusting his body's condition, Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Feng hadn't absorbed Old Man Black Wind's origin energy. This was because Lin Feng's next breakthrough would be to break through to the Sovereign Emperor realm. Lin Feng knew this. If other people were to break through to the Emperor Lord realm, they would definitely be able to complete the breakthrough by refining the source of a quasi-true immortal. However, Lin Feng's savings were simply too powerful. Thus, in order for Lin Feng to break through, refining the essence power of a cultivator at the quasi-true immortal stage was far from enough. As such, if Lin Feng wanted to break through to the Qi layer, he would need the help of the spiritual snowbone fire. Lin Feng knew this as well. Whoosh! Light flashed, and 2 storage rings flew out. Lin Feng first sent his spiritual force into Old Man Black Wind's storage ring. Inside Old Man Black Wind's storage ring, all kinds of immortal stones were piled up like mountains. Lin Feng even saw middle-grade and high-grade immortal stones. Among them, there were 15 mountains worth of low-grade immortal stones. Each mountain was worth about 30 million low-grade immortal stones. 15 mountains would be 450 million low-grade immortal stones. There were about 5 mountains worth of middle-grade immortal stones, which meant that there were about 150 million of them. There were about 2 mountains worth of high-grade immortal stones, which meant that there were about 60 million of them. In fact, even Old Man Black Wind usually used low-grade immortal stones to cultivate. Sometimes, he would use middle-grade immortal stones. However, he rarely used high-grade immortal stones. He would only use high-grade immortal stones when breaking through to the next realm because they were very precious. After countless years, Old Man Black Wind had only collected these high-grade immortal stones, so he naturally had to use them sparingly. Looking at the 2 mountains of high-grade immortal stones, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. This old man really has a lot of immortal stones. I'm afraid I'll need high-grade immortal stones to break through to the Emperor Lord realm. These high-grade immortal stones can provide me with an endless supply of pure energy when breaking through. Then, Lin Feng continued to search for other treasures in the storage ring. Lin Feng found many other things in Old Man Black Wind's storage ring. For example, there were all kinds of forging materials, magic treasures, heavenly and earthly treasures, and other rare treasures that were piled up into mountains. Old Man Black Wind had a total of 7 offensive magic treasures. They were the Sky-Piercing Saber, 100-Folding Fan, Soul-Hooking Claw, Sun-Moon Bloodsoul Sword, Heaven-Ringing Bell, Dark Devil Pearl, and Cloud Dragon Sword. Old Man Black Wind actually had an extremely powerful defensive magic treasure, the Golden Bone Sacred Shield. However, it was destroyed by Lin Feng's Shooting Sun Divine Arrow. Lin Feng originally wanted to find if Old Man Black Wind had any supreme immortal scriptures or similar inheritances. However, he didn't find any of these things. Although Lin Feng found some divine ability inheritances, they clearly couldn't arouse Lin Feng's interest. Old Man Black Wind also had a lot of pills. There were more than 1,000 different types of immortal pills. Of course, compared to his immortal stones, it was much less. Actually, cultivators, especially those with extremely powerful cultivation, didn't like to store pills. This was because the medicinal power of pills would gradually dissipate. Therefore, they were more willing to store top-grade immortal stones. They could just buy them when they needed immortal medicines. Newly bought or newly refined medicinal pills had the best medicinal effects. Lin Feng moved all the treasures in Old Man Blackwind's storage ring into time and space. Then, Lin Feng took out Supremacy Yuan Tianming's storage ring. Lin Feng tried to invade Supremacy Yuan Tianming's storage ring with his spiritual force. Suddenly, Lin Feng discovered that his spiritual force was blocked by a very powerful force. That force was the soul power that Supremacy Yuan Tianming had left in the storage ring. Since Supremacy Yuan Tianming hadn't died yet, this storage ring still had an owner. Lin Feng directly destroyed the restrictions in Supremacy Yuan Tianming's storage ring in the most domineering way. Then, Lin Feng's spiritual force invaded Supremacy Yuan Tianming's storage ring. Supremacy Yuan Tianming's storage ring was even more extraordinary. It actually formed a mountain river world. There were even many living beings in this mountain river world. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Such a mountain river world was still relatively rare. And in this mountain river world, immortal meridians were spread out one after another. Those immortal meridians were at least middle-grade immortal stone meridians. Supremacy Yuan Tianming didn't move low-grade immortal stone meridians into this mountain river world at all. Supremacy Yuan Tianming was a living being that had transcended epochs. Therefore, in the beginning of the epoch, all kinds of immortal meridians had formed. At this time, Supremacy Yuan Tianming was incomparably powerful, so she had plundered countless immortal meridians. Even though an epoch had passed, most of the immortal meridians had already been used by Supremacy Yuan Tianming. However, there were still thousands of middle-grade immortal stone meridians, as well as about 200 high-grade immortal stone meridians. Lin Feng had thought that Old Man Blackwind's wealth was already shocking enough. But now, he knew that Old Man Blackwind compared to Supremacy Yuan Tianming. It was like comparing a beggar to a billionaire. There was no comparison at all. Chapter 45:17. Lin Feng continued to search through Supremacy Yuan Tian's ring. Lin Feng discovered that there were 34 immortal artifacts in Supremacy Yuan Tian's ring. However, Lin Feng wasn't too surprised. After all, Supremacy Yuan Tian had a total of 13 defensive immortal artifacts. Including the silver armor she was wearing, there should be 14 defensive immortal artifacts. Therefore, it was normal for her to have 34 offensive immortal artifacts. Supremacy Yuan Tian had hundreds of thousands of various immortal pills. In addition, all kinds of treasures, immortal iron, divine stones, and so on were also piled up like mountains. Lin Feng was considered relatively wealthy before. However, after seeing Supremacy Yuan Tian's wealth, he still had a dumbfounded expression. Supremacy Yuan Tian's wealth was simply too much. Lin Feng was shocked. His divine will found an astonishing item in the pile of Dharma treasures. Lin Feng took that item out. It was a jade-like bone. Although it was just a bone, it emitted an extremely powerful aura. This was why Lin Feng was shocked. Tyrant bone. It was actually a tyrant bone. Lin Feng's face immediately lit up with joy. The tyrant bone could allow a cultivator's haki to evolve. The tyrant stone could help a cultivator cultivate haki. Whether it was the tyrant bone or the tyrant stone, they were one of the rarest treasures in the world. It was extremely difficult to find these two supreme treasures. Supremacy Yuan Tian's woman was really not simple. She even had a treasure like the tyrant bone. The tyrant bone was mainly used for evolving haki. It was very difficult for ordinary haki to evolve. Theoretically speaking, even ordinary haki could devour the tyrant bone and try to evolve, but the success rate was too low. Therefore, very few cultivators would do this because it would waste a treasure like the tyrant bone. However, evolving haki was different. There were very few people who could awaken haki that could evolve. In an era that spanned 3,000 great eras, people who could awaken haki that could evolve were as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilean horns. However, although the number was small, there were still some. For example, Lin Feng's epoch haki was an evolving haki. Now, it had evolved to the level of red haki. transparent haki, white haki, red haki, orange haki, yellow haki, green haki, cyan haki, blue haki. This was the division of the 9 levels of haki. Currently, Lin Feng's epoch haki was stuck at the 3rd stage. If he refined the tyrant bone, then Lin Feng's epoch haki could probably evolve to the 4th stage, which was the orange level of haki. Once Lin Feng's haki evolved to the orange haki stage, the power of haki would be greatly increased. But that wasn't the most important thing, because Lin Feng had 4 types of qi, so if his epoch qi evolved, he would be able to use it. In that case, when Lin Feng used the magnetic field, the power of the magnetic field would increase exponentially. As the saying goes, pull one hair and the whole body will be affected. The 4 great haki were closely related, which was why the epochal haki evolved. It would also greatly enhance the power of the other 3 types of haki. Lin Feng was extremely interested in Supremacy Yuantian's inheritance. After all, Supremacy Yuantian's black-robed clan was one of the top clans of the Epoch Lost clans. Their immortal sutra must be extremely terrifying. Therefore, Lin Feng planned to study the black-robed clan's immortal sutra. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy and you will never be defeated. After studying the black-robed clan's immortal sutra thoroughly, he would know where the black-robed clan's weakness was. It would be much easier to deal with the black-robed clan in the future. After searching for a while, Lin Feng did not find the black-robed clan's immortal sutra. He withdrew his divine consciousness from the storage ring. Then, Lin Feng moved the countless treasures and immortal meridians from Supremacy Yuantian's storage ring into Lin Feng's time and space. So many immortal stones and immortal meridians suddenly appeared in Lin Feng's time and space. His time and space was filled with immortal qi. Lin Feng's time and space had become a sacred cultivation ground. Now, Lin Feng could even capture many mortals and put them in his empty space and time world, and they could live there. He could even let them cultivate inside. In this way, Lin Feng was equivalent to a creator. Of course, Lin Feng did not have such plans. Now, he planned to refine the tyrant bone and let his epochal haki complete its evolution. Then, he would think of a way to pry open Supremacy Yuantian's mouth. He would see what he could get from Supremacy Yuantian. Lin Feng sat cross-legged and began to refine the tyrant bone. As time passed, the power of the tyrant bone was gradually absorbed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's epochal haki began to gradually evolve. After about a day, Lin Feng's epochal haki. It had finally completed its evolution. His epochal haki had transformed from red haki to orange haki. Lin Feng could not help but smile. It had finally completed its transformation. It had not been easy. Lin Feng then summoned Supremacy Yuantian, who had been imprisoned by him. At this moment, Supremacy Yuantian had already woken up. She was actually an extremely beautiful woman. And she had once stood at the pinnacle of cultivation. Conquering such a woman, it would probably make countless men's blood boil. But Lin Feng had no interest. Because the current Supremacy Yuantian was only his prisoner. Supremacy Yuantian's expression was extremely ugly. She had never thought that she would fall into Lin Feng's hands. When she first met Lin Feng, in her eyes, Lin Feng was nothing more than an ant. How many years had it been? Lin Feng had already grown to such a level. Just thinking about it was enough to make people turn pale with fright. Unlike Lin Feng, the strength of these supremacies declined very quickly at the end of the epoch. A few years ago, Supremacy Yuantian was still at the perfected immortal realm. Now, she had fallen to the quasi-perfected immortal realm. This made Supremacy Yuantian feel very helpless. Only a small number of people in the Epoch Remnant clan could reverse fate, and their cultivation would not fall. Instead, they would become stronger. However, such people were too few. It was not something that could be done with strength alone. It also required opportunities and some luck. Lin Feng looked at Supremacy Yuantian and said, "Did you think that you would be captured by me one day?" Supremacy Yuantian said hatefully, "I wanted to kill you back then. But Tai Dao Supremacy said that it would not be fun to kill you directly. He wanted to slowly toy with you to death. He told me not to interfere. So I did not kill you. Who would have thought? That little ant from back then had actually become so powerful. It's really like nurturing a tiger invites calamity. If I had known, I would have crushed you back then. Chapter 45:18. Supremacy Yuan was an extremely prideful person, even though she had become Lin Feng's prisoner. However, she did not have any awareness of being a prisoner. She continued to mock Lin Feng. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Times have changed. You are no longer the person I needed to look up to back then. And I am no longer the weak youth from back then. Have you heard of this saying? It is better to bully an old man than a poor youth. Back then, my cultivation was still short, and my cultivation was not strong. But now, things have changed. You, on the other hand, are in a different situation. As an epoch descendant, your cultivation base is getting weaker and weaker as time passes. You are no longer qualified to be my opponent. If it was Tai Dao Exalted Lord, I would have long since cut him into pieces. Do you know why I haven't killed you yet?" Supremacy Yuan ignored Lin Feng. She remained silent with a gloomy face. She would not beg Lin Feng for mercy. Although her cultivation had fallen, she was still a peerless expert in the past. Therefore, she was still extremely prideful. Lin Feng didn't care that Zun Tian Yuan was ignoring him. He said indifferently, "The reason why I didn't kill you is because I have tender feelings for women. You should be glad that you are good-looking." Me. Supremacy Yuan snorted coldly. She still did not say anything. Lin Feng said, "I will ask you a few questions. Answer me honestly." Supremacy Yuan said coldly, "I won't answer any of your questions. Even if you kill me, I won't answer any of your questions. So, you should give up now." Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. That little girl surprisingly didn't want to cooperate. And she looked like she would rather die than submit. Lin Feng said, "Now, you can't die just because you want to. You are my prisoner now. Whether you die or I die is up to me. Since you're unwilling to answer my question, I'll convert you." Lin Feng wasn't in the mood to get tangled up with Supremacy Yuan Tian. He preferred to use violent means to achieve his goals. Lin Feng used the Great Purification Technique. Then, a powerful force of purification poured into Supremacy Yuan Tian's mind. However, very soon, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. This was because Lin Feng hadn't discovered Supremacy Yuan's soul. "You fused your soul with your body?" Lin Feng asked Supremacy Yuan. Lin Feng knew that some otherworldly creatures or lost races of the epoch possessed such strange techniques. They could completely merge their souls with their bodies. If that was the case, others would not be able to harm their souls. "Seems like you are quite knowledgeable." Supremacy Yuan Tian sneered. Now, Venerable Lord Yuan had a plan to go all out. In any case, she knew that falling into Lin Feng's hands would definitely not end well. However, Supremacy Yuan Tian was unwilling to submit to Lin Feng. No matter what Lin Feng did to her, even if he killed her, she wouldn't cooperate with Lin Feng. This was something that Supremacy Yuan Tian had long planned. Lin Feng said, "You think that I can't deal with you if you don't cooperate, right? You think that I can't deal with you if I can't convert you, right? If that's the case, then you are gravely mistaken. If you don't cooperate with me honestly, do you believe that I will sell you to a brothel? At that time, everyone in the world will know that the dignified Supremacy Yuan Tian of the lost races of the epoch has been sold to a brothel. I wonder what kind of sensational scene it will be. I can guarantee that you will definitely be the biggest star in the world. I will kill you." Supremacy Yuan Tian was so angry that she went berserk when she heard Lin Feng's words. Then, she pounced on Lin Feng. Her magic power was sealed, and she couldn't use her strength, but she could still move her body. F***ck. Seeing Supremacy Yuan Tian pouncing on him like a shrew, Lin Feng couldn't help but jump in fright. It seemed that everyone had a weak spot, and he had hit Supremacy Yuan Tian's weak spot. Supremacy Yuan Tian gritted her teeth in hatred, but she couldn't use her magic power. In front of Lin Feng, she naturally didn't have much of a deterrent force. Lin Feng grabbed Supremacy Yuan Tian's wrist and held her so that she couldn't move. "It's useless to struggle. If you cooperate with me honestly, I might take you in as a personal maid. With your beauty, you're barely qualified to be my personal maid. Lin Feng pinched Supremacy Yuantian's snow-white chin and said. Supremacy Yuantian was very hateful. She could even be described as vicious. However, no one could deny her beauty. She was a peerless beauty. Her beauty was suffocating. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to make me your personal maid? Supremacy Yuantian said angrily. She was very arrogant, even more so than when she had been strong. She valued her face and dignity even more. People were often like this. When you had absolute strength, everyone would respect you. To put it bluntly, if you farted at this time, people would say that it smelled good. But what if your strength fell? Who wouldn't want to step on you? Therefore, Supremacy Yuantian still wanted to use her so-called pride to maintain her dignity when she had been a peerless powerhouse in her previous life. However, she had forgotten one thing. The current her no longer had such qualifications. Why are you so angry? There is one thing you need to know. Nowadays, there are many things that you can't refuse just because you want to. Only the strong have the right to choose, and the weak are destined to live by the whims of others. The current you is the weak. I let you be my personal maid because I think highly of you. If you serve me well, I might even let you be my concubine in the future, Lin Feng said with a smile. I, Supremacy Yuantian, will not become a vassal of any man, Supremacy Yuantian said coldly. Do you believe me when I say that I can make your insistence collapse instantly? Lin Feng said with a smile. You. Supremacy Yuantian's face turned pale. She was a smart person, so she naturally knew what Lin Feng meant. She looked glum as she said, Lin Feng, you're despicable and shameless. Compared to your father, you're a good man and you're a shameless bastard. You're a shameless bastard. Thank you for the compliment. You can say whatever you want. Now, I just want to ask you a question. Will you answer me? My patience is limited, Lin Feng said indifferently. Supremacy Yuantian bit her lip and finally nodded. Ask away. But after I answer you, you can't have any improper thoughts about me. Chapter 45:19. Lin Feng looked at Supremacy Yuan and said, I don't have any improper thoughts about you, and you don't have the right to make me have improper thoughts about you. You are my prisoner, my slave. Whatever I do to you is reasonable. You have to understand this principle. You, Supremacy Yuan glared at Lin Feng hatefully. Lin Feng's words had infuriated her. But soon, Supremacy Yuan's heart was filled with helplessness. Lin Feng's words were actually quite reasonable. Because she was indeed Lin Feng's prisoner now. Lin Feng said. Of course, my attitude towards you is still the same as before. I'm a person who has tender feelings for the fairer sex. If you cooperate with me, I won't do anything ruthless. I hope you remember what you just said. Supremacy Yuan looked deeply at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said. Back then, you and Tai Dao Supremacy worked together to deal with my ancestor, Lin Qi. Tai Dao Supremacy's grandson said that my ancestor was killed by you. He must be lying, right? Based on Lin Feng's understanding of his ancestor, Lin Qi, Tai Dao Supremacy's grandson was lying. Lin Feng naturally didn't believe that Tai Dao Supremacy and the other supremacies had the strength to kill Lin Qi's ancestor. After all, his ancestor, Lin Qi, was on the same level as his mother's ancestor, the Lord of Gods. The Lord of Gods was the first expert to rise after the end of the era of titled gods. He had even created a new cultivation system. From this, one could see how powerful the Lord of Gods was. In other words, it also proved how powerful his ancestor, Lin Qi, was. Supremacy Yuan said. Actually, Tai Dao Supremacy is indeed lying. We four supremacies didn't participate in the battle back then. We were only watching from afar. Watching from afar? Lin Feng was stunned. He still remembered Tai Dao Supremacy's vivid description of what had happened back then. After all this time, Tai Dao Supremacy wasn't even qualified to participate in the battle back then. He was only qualified to watch from afar. After all these years, he had believed Tai Dao Supremacy's grandson's words. Tai Dao Supremacy really knew how to boast. He really knew how to flatter himself. Supremacy Yuan said. Lin Qi is such a terrifying existence. How could we be qualified to fight him? The ones fighting against him are the 8 great sacred ancestors of our black-robed clan. You might not understand the strength of the 8 sacred ancestors, but let me tell you this. Sacred ancestors are people who can reverse destiny, their strength. Especially at the 2 nodes of the destruction of an era and the birth of a new era, their strength will increase exponentially. Even the weakest among the 8 sacred ancestors is a cultivator who has crossed 2 epochs. The sacred ancestor, Lin. Because they knew that even if they killed Lin Qi, the 4 of them would definitely die at his hands. Lin Qi also knew his own situation. If the battle continued, even if he killed the 4 sacred ancestors, he wouldn't be in a good situation. Therefore, both sides had a tacit understanding. They chose to stop the battle and left. Damn! Ancestor Lin Qi is actually so powerful. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Lord Yuan Tian's description seemed to bring Lin Feng back to that great battle. In the boundless starry sky, Ancestor Lin Qi had faced the 8 sacred ancestors of the black-robed clan alone. How hot-blooded was that? The strength of the 8 sacred ancestors is unimaginable. They once slaughtered the heavens, but they weren't able to kill Lin Qi. The main reason is that Lin Qi's vitality is too strong. He has awakened his undying bloodline 10 times. He's practically immortal. That's why the 8 sacred ancestors didn't kill him. Otherwise, how could a living being of this epoch contend with cultivators who have transcended several epochs? Supremacy Yuan pursed his lips. Awakened his undying bloodline 10 times? Lin Feng was shocked. 9 was the ultimate number. It represented an ominous sign. Awakening his undying bloodline 10 times. This meant, Ancestor Lin Qi had broken this ominous sign. No wonder Ancestor Lin Qi was so powerful. Who would have thought? Ancestor Lin Qi was so weak when he was young. In the Undying clan, he was regarded as a useless bloodline. His status was low. Therefore, after Ancestor Lin Qi's mother died, he wasn't even qualified to be buried in the ancestral grave. As expected. The saying "don't bully a poor young man" would never go out of style. Later on, it was rumored that Ancestor Lin Qi died. What do you think of this? Lin Feng asked Supremacy Yuan. The decline of his bloodline. It had a lot to do with Ancestor Lin Qi's death. Of this, he was certain. Supremacy Yuan said, I also heard this news back then, but I didn't believe it. 4 of the 8 great divine ancestors were killed in order to kill Lin Qi. How could Lin Qi die? Unless the mastermind behind the scenes made a move, it would be possible to kill Lin Qi. However, as far as I know, the mastermind behind the scenes who experienced the Carnate Lifeform battle is also recuperating and wouldn't appear at that time. Therefore, the news of Lin Qi's death itself is very deceptive. Of course, I don't know why this news was spread. Something unknown must have happened back then, and what these things were, perhaps only the people involved would know. Lin Feng couldn't help but touch his chin. This matter was indeed a little strange. Could it be that Ancestor Lin Qi wasn't dead? Thinking of this, Lin Feng's eyes couldn't help but light up. If Ancestor Lin Qi wasn't dead, then what did Ancestor Lin Qi do? Lin Feng was very puzzled and wanted to know. But what could he do? He had no clues. Is there anything else you want to ask? Supremacy Yuan asked. Lin Feng said, according to what you said, your black-robed clan should be an extremely ancient clan, right? How many eras has your black-robed clan spanned? Supremacy Yuan said, I'm not very clear about this. The oldest person I can come into contact with is the ancestor who spanned 8 eras. His strength is very strong. It's simply unimaginable. He can even be called a creator, as he can casually create new life. His strength spanning 8 eras is so terrifying. Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal an extremely shocked expression. Chapter 4520. Of course, an expert who had crossed 8 eras. In the history of eras. Also an extraordinary figure, Supremacy Yuan said. Lin Feng couldn't help but have a thought in his mind. A living being who had crossed 8 eras was already so powerful. In this world, was there an existence who had crossed 3,000 eras? From the beginning of the first era until the current era, there were still people in this world. If there was an existence of this level, then what kind of cultivation level would such an existence have? But soon, Lin Feng smiled bitterly. In this world, how could there be such a heaven-defying figure? Crossing 3,000 eras, wouldn't that be eternal life? Lin Feng continued, a race like yours must have a top-notch immortal sutra. Tell me the immortal sutra, I'll study it. Hearing that, Supremacy Yuan's pretty face changed slightly. If she told Lin Feng the immortal sutra, it was tantamount to betraying the black-robed race. What was the consequence of betraying the black-robed race? Supremacy Yuan was very clear. She said with an ugly expression, if you want the black-robed race's immortal sutra, you might as well kill me directly. You should know that you have no choice now that you've fallen into my hands. You don't have to keep saying that I'll kill you in front of me. I won't kill you because I can't bear to kill a delicate beauty like you. You know very well that you can't resist me. I'll always have a way to make you talk. Moreover, now that you've fallen into my hands, do you think this matter will spread to the black-robed race? Perhaps when you fell into my hands, the black-robed race had already regarded you as a traitor, Lin Feng said indifferently. He had been observing the changes in Supremacy Yuan's eyes. Lin Feng's words were actually a psychological attack. Because Lin Feng wasn't sure if what he said was right or if he could poke at Supremacy Yuan's weakness. Lin Feng realized that after he said those words, Supremacy Yuan's pupils contracted violently. It seemed that those words had indeed touched Supremacy Yuan's heart. It seemed. The black-robed race was indeed an extremely heartless race. Moreover, Lin Feng's analysis was very likely to be close to the actual situation. That was why Supremacy Yuan had such an expression on his face. Supremacy Yuan Tian, if you join me, I can guarantee your safety, Lin Feng said. Supremacy Yuan Tian sneered. Save it. You want to protect me with your puny cultivation? You don't even know what you are capable of. Don't think that I don't know anything about you. You can activate the power of Hu Yi Bo because of the Jade Talisman, but clearly, you can't activate the Jade Talisman as you wish. This supreme treasure is highly repulsive to the outsiders. Therefore, even though you've refined the Jade Talisman, it's still impossible for you to activate it as you wish. If you can't borrow the power of the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman, can your Hu Yi Bo kill a quasi-true immortal? Even a sky immortal powerhouse might not be able to kill it. With your cultivation, how can you guarantee my safety? Said Lin Feng. I can help you change your fate. After that, your qi will change. At that time, the strong cultivators of the Black Chang Pao clan won't be able to sense your qi. After that, you will obtain even more benefits. At that time, your cultivation will increase like an ordinary person's. It won't be like it is now, it won't be like it is now, it won't be like it is now. You have such an ability. Supremacy Yuan couldn't help but be shocked. In fact, it was relatively easy to instigate someone like Supremacy Yuan to defect. Why was that? Because Supremacy Yuan was a being that had transcended eras. Her family might have died long ago. Over the long years, the bloodline connection between races had become extremely thin. Therefore, the honor of a race wasn't that strong. The sense of belonging to a race wasn't that strong either. The reason these beings that had transcended eras were still gathered together was because of the drive of interest. If Lin Feng gave Zun Tianyuan hope, Zun Tianyuan naturally didn't want to die. Why had she chosen the path of death before? Actually, at the end of the day, it was because she felt tired. Moreover, she hated the feeling of becoming weaker and weaker. Now, Lin Feng's words had given her hope of living like a normal person. Is everything you said true? Supremacy Yuan looked at Lin Feng and asked. Of course it's true. Lin Feng caressed Zun Lord Yuan Tian's delicate face. He said, I have many abilities. You'll know how powerful I am in the future. When the time comes, you probably won't be willing to leave even if I ask you to. Supremacy Yuan said. That'll have to wait until you can really change my fate. Lin Feng said. Of course, but I have a request. What request? Supremacy Yuan asked. You have to swear allegiance to me because I'll never do something like releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Lin Feng said. Supremacy Yuan's expression changed. Finally, she said, if you can really help me, I'll agree. Of course, I'll agree to it. Then you can make the oath. After you make the oath, I'll immediately help you. I'll help you immediately, said Lin Feng. Supremacy Yuan bit her lip and began to make the oath. I, Supremacy Yuan, am willing to make an oath. If Lin Feng can change my fate, I'll be loyal to Lin Feng and will never betray Lin Feng. If I betray Lin Feng, I'll die a horrible death. After Zun Tian Yuan made the oath, Lin Feng immediately felt a strong connection with Zun Tian Yuan. Lin Feng began to recite the incantation of the Great Fate technique. Great Path of Fate, I'll use the power of fate to change the fate of this woman in front of me. Please descend the power of fate and let me completely change her life aura. After Lin Feng's incantation fell, the power of fate descended from the sky and poured into Supremacy Yuan's body. Supremacy Yuan immediately felt that her life aura was being changed. Everyone's life aura was different. And a person's life aura was already destined from birth. What was destined from birth was fate. This couldn't be changed. However, Lin Feng had mastered the Great Fate technique. As his cultivation increased, Lin Feng's research on the Great Fate technique became deeper and deeper. Therefore, Lin Feng had mastered many amazing methods. Others couldn't change a person's fate. However, Lin Feng could do it. Chapter 45:21. My life aura has really changed. Supremacy Yuan's face revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. She could clearly feel the changes in her life aura. This change made Supremacy Yuan extremely excited. Because Lin Feng was telling the truth, Zun Lord Yuan Tian realized that Lin Feng was telling the truth. Lin Feng seemed to have the ability to change her fate. As time passed, Supremacy Yuan's life aura was subtly changing. Every race had their own life aura. As for each person, although they were of the same race. However, their life auras were completely different. That was the most shocking part of it all. All kinds of different life auras could allow people to determine the specific identity of this person. For example, if Lin Feng's life aura was remembered by someone, even if he used the Grand Essence Movement technique to change his current appearance, he would still be recognized. The reason was that a person's appearance would change, but a person's life aura would not change. Lin Feng planned to change Supremacy Yuan's life aura to that of a human cultivator. In this way, no one would know that Supremacy Yuan was a living being that had crossed eras. When the time came, he would let Supremacy Yuan wear a veil. No one would be able to see Supremacy Yuan's appearance. Therefore, as long as Supremacy Yuan did not deliberately expose herself, no one would be able to discover Supremacy Yuan's true identity. Lin Feng spent 2 days to completely change Supremacy Yuan's appearance. Supremacy Yuan's life aura became that of a human cultivator. Now, anyone who saw Supremacy Yuan would say that she was a female cultivator of the human race. Not a female cultivator of the lost races of the era. Immediately, Lin Feng continued to chant the incantation. This time, Lin Feng began to change Supremacy Yuan's fate. With the foundation from before. Therefore, it seemed much easier to use the Great Fate technique to change Supremacy Yuan's fate this time. The Great Tao of Fate, please descend with the flow of fate. I will use the power of fate to change this poor woman's fate. Lin Feng's incantation rang out. When his incantation fell, the power of fate descended again. This time, the power of destiny began to change Supremacy Yuan's fate. It was indeed difficult to change a person's fate. Lin Feng tried many times but discovered that he couldn't change Supremacy Yuantian's fate. However, Lin Feng did not give up. He tried again and again. After trying many times in a row, finally, there was a slight change in Supremacy Yuan's fate. As the saying goes, 1,000-mile dike bursting begins with an ant's nest. When the gears of fate began to turn, when the birth providence began to change, Supremacy Yuantian's fate began to change subtly. Time passed. 10 days later. Supremacy Yuantian's fate was finally changed by Lin Feng. Supremacy Yuantian had never been as relaxed as he was now. She had never felt so comfortable before. Previously, Supremacy Yuantian's cultivation kept falling, and his body was also weakening. This feeling nearly drove Heavenly Venerate Yuan crazy. However, Supremacy Yuantian felt that his body had become even stronger than before. His realm had also become much stronger than before. It's really done. Heavenly Venerate Yuan opened his eyes. She still couldn't believe it. Because even in the black-robed clan, it was extremely rare for someone to be able to change fate. Supremacy Yuantian originally thought that there was no hope for her in this life. Who would have thought that Lin Feng would actually help her change her fate? At this moment, Supremacy Yuantian actually cried tears of joy. This was like a person trapped in a desert. He was already filled with despair. However, in the next moment, someone brought him out of the desert. This kind of joy came from the bottom of his heart. Therefore, Supremacy Yuantian was crying now, not because he was sad, but because he was excited. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter in his heart. This woman wouldn't throw herself into his arms, right? When the time came, should he refuse? Or should he accept it? What Lin Feng imagined didn't happen. Supremacy Yuantian was very grateful to Lin Feng for helping her change her fate. However, she wouldn't throw herself into Lin Feng's arms. Supremacy Yuantian was a proud person. Just as she had said before, she wouldn't become a vassal of any man. After Supremacy Yuantian's emotions stabilized a little, Lin Feng said, "Now, you can impart the Black-Robed Clan's Immortal Sutra to me." Supremacy Yuantian said, "The Black-Robed Clan's Immortal Sutra is called the Dark Indestructible Immortal Sutra. It is divided into 3 parts, and I only got the first part. The second part. I didn't even get it." Hearing this, Lin Feng frowned slightly. "What was your cultivation at your peak? With your cultivation, you still don't have the qualifications to get the second parts of the Immortal Sutra?" Supremacy Yuantian said, "At my peak, I was a peak true immortal. Unless I broke through to the true immortal realm, only then am I qualified to get the second part of the Immortal Sutra. As for when I got the second part of the Immortal Sutra, I don't know." Lin Feng said with some surprise, "Isn't the true immortal realm the limit of cultivation?" "Of course not." Supremacy Yuantian said, "It's different now. Many people like to give themselves a more awesome name. For example, some cultivators who are only great emperors dare to give themselves the title of sacred ancestor. It sounds very domineering. But in the era of titled gods, the word sacred can't be used casually. In the era of titled gods, the sacred emperor of the human race, the sacred sage of the demon race. Only people like them can be called sacred." Lin Feng said, "In other words, above the true immortal realm is the sacred realm?" Supremacy Yuantian nodded and said, "That's right. Above the true immortal realm is the sacred realm. For example, those who can reverse fate and cross several epochs without dying can be called sacred, transcending immortal and entering the sacred realm. Then what is the realm above the sacred realm?" Lin Feng couldn't help but ask curiously. "I don't know about that. My strength couldn't even touch the threshold of the sage realm when I was at my peak. Therefore, I don't know much about the matters above the sage realm. Perhaps the sage realm is the pinnacle of a cultivator." Lin Feng couldn't help but ask, what were the cultivation levels of the titled gods in the era of titled gods? Supremacy Yuantian said, "The titled gods in the era of titled gods were divided into various grades and ranks. The weakest titled gods were roughly equivalent to the current great emperors, but such titled gods couldn't be considered true gods. They could only govern a very small area. For example, the mountain god of a certain mountain forest belonged to this category." Chapter 45:22. If they go even higher, those titled gods can manage an entire sea. In some countries, these titled gods are basically at the level of true immortals. These titled gods are the true gods in the hearts of countless people. As for those ancient sacred emperors, they are the leaders of various races. Many monarchs of countries have to listen to their orders. After hearing Supremacy Yuan's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. It turned out that the division of titled gods in the era of titled gods was actually so strict. Supremacy Yuan continued, of course, in the era of titled gods, there are also many experts apart from those titled god. However, those experts haven't been crowned by the investiture of the gods and don't have the title of titled gods. Therefore, those titled gods are false gods. The strength of a false god isn't necessarily weak. Many false gods are much stronger than titled gods. Some of the strongest false divinities are even able to contend against ancient saint emperors. After Supremacy Yuan's introduction, Lin Feng already had a more intuitive understanding of the division of experts in the era of titled gods. Of course, what interested Lin Feng the most was the immortal sutra passed down by the black-robed clan. Although it was only the contents of the first volume, it still had a lot of research value. Now, pass me the contents of the first volume of the Immortal Darkness Immortal Sutra, Lin Feng said. Supremacy Yuan nodded and then took out a jade tube. She imprinted the contents of the first half of the Immortal Darkness Immortal Sutra into the jade tube. Then, she handed it over to Lin Feng. Now wasn't the time to study the Immortal Darkness Immortal Sutra. Therefore, Lin Feng directly put the jade tube into time and space. He didn't stay here. Instead, he left with Supremacy Yuan. He wondered if Snow Lady had already arrived at the agreed place. Lin Feng didn't delay at all along the way. He rushed to the deepest part of the underground world with Supremacy Yuan as fast as he could. 7 days later, Lin Feng and Supremacy Yuan arrived at the deepest part of the underground world. In the deepest part was a dark world. Outside the dark world, there was a huge mountain range. The Snow Maiden stood at the peak of a mountain. She also saw Lin Feng. The Snow Maidens were delighted to see Lin Feng. However, for some reason, the Snow Lady felt a little uncomfortable when she saw Supremacy Yuan Tian beside Lin Feng. Soon, Lin Feng met up with the Snow Maiden. Who is she? Before Lin Feng could speak, the Snow Lady looked at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng said, she's an expert from the black-robed clan of the Epoch era, and she's called Exalted Lord Yuan. However, she's already turned over a new leaf and severed all ties with the heinous black-robed clan. Snow Maiden nodded and didn't say much. Then she said, the secret zone is in the depths, but it's very dangerous inside. We have to be careful. Otherwise, we might die inside. Yes. Lin Feng nodded solemnly. Then, he, the Snow Lady, and Venerable Lord Yuan Tian flew into that dark world. This place was very strange. The power of darkness permeated between heaven and earth. That power made people shudder. Lin Feng and the other two were very careful. In fact, the Snow Lady didn't know much about this place. She had entered this place by mistake. Then, they saw the Snow Spirit bonfire. However, according to the Snow Lady, there should be something terrifying lurking in this place. Because of this, Lin Feng was very careful. He wanted to find the terrifying existence lurking in the dark. However, after a careful search, they didn't find anything. If it was really as the Snow Lady said, there were some terrifying existences hidden in this place. Then, if he couldn't find those terrifying existences, it was enough to show how powerful they were. Lin Feng realized that Supremacy Yuan Tian couldn't help but frown. Clearly, Supremacy Yuan Tian didn't find anything either. The three of them walked all the way into the depths. It was very quiet in the darkness. They could even hear their well-proportioned footsteps. However, other than the sound of footsteps, there seemed to be no other sound. There were no ferocious beasts here. Of course, there could be some ferocious beasts living here. However, those ferocious beasts were hibernating. The three of them continued to go deeper into the dark world. Not long after, they saw a 30-meter-long river appear in the forest. The river was about to dry up. The water was very shallow. On the other side of the river, there was a faint holy light. Upon closer inspection, it was a spirit beast that looked like a deer. A sacred deer beast. It was an extremely rare creature. It was rumored that the sacred deer beast was as pure as a unicorn. However, there were much fewer sacred deer beasts than unicorns. Lin Feng didn't expect to see a sacred deer beast here. What was even more unexpected was that the sacred deer beast he saw was already dead. The sacred deer beast was lying on the ground. A ball of black gas was floating around the sacred deer beast. What the hell is that? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. He felt a dangerous aura from that ball of black gas. Clearly, that ball of black gas wasn't simple. However, what exactly was that ball of black gas? Lin Feng wasn't too sure either. At that moment, the ball of black gas seemed to sense the arrival of Lin Feng's group. Suddenly, the ball of black gas started to distort violently. In the next instant, the ball of black gas transformed into an extremely ugly human face. The face had a pair of sinister eyes. When Lin Feng saw those eyes, he couldn't help but frown. Those eyes. They made him feel uneasy. Be careful, Lin Feng said in a low voice. Quick, look. Who's here? Isn't that the descendant of the Sovereign Emperor clan and the Undying clan? How interesting. Two ancient clans have the same descendant. All of a sudden, the hideous human face cried out in excitement. It slowly flew towards Lin Feng's group. Stop right there, Lin Feng said in a low voice. That incomparably ugly face said, What? Are you afraid? You have such a powerful bloodline, but you're so cowardly. If that's the case, you're a disgrace to your ancestors. Who the hell are you? Do you know any of my ancestors? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The being in front of him only had a face left. More accurately, it was a face formed from demonic qi. However, it still made Lin Feng's heart tremble. It was hard to imagine just how terrifying this fellow was. The face said, I do, of course I do. In fact, I'm very familiar with you. Which ancestor of mine do you know? Lin Feng asked. Chapter 45-23. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. He hadn't expected this fellow to know his ancestor, the Lord of Gods. Moreover, when he talked about the Lord of Gods, he was gnashing his teeth. Did this mean that there was a deep grudge between him and the Lord of Gods? Looking at this fellow's appearance and sensing his aura, it was obvious that this fellow wasn't a good person. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel gloomy. Had he encountered an enemy of his ancestor? Why was he so unlucky? Fortunately, this fellow was only left with a face formed from demonic energy, so he shouldn't be as much of a threat as before. Lin Feng silently took out the Hell King's bell, the 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram, the Buddhist treasure Kasaya, and other supreme treasures. These treasures were all capable of restraining evil spirits. Snow Lady and exalted Lord Yuan Tian also realized that this existence wasn't to be trifled with. Moreover, his killing intent towards them was very strong. Thus, the two of them took out their powerful treasures as well. The ugly face naturally saw what Lin Feng's group was doing. However, he didn't curse them. Maybe from his point of view, Lin Feng and the two others were doing nothing but wasting their time. Sir, do you have a grudge with my ancestor, the Lord of Gods? Lin Feng asked. The ugly face roared angrily, I hate it. I hate it. I became like this. It's all the Lord of Gods' fault. The Lord of Gods deserves to die. He deserves to die. Lin Feng asked, You said it was my ancestor's fault. What exactly happened back then? You want to know? Then go ask the King of Hell, the ugly face said in a sinister tone. Then, he quickly pounced on Lin Feng. Attack, Lin Feng coldly shouted in the face of the ugly face's attack. Next, he took out several powerful Dharma treasures and attacked the ugly face. The Snow Lady and Yuan Tian Supremacy also took action. They summoned their magic treasures and attacked the ugly face. The three people's magical weapons flew in front of the ugly face in an instant. They were about to bombard the ugly face's body. But at this moment, the ugly face opened its mouth and spat. All of a sudden, a large amount of devil chi rolled out, directly sending Lin Feng and the others' magic treasures flying. It was hard to imagine how terrifying this terrifying existence was. His tyranny made people's hair stand on end. When he saw that everyone's Dharma treasures had been sent flying, Lin Feng felt that something was amiss. He, the Snow Lady, and Supremacy Yuan Tian quickly retreated. But it was too late. At this time, the terrifying human face had already reached Lin Feng's side. Lin Feng was aghast to discover that his body seemed to have been imprisoned, and he was unable to move at all. This was an extremely terrible situation. Once his body was restrained, he would become a fish on the chopping board. "Kid, I'm going to eat you." The ugly face let out a burst of sinister laughter. It began to grow rapidly. Then it wanted to eat Lin Feng in one bite. The situation was extremely dangerous. Lin Feng's heart was filled with shock and despair. At this moment, he really couldn't find a way to fight against this terrifying existence in front of him. Lin Feng wanted to use the heaven patching art to avoid being swallowed by this terrifying existence. But he discovered that after being imprisoned, he couldn't even use the heaven patching art. Clearly, this terrifying existence had already calculated all the possible scenarios that could occur. Lin Feng was about to be swallowed by this terrifying existence. At this critical moment, Lin Feng's Sovereign Emperor's study suddenly activated. The 6 devouring black holes in Lin Feng's dantian also activated of their own accord. The 6 black holes instantly merged into one. Lin Feng's ancestors appeared in the black holes. Whoosh! With a flash of light, one of Lin Feng's ancestors walked out of the black holes. It was an illusory figure. It was the projection of one of Lin Feng's ancestors branded in his bloodline. This existence was wearing a divine robe. He was very young. He was very handsome. He was like an immortal god. He was like the ruler of heaven and earth. When he appeared, a myriad of Taos resonated, and golden lotuses bloomed from the ground. He slapped his palm toward the ugly face. Bang! In the next moment, he collided with the ugly face. Accompanied by a violent collision sound, the ugly face was directly sent flying. "Ah, it's you. It's you, Master of Gods. This is a bloodline manifestation. You've been dead for so many years, why didn't you manifest your bloodline? The dead shouldn't be able to manifest their bloodline, right? Why is that? Why is that? Today, I'll let you die once more." The ugly face roared when it saw Lin Feng's bloodline projection. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, he breathed out demonic energy that filled the sky. The demonic energy transformed into a demonic army of hundreds of millions, crushing toward the projection of the Master of Gods. Lin Feng looked at the projection of the Master of Gods floating in front of him in shock. He had never seen his ancestor so close. Was his ancestor really dead? Or perhaps, he was still alive in this world. Regardless of whether he was still alive or not, his strength back then was unimaginable. After the era of the titled gods, the cultivation system collapsed. It was his ancestor who created a new cultivation system, allowing the declining cultivation world to flourish once more. This alone was enough to show how high the status of the Master of Gods was. The ugly face in front of him might have been killed by his ancestor, the Master of Gods, when he was alive. That was why he hated his ancestor so much. Lin Feng didn't know who this guy was, but Lin Feng knew that no matter who he was, he definitely wasn't a good person back then. Facing the densely packed devil army that was crushing towards them, Yi Zichen was stunned. The projection of the Master of Gods reached out his right hand and tapped lightly in the air. Bang! Then, all the demonic army dissipated. Destroy. The projection of the Master of Gods spoke. His voice was like the heavenly voice of the heavenly Tao, resounding between heaven and earth. He slapped his palm toward the ugly face again. After this slap, the word destroy condensed on top of the Master of God's palm. The ugly face once again breathed out a large amount of demonic energy to block the attack of the Master of Gods. The two sides collided once more. This time, the ugly face condensed from demonic energy directly exploded. A large amount of demonic energy was directly reduced to ashes. In the end, only a small amount of demonic energy escaped. Master of Gods, I am immortal and indestructible. Just you wait. I will reincarnate. I will slaughter your entire family. Chapter 45-24. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown when he saw the ball of demonic aura escape. He felt a little helpless because he couldn't keep that ball of demonic aura. That guy's methods were indeed very terrifying. After all, his ancestor, the Master of Gods, was just a projection of his bloodline. Although it was very powerful, it wasn't omnipotent. Therefore, the projection of the Master of Gods couldn't keep that ball of demonic aura. Inheritance. The projection of the Master of Gods turned to look at Lin Feng and revealed a gratified expression. Then, the projection of the Master of Gods turned into specks of starlight and then disappeared. The crisis in front of him was finally resolved. Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. However, his mood soon became serious again. The guy who escaped was definitely extremely terrifying. His identity was still a mystery, but he was obviously an extremely ancient existence. Fortunately, he had just been injured by his ancestor. He probably wouldn't come out to stir up trouble for a while. He still needed to quickly raise his realm. Only when he was strong enough. Only then could he deal with all the unknown situations. Lin Feng didn't like to entrust his fate to others. The feeling of being unable to resist the ugly face just now was hard for Lin Feng to accept. "Let's go inside and take a look," Lin Feng said. He urgently wanted to raise his strength, and refining the snow spirit bonfire was the best way. Lin Feng took the lead and walked inside. After the ugly face escaped, the atmosphere here became less oppressive. However, Lin Feng and the other two still didn't let down their guard. Maybe there were other dangers. There was nothing wrong with being careful. However, Lin Feng and the other two didn't encounter any danger for the rest of the journey. They couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Finally, they entered a deep and serene cave in the depths of the mountain. After passing through a long passage, the three of them arrived at the depths of the cave. In the depths of the cave, there was a huge stone room. Obviously, someone had built a cave for cultivation here. When Lin Feng arrived, he saw a cluster of flames burning in the center of the cave. That cluster of flames was very special. It was a white flame. Other flames were incomparably hot, but the aura emitted by this cluster of white flames was incomparably cold. Snow spirit bone fire. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. He had finally found the snow spirit bonfire. After seeing the snow spirit bonfire, Lin Feng suddenly felt extremely excited. He was finally going to break through to the Emperor Lord realm. Anyone would be excited when faced with a major turning point in their life, right? Lin Feng was naturally the same. In the cave, Lin Feng also saw 3 corpses in addition to the heaven fire. The heavenly flame hovered above one of the corpses, while the other 2 corpses lay not far from it. Among the 3 corpses, there were 2 male corpses and 1 female corpse. The corpse under the heavenly fire should be the owner of the heavenly fire, right? Who was this person? Who were the other 2 corpses? Their weapons fell to the ground. Had they experienced a great battle when they were alive? In the end, both sides would suffer and die. I originally thought that one of the 3 should be the previous incarnation of that ugly face, but now it seems like that's not the case. I wonder where that ugly face came from. Lin Feng couldn't help but think. He didn't stop at all. Instead, he quickly walked towards the snow spirit bonfire. As he gradually approached the snow spirit bonfire, Lin Feng felt that the surrounding temperature was getting colder and colder. His body actually began to freeze. Lin Feng circulated the heavenly fire and dissolved the coldness emitted by the snow spirit bonfire. Snow Lady and Supremacy Yuan Tian obviously didn't feel good either. Lin Feng said, "You guys can just retreat." Hearing this, the 2 women nodded. They didn't go too far forward. Instead, they retreated more than 10 meters. Lin Feng carefully approached the snow spirit bonfire. The reason why he was so careful was because Lin Feng knew that some heavenly flames would form fire spirits. If there were fire spirits, those heavenly flames were extremely terrifying. And they were very aggressive. If he wasn't careful, he might die under the attack of the heavenly flames. So, Lin Feng naturally had to be extremely careful when dealing with the heavenly flames. It was better to be safe than sorry. In history, countless peerless powerhouses had died because of a moment of carelessness. Lin Feng didn't want to see such a thing happen. Lin Feng gradually approached the snow spirit bonfire. When he was 3 meters away from the snow spirit bonfire, Lin Feng planned to collect the snow spirit bone fire. But at this moment, the snow spirit bone fire violently distorted. Go to hell, a cold voice came from within the snow spirit bone fire. Then, the snow spirit bone fire flew towards Lin Feng, wanting to envelop Lin Feng and then kill Lin Feng. It actually produced a fire spirit. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. When Snow Lady came here, the snow spirit bone fire had yet to produce a spirit. Of course, it was also possible that it had already produced a spirit. It was just that when Snow Lady came here, the spirit of the snow spirit bone fire had yet to awaken. But now, the spirit of the snow spirit bone fire had already awakened. Fortunately, Lin Feng was already prepared. Therefore, when he saw the snow spirit bone fire flying towards him, the 6 heavenly fires in his body immediately flew out. Then, the 6 heavenly fires wrapped around Lin Feng. Lin Feng slapped his palm towards the snow spirit bone fire. Bang! A dull sound of collision rang out. The snow spirit bone fire was sent flying by Lin Feng's slap. Ah! 6 heavenly fires. You actually refined 6 heavenly fires. If I devour you, what level will I evolve into? The snow spirit bone fire cried out excitedly when it saw the 6 heavenly fires that Lin Feng took out. Snow Lady and Supremacy Yuan Tian behind Lin Feng also had an expression of disbelief. Heavenly fires were precious. Refining one type of heavenly fire was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. What was more, refining 6 types of heavenly fire? Lin Feng had refined 6 types of heavenly fire. It was unbelievable. Snow Spirit World Destruction. The Snow Spirit Heavenly Fire roared. Suddenly, endless flames surged out. The flames formed an independent world. It directly swallowed Lin Feng, Snow Lady, and Supremacy Yuan Tian into this world. This was a world formed by the Snow Spirit Bone Fire. In this world, its combat strength reached the pinnacle. It wanted to use this world to kill Lin Feng and then devour Lin Feng's 6 heavenly fires. Burning wrath of the heavens, Lin Feng sneered. He used his self-created technique, burning wrath of the heavens. Lin Feng condensed the 6 heavenly fires into a ball of fire. Lin Feng took out the ball of fire. Next, the ball of fire turned into a fire dragon in midair. The fire dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws, roaring. Chapter 45-25. The power of the fire dragon formed by the 6 heavenly fires was naturally terrifying. Therefore, when the snow spirit bone fire saw the fire dragon formed by the 6 heavenly fires pouncing towards it, it didn't dare to take the fire dragon's attack head-on. The snow spirit bone fire quickly disappeared. Its whereabouts were unknown. When Lin Feng tried to search for the snow spirit bone fire with his divine will, he couldn't find the whereabouts of the snow spirit bone fire. He didn't know where the snow spirit bone fire had run off to. Lin Feng guessed that the snow spirit bone fire should have merged with this world. It was at this moment that countless icy creatures were formed in this world. These ice creatures were all creatures formed by the snow spirit bone fire. The ice creatures formed an army and charged towards Lin Feng and the other 2. Explode! Lin Feng shouted coldly. The fire dragon formed by the 6 heavenly fires directly exploded. The destructive power surged in all directions. Then, it violently bombarded the crystal wall of this world. Catcha sounds were heard. The crystal wall of this world couldn't withstand the self-destruction of the fire dragon. It directly shattered. The snow spirit bone fire revealed its form. How is this possible? The snow spirit bone fire cried out unwillingly. It originally thought that with the world it formed, it could deal with Lin Feng. But things didn't go as it wished. The world couldn't cause any harm to Lin Feng. Instead, the world was destroyed by Lin Feng. The snow spirit bone fire was severely injured. At this moment, Lin Feng took out the gourd of creation. The gourd of creation flew above the snow spirit bone fire and opened the stopper. A powerful devouring power surged out continuously. The gourd of creation began to devour the snow spirit bone fire. The gourd of creation, it's the gourd of creation. The snow spirit bone fire cried out in surprise. This guy was quite knowledgeable. It even knew the gourd of creation. A large amount of fire surged out of the snow spirit bonfire. Then, the flames turned into something that resembled a whip. That thing that looked like a long whip. It struck the gourd of fortune hard and sent it flying. Then, the snow spirit bonfire dashed outside, wanting to escape. This guy saw that he was no match for Lin Feng. Therefore, he planned to escape. However, Lin Feng did not give the snow spirit bonfire a chance to escape. He immediately summoned 6 devouring black holes. The 6 black holes instantly merged into one. Then, it enveloped the snow spirit bonfire. You want to devour me? I won't let you succeed. The snow spirit bonfire roared furiously. It began to struggle violently, trying to break free from the restraints of Lin Feng's devouring black hole. But then, Lin Feng's gourd of fortune flew over. The gourd of fortune emitted a powerful devouring power. It directly devoured the snow spirit bonfire. Then, the gourd of fortune stopper was plugged into the mouth of the gourd. The snow spirit bonfire was successfully suppressed. After doing all this, Lin Feng could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The snow spirit bonfire had been suppressed. Next, he had to find a place to refine the snow spirit bonfire. Lin Feng planned to check the identities of the 3 dead people. He took off their storage rings. Then, he used his divine consciousness to invade them. Lin Feng found that their storage rings were damaged. It was a pity. If they were not damaged, with their strength, there should be many good things in their storage rings. However, since they were damaged, there was nothing he could do. Some things could not be forced. Lin Feng naturally understood this. Therefore, he would not force these things. Lin Feng searched the 3 people's bodies, but didn't find anything. Therefore, the cause of their deaths was a mystery. Lin Feng said, "We can't stay here for long. Let's go." The 2 girls nodded. They left with Lin Feng. Soon, they left the area. Lin Feng was going to try to break through to the Emperor realm. When he broke through, he would have to undergo the tribulation. The underground world was not suitable for undergoing the tribulation. Therefore, Lin Feng decided to leave the underground world for the time being. He, Snow Lady, and Supremacy Yuan Tian left the underground world and came to the forest outside. Then, Lin Feng went into seclusion. The relationship between Snow Lady and Supremacy Yuan Tian was relatively cold. They didn't communicate much in private. Lin Feng could only smile wryly in response. Lin Feng sat cross-legged. Then, he took out the creation gourd. Lin Feng's divine consciousness invaded the creation gourd. Then, he heard the curses of the snow spirit bonfire. "Brat, I curse you to die a horrible death. Brat, I curse you to end up 10 times more miserable than me." This guy seemed to know that Lin Feng did not intend to let it go. Therefore, it did not beg for mercy. All kinds of curses came out at Lin Feng. Death is at hand. If you want to curse, then curse. Anyway, you won't have the chance to curse me in the future, Lin Feng said indifferently. Then, Lin Feng began to summon the 6 heavenly fires. The 6 heavenly fires entered the creation gourd one after another. Under Lin Feng's control, the 6 heavenly fires assisted the creation gourd and began to refine the soul of the snow spirit bonfire. Lin Feng naturally would not let the soul of the snow spirit bonfire survive, refining the other party's soul to death once and for all. Moreover, this guy's mouth was too smelly. The moment it came up, it cursed Lin Feng. How could Lin Feng let it live? 3 days later, the soul of the snow spirit bonfire was refined to death. In the end, only the purest heavenly fire origin was left. Lin Feng began to refine the snow spirit bonfire's heavenly fire origin. The snow spirit bonfire had just been devoured by Lin Feng. Lin Feng discovered that his body was beginning to freeze. This time, the ice was freezing from the inside out. Lin Feng discovered that his internal organs, bones, and blood were rapidly freezing. Lin Feng felt that his soul was about to be frozen. The snow spirit bonfire was an extremely cold fire. This kind of flame was very terrifying. If he was the slightest bit careless, he might be seriously injured or even killed by the snow spirit bonfire. Lin Feng was naturally very clear about this point. From the beginning to the end, he had never underestimated the snow spirit bonfire. Just as his body began to freeze, the 6 heavenly fires were activated by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's body had long adapted to the 6 heavenly fires. So, at this moment, under Lin Feng's control, the 6 heavenly fires protected Lin Feng's body. His body that was gradually freezing began to quickly unfreeze. Under the suppression of the 6 heavenly fires, the snow spirit bonfire was finally suppressed in Lin Feng's dantian, unable to move. Then, Lin Feng began to refine the snow spirit bonfire. Refining the heavenly fire was not easy, even though Lin Feng had already refined the heavenly fire 6 times. However, when refining the new heavenly fire, it was still very difficult. Especially since this kind of heavenly fire was very different from the previous 6 types of heavenly fire. However, the heavens did not disappoint those who worked hard. Lin Feng spent half a month's time and finally succeeded in refining the snow spirit bonfire. And the mana in Lin Feng's body began to surge crazily. Between his brows, the light of calamity flickered, and outside, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Chapter 45-26. Lin Feng opened his eyes. He walked out of the cave where he was in seclusion. At this moment, Snow Lady and Supremacy Yuan had already walked out. They looked at the sea of lightning above the 9 heavens and couldn't help but feel shocked. Even though it was a perfected immortal tribulation, it was probably not as terrifying as this, right? Lin Feng's tribulation transcendence. Wasn't it too terrifying? Lin Feng flew towards the center of the heavenly tribulation. In the following period of time, Lin Feng began to transcend the tribulation. The Imperial Lord Tribulation was very terrifying. Even with Lin Feng's powerful methods, it was extremely difficult for him to transcend the Imperial Lord Tribulation. High-grade immortal stones piled up like mountains burned. They provided Lin Feng with the boundless energy he needed to transcend the tribulation. 1 day, 10 days, 20 days, 30 days, 40 days, 50 days, 60 days. Lin Feng actually spent a total of 60 days transcending the tribulation this time. Lin Feng didn't even know how many tribulations he had transcended. Several times. Lin Feng almost thought that he was dead for sure. But he didn't give up. He persevered. The final result was not bad. Lin Feng passed the most difficult period. He successfully withstood all the tribulations. Lin Feng lay on the ground, panting heavily. Snow Lady and Supremacy Yuan flew over. Seeing that Lin Feng was still alive, they finally heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Feng, Snow Lady, and Supremacy Yuan left. He found a place to enter seclusion for a few days and adjusted his condition to the best. Lin Feng's realm stopped at the first level of the Imperial Lord realm. Lin Feng still had the source energy of a quasi-true immortal, but Lin Feng planned to stabilize his cultivation before refining the quasi-true immortal's source energy. After all, he had just broken through. If he continued to refine the quasi-true immortal's source energy to increase his cultivation, it might cause his foundation to be unstable. This wasn't what Lin Feng wanted to see. Other than that, Lin Feng still had one more thing to do. This matter was very important to him. That was to practice the 8-9 mysteries. Calculating the time. It was time to continue improving the 8-9 mysteries. However, it was not easy to improve the 8-9 mysteries. It required luck. Lin Feng's 8-9 mysteries was still at the stage where he could only cultivate but not use it. This was because the side effects of the 8-9 arcane art were too great. It would devour Lin Feng's lifespan. Therefore, Lin Feng would not use the 8-9 mysteries. However, Lin Feng had no choice but to cultivate the 8-9 arcane art. Because it was the end of the 8-9 mysteries. If the 8-9 arcane art didn't make a breakthrough, he would die. Lin Feng did a rough calculation and found that the 8-9 mysteries still had more than 10 years left. Therefore, although he was in a hurry to break through, but there was still some time to find a place to break through. Lin Feng planned to return to the Sin domain. Because Lin Feng still wanted to inquire about the descendants of Emperor Shun. Although Lin Feng had previously received news that the descendants of Emperor Shun had been annihilated by the Sacred Army. However, were there any descendants of Emperor Shun who had escaped? Lin Feng naturally hoped so. The descendants of the ancient sacred emperor of the human race should not be cut off just like that. Young master, I plan to leave for a period of time. I want to go to a place. Perhaps that place. It can allow me to quickly recover to the true immortal realm. Supremacy Yuan looked at Lin Feng and said. She didn't say where that place was, and Lin Feng didn't ask. However, since Supremacy Yuan said that that place could allow her cultivation to recover to the true immortal realm, Lin Feng naturally supported Supremacy Yuan going to that place. Because, after Supremacy Yuan broke through to the true immortal realm, she would be of great help to Lin Feng. All right, you go, Lin Feng said. Thank you, young master. When I break through to the true immortal realm, I will come to find you, Supremacy Yuan said. Lin Feng nodded. Supremacy Yuan didn't stay for long. She quickly left. Lin Feng looked at Snow Maiden and said, "Will you leave with me?" Snow Maiden hesitated. She hesitated. "Do you have any concerns?" Lin Feng asked. Snow Maiden said, "Yes." Lin Feng grabbed Snow Maiden's hand and said, "You don't have to worry about anything. I know that some things might have happened in the past that you don't want to recall. When you want to tell me, I am willing to listen." Snow Maiden's face reddened as Lin Feng grabbed her hand. She bit her lip and finally nodded. Lin Feng didn't know that because of him, many people in the world of the immortals had been astonished. Of course, even if Lin Feng knew about this, he wouldn't take it to heart. Since he was already in the Undying Realm, he would definitely cause trouble there. A month later, Lin Feng and Snow Maiden saw a village appear in the mountain range in front of them. It was a simple and unadorned mountain village. There were a few hundred families living there. There were many such villages in the Sin realm. In fact, it wasn't just the Sin realm. Villages could be seen everywhere in the other realms as well. Because most of the Undying Realm was covered in dense forests. There were many villages scattered in the forests. "Let's go to the village to rest," Lin Feng said to Snow Maiden. Snow Maiden didn't want to interact with outsiders. However, she was now with Lin Feng. She was trying her best to adapt to living like a normal person. When Lin Feng and Snow Maiden appeared in the village, some children who were playing outside saw them. "Fairy sister, look. It's Fairy sister," a child pointed at Snow Maiden. Snow Maiden was very beautiful. She was dressed in snow-white clothes. She had a beautiful face. She had a tall and slender figure. She indeed looked like a fairy who didn't belong to the mortal world. Such a peerless beauty, in the eyes of these children, was a fairy sister. The children weren't afraid of people. They ran over and looked up at Lin Feng and Snow Maiden. "Big brother, you're with fairy sister? Who are you? Could you be fairy brother?" A 3 or 4-year-old girl asked innocently. "Do you still need to ask?" "It must be brother immortal," another older child said. The little girl continued asking, then, "Did fairy brother kiss fairy sister?" Lin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This little girl was only 3 or 4 years old, but she already knew how to kiss. Children's words carried no harm. Children's words carried no harm. Please don't offend Snow Maiden. Lin Feng looked at Snow Maiden and found that she wasn't angry. She was just blushing. He had to admit that Snow Maiden looked very charming when she was blushing. At that moment, some villagers walked out of the village. A middle-aged cultivator said, "Young master, young miss, these children are immature and have disturbed you. Please forgive them." Lin Feng smiled and said, "It's fine. I think they're very cute and innocent. It's already late, so we're planning to stay in the village for the night. Would that be convenient?" The middle-aged man said, "Of course. Please follow us." Chapter 45-27. In the evening. The bonfire was burning. The villagers in the mountain village were busy. Many women were making fires to cook. The children, on the other hand, were running around the mountain village, having fun. The mountain village had its own hunting team. The hunting team would go out to hunt every day. Of course, they wouldn't go too far away, nor would they hunt beasts that were too powerful. Everything was done according to their abilities. There were also some young people cultivating in the valley not far away. Every day, there would be elders teaching them how to cultivate. The Undying Realm was a world where everyone cultivated. Even the most ordinary mountain village had no ordinary people. They would all cultivate. However, according to everyone's talent, their strength was also different. Occasionally, some powerful people would come out of the small mountain village. If they could join some ancient sects, their future achievements would be limitless. Usually, after such a powerful person came out, the residents of the mountain village would also move out. After all, they had someone to rely on. It wouldn't be a problem to buy a mansion in the city and settle down the villagers. The Snow Lady was playing with the children in the village. She was smiling very happily. Perhaps, she hadn't smiled so happily in a long time. Although when these children invited the Snow Lady wanted to reject them. The innocence of children. It could often purify the soul. It seemed that this sentence was true. Lin Feng chatted with a few men in the mountain village. The mountain village was called Xia Village. It was an extremely ancient mountain village. They had been rooted here for a long time. There were some cultivators with decent cultivation among their ancestors. But the strongest person was only at the Venerable Emperor level. Venerable Emperors were naturally very powerful cultivators in the mortal world. But in the Undying Realm, cultivators of this level were not considered strong. Some of the ferocious beasts in the mountains and forests could easily kill sovereigns. Now, the most powerful person in Xia Village was the old village chief. The old village chief only had one leg left, and he was leaning on a walking stick. It was said that he fought with beasts when he was young. One of his legs was bitten off by a beast. The old village chief smoked a pipe and sat not far away, basking in the sun. He was a man of few words. He wondered if it was because he had lost his leg that he had become so quiet. Or had he always been like this? After dinner was ready, some people who had gone to train in the nearby valley came back to eat. Not long after, the hunting villagers also returned, carrying more than 10 ferocious beasts. They would only keep a portion of the beast's meat. The rest of the meat was preserved and sold in the city along with the fur. Then, he would exchange them for some daily necessities and cultivation resources. After dinner, Lin Feng and the Snow Maiden enjoyed the moonlight together. Lin Feng discovered that the old village chief had ordered people to set up the table. On the table, there were tributes laid out. All the villagers came out. They kowtowed to the offerings placed on the table. It looks like a sacrificial ceremony, but there's no statue. Why is that? The Snow Lady asked in confusion. Lin Feng said, maybe it's because of some taboo things, so they didn't put up the statue. After the ceremony, Lin Feng grabbed a young man's arm. This young man was called Xia Zhongyan, and he was the grandson of the old village chief. Xia Zhongyan's parents had passed away when he was young. Xia Zhongyan also had a brother called Xia Zhongjuan. Both of them were very hardworking in their cultivation, and they looked very simple and honest. Lin Feng asked, Zhongyan, what are you doing? Xia Zhongyan said, we are offering a sacrificial ceremony. Why didn't you put up the statue? Lin Feng asked. Xia Zhongyan said, this is a rule set by our ancestors, but I don't know why it's like this. Lin Feng couldn't get any useful information from Xia Zhongyan. Even the villagers didn't know the exact reason. In the past, some people might have known the reason. But now, it was all a mystery. However, this custom, the Xia family village had maintained this custom until now. After the sacrificial ceremony, the old village chief ordered people to carry out the 5 ancient cauldrons. There were many spiritual herbs in the cauldrons, and there was a pile of firewood below. After pouring some water, the old village chief ordered people to light the firewood. In an instant, the firewood burned fiercely. The scorching flames burned the cauldrons. Gradually, the herbs in the cauldrons dissolved. They turned into medicinal liquid. Come, let's all soak, the old village chief said. This was a medicinal bath, a very common method. It was mainly used by young cultivators to temper their bodies. Lin Feng had also tried the medicinal bath when he was young. Even now, the memory was still fresh in his mind. The medicinal bath was a painful memory. His body was scalded until his skin was torn open. Then, the medicinal liquid was quickly absorbed by his body, and his injuries healed quickly. Of course, some big powers wouldn't let their children suffer like this. Because those big powers had many amazing cultivation resources. The effect was many times better than medicinal baths. Medicinal baths were only used by some small powers. Many children wailed. They turned around and ran. "Catch them all," the old village chief said. Then, many adult villagers opened their mouths and chased after the escaping children. In the village, children from 6 to 13 years old had to soak in medicinal baths. Because this was the stage of laying the foundation. They let those children cry and scream. But it was useless. They were caught and brought back. Then, they were thrown into the cauldrons. If anyone wanted to crawl out, the old village chief would use the stick in his hand to hit them on the head. Many adults laughed in Schadenfreude. Because they had also been through this. Some fathers even specialized in tricking their sons. After the old village chief's stick hit them, they would add another stick. The old village chief was very strict, because this was for their own good. The undying world was very dangerous, and they had to make themselves stronger. This way, their chances of survival would be greater. Lin Feng revealed a surprised expression, because he discovered that the 5 ancient cauldrons seemed to be somewhat extraordinary. He walked towards the 5 ancient cauldrons. Then, he carefully observed the 5 ancient cauldrons. The 5 ancient cauldrons indeed had a very ancient origin, and many of the patterns on them were already extremely blurry. Time had erased the patterns on them. However, Lin Feng still saw some extraordinary places on the 5 ancient cauldrons. The faintly visible patterns contained the power of the great Tao. "It doesn't look like an ordinary cauldron," Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He felt that the 5 ancient cauldrons might have a great origin. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and released a strand of mana. When Lin Feng's mana surged into the ancient cauldron in front of him, the runes on the ancient cauldron flickered slightly. Then, a shocking scene appeared. A small golden dragon appeared in the spirit liquid inside the ancient cauldron. The small golden dragon swam back and forth around the ancient cauldron. Chapter 45-28. A small golden dragon. Yi Futian murmured. The children in the ancient cauldron exclaimed. They felt very strange and wanted to reach out to grab the small golden dragon. But in the end, they gave up. In their subconscious, dragons were relatively powerful and noble creatures. In particular, the small golden dragon in front of them was like a miniature version of the Eastern divine dragon. Therefore, they did not dare to be too presumptuous. The others rushed over when they heard this. The old village chief exclaimed, "Is the rumor true? The ancient cauldron actually manifested a small golden dragon." Lin Feng looked at the old village chief and asked, "Old village chief, what rumor are you talking about?" The old village chief said, "It is said that these 5 ancient cauldrons are called the 5 dragon immortal cauldrons. Our ancestors specially created them for the children of the clan to temper their bodies. However, over the years, our clan has tried many times, but these 5 ancient cauldrons have never undergone any changes." At this moment, the small golden dragon in the ancient cauldron spewed out golden energy. The golden energy was also absorbed by the children's bodies. The children, who had been scalded until their flesh was lacerated, cried out in comfort. "It's like soaking in a hot spring. It's really comfortable." The children flopped around in the ancient cauldron with a look of enjoyment on their faces. The children in the other 4 ancient cauldrons had envious gazes. They looked at Lin Feng eagerly. "Big brother, help us." One of the older children pleaded. Lin Feng walked forward and injected his magic power into the other 4 ancient cauldrons. Instantly, the runes on the other 4 ancient cauldrons seemed to have come to life. Next, a small golden dragon appeared in the other 4 ancient cauldrons. These small golden dragons were the same as the one in the first ancient cauldron. After circling the ancient cauldron a few times, they began to spit out golden energy. After the golden energy was absorbed by them, the pain disappeared. On the contrary, each of them seemed to be full of vigor. Obviously, they had obtained great benefits. Seeing this scene, the old village chief was very excited. Because the rumor was true. These 5 ancient cauldrons were really extraordinary. However, soon, the old village chief was puzzled. Why couldn't they activate the ancient cauldrons? However, Lin Feng was able to activate it. Lin Gongzi, can you tell me how to activate the ancient cauldron? The old village chief asked. Lin Feng said, I injected my magic power into it, and the ancient cauldron was activated, but you guys couldn't activate the ancient cauldron. It's really strange. You just need to input your magic power. It's actually that simple. The old village chief felt that it was inconceivable. Lin Feng nodded and said, that is indeed the case. Let me think of a way to activate these 5 ancient cauldrons. Many thanks for young master's kindness. The old village head hurriedly thanked Lin Feng. Elder, you don't have to be so polite. Lin Feng said. He felt that the key to activating the ancient cauldron might lie in the incomplete carvings. Because the ancient cauldron was badly damaged, the villagers were unable to activate it. However, Lin Feng did not know why he was able to activate the ancient cauldron. Lin Feng did not understand this matter. Lin Feng planned to repair the incomplete carvings on the 5 ancient cauldrons. With Lin Feng's methods, he was not sure if he could do it, but Lin Feng would try. After the children finished tempering their bodies, Lin Feng ordered people to move the 5 ancient cauldrons to his residence. At night, Lin Feng began to study the missing carvings on the 5 ancient cauldrons. These carvings were not particularly complicated, but they were very ancient. These were the runes that the human experts had imprinted on them. The carvings on the 5 ancient cauldrons were almost exactly the same. Back then, the cultivator who forged the 5 ancient cauldrons must have forged 5 identical ancient cauldrons in one go. Thus, Lin Feng found a breakthrough point. Although the carvings on the 5 ancient cauldrons were already damaged, however, the carvings on the cauldrons were different. Therefore, Lin Feng imprinted the carvings on the 5 ancient cauldrons that were still intact on 5 pieces of white paper. Then, he compared them. Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised to find that the carvings on the 5 pieces of white paper overlapped in many places, and the missing carvings could also be filled in. Of course, it was not realistic to completely restore these carvings to their original appearance. However, Lin Feng's current level of array formation was already very high, and there were places that could not be restored. Lin Feng began to deduce by himself. After a night of hard work, Lin Feng restored the carvings on the 5 ancient cauldrons of the past. Although there were some changes, however, the problem was not too big. Lin Feng followed the restored carvings and imprinted them on an ancient cauldron. Then, he called the old village chief. Let the old village chief try to activate the ancient cauldron. If he succeeded, Lin Feng would continue to restore the carvings on the other 4 ancient cauldrons. If he failed, he would only destroy 1 ancient cauldron. After the old village chief's magic power poured into the ancient cauldron, the ancient cauldron's carvings immediately recovered. Inside the ancient cauldron, a small golden dragon appeared. It's really a success. After seeing this scene, the old village chief was extremely excited. The ancient cauldron left behind by his ancestor had finally recovered its former glory. This made him feel very gratified. Old man, I will soon restore the other 4 ancient cauldrons, Lin Feng said. The old village chief said, little friend, it's not too late to rest and do it later. Don't tire yourself out. We're not in a hurry, Lin Feng said with a smile. It's fine, I'm not tired. The old village chief left Lin Feng's place because he was afraid of disturbing Lin Feng. Lin Feng continued to repair the other 4 ancient cauldrons. The other 4 ancient cauldrons were quickly repaired by Lin Feng. The old village chief ordered people to carry the 5 ancient cauldrons to the empty space in the middle of the village. Then, like before, he placed the medicinal herbs, poured water, and lit the fire. Many children no longer ran away. Because when the ancient cauldron was activated, a small dragon would appear inside. They would soak in a medicinal bath. It was incomparably comfortable. After the children were done soaking in the medicinal bath, the older Xia Zhongyan, Xia Zhongjuan, and the others took off their clothes, leaving only their underwear on. Then, they entered the cauldron to soak in the medicinal bath. Every one of them had an expression of extreme enjoyment. They lamented in their hearts. Why didn't they receive such treatment when they were young? If big brother Lin Feng had come a few years earlier, they wouldn't have to suffer from the medicinal bath every day. That night, Lin Feng, who was resting, opened his eyes. This was because he felt that something was not right. Lin Feng walked out. Looking into the distance, he saw that in the depths of the mountain range, there was actually an incomparably huge blood-colored ancient tree. The blood-colored ancient tree's branches were swaying, but soon, the blood-colored ancient tree's figure disappeared. What's that? Lin Feng could not help but frown. He felt that the blood-colored ancient tree was definitely not simple. Perhaps the place where the blood-colored ancient tree was located hid a huge secret. Chapter 45-29. Young Master, are you still awake? The village chief asked as he walked over to Lin Feng. Elder, aren't you awake as well? Lin Feng asked. The village chief said. I'm getting old, so I need less sleep. Lin Feng thought of the blood-colored tree that had just disappeared. Perhaps he could ask the village chief about it. Perhaps the village chief knew something about it. Asked Lin Feng. Mister, do you know anything about that blood-red tree? Asked Lin Feng. The village chief said. That blood-colored tree is located in a blood-colored mountain range in the depths of the forest. It wasn't that big, and it was just a projection. Normally, the blood-colored tree wouldn't show itself, but that's not always the case. Occasionally, the blood-colored tree would show signs similar to what you saw earlier. Elder, have you been there before? Lin Feng asked. The village chief shook his head. When I was young, I wanted to take a look, but when I thought of some rumors from my ancestors, I gave up on the idea. Oh, rumors from your ancestors? What kind of rumors did your ancestors leave behind? Lin Feng asked curiously. My ancestors said, that place is very ominous. It's a cursed place. They told us not to go there no matter what. The village chief said. In truth, Lin Feng felt that the village chief's ancestors must have been very extraordinary. This could be deduced from the ancient cauldron they had left behind. However, it was clear that the village chief's bloodline had completely declined. That was why, over the years, no experts had emerged from this bloodline. Elder, may I know which bloodline of the human race you belong to? Lin Feng asked curiously. The village chief smiled bitterly. Young master, you're exaggerating. How could we dare to say which bloodline we belong to? Our bloodline is only of mortal blood and mortal physique. The strongest expert we've produced in the past was only at the sovereign realm. Lin Feng didn't say anything else. Their bloodline had already forgotten a part of their history. As such, it was very difficult to find out who their ancestors were. Only someone who had awakened their bloodline would be able to find out. However, it was clear that no one had awakened their ancestral bloodline after all these years. Tomorrow, I plan to have a look, Lin Feng said. Young master, please don't be rash. That place is very scary. Don't risk going to that place, the old village chief said. Don't worry. If I encounter any danger, I can retreat in time, Lin Feng said. The next day, Lin Feng told the Snow Maiden about this. He hoped that the Snow Lady would stay in the mountain village and not risk her life with him. However, the Snow Maiden didn't agree. She insisted on going with Lin Feng. Seeing the Snow Maiden's insistence, Lin Feng agreed. Big brother Lin, be careful. Xia Zhongyan and Xia Zhongjuan warned. They liked to ask Lin Feng questions about their cultivation, and Lin Feng would patiently answer them. Lin Feng liked their hard-working attitude. Sometimes, they would go hunting with the uncles in the village. They were only around 20 years old, but their cultivations were already quite good. One of them was a giant god, while the other was a heavenly god. Of course, the undying realm was different from the mortal realm. In addition, it was a golden age for cultivation. There were many cultivators who became emperors before 20 years old. However, the resources that these people received were incomparable to the Xia brothers. The reason why they were able to break through to this realm at the age of 20 was firstly because of their talent and secondly because of their hard work. "I'll be careful," Lin Feng said. Then, he and the Snow Maiden flew in the direction of the blood-colored mountain range. The blood-colored mountain range was more than 50 miles away from the Xia family village. With Lin Feng's speed, he could reach it in less than 15 minutes. Not long later, Lin Feng and the Snow Maiden arrived outside the blood-colored mountain range. The blood-colored mountain range was filled with a terrifying aura. There were extremely powerful restrictions in the air. After sensing the powerful restrictions in the blood-colored mountain range, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Although he hadn't entered yet, he could already sense how terrifying the restrictions were. "Wait for me here. I'll go in and take a look myself," Lin Feng said. "I'll go in with you," the Snow Maiden said. Lin Feng said, "I'm afraid that I won't be able to take care of you. I should be the one taking care of you," the Snow Maiden said. Lin Feng said, "Your cultivation level is indeed much higher than mine. However, you're far inferior to me in terms of formations. The restrictions in this place are extremely terrifying. We have to deal with them carefully. Otherwise, who knows what terrifying things will happen? If you go in with me and encounter danger, the two of us will be too big of a target. Right now, you waiting for me outside is the best choice. If I really run into danger, I will take the initiative to retreat." The Snow Maiden also knew that Lin Feng's method was the best. She gave up on the idea of going in. The Snow Maiden nodded and said, "All right. Then I won't go in. I'll wait for you outside." Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief when the Snow Maiden agreed. Convincing the Snow Maiden wasn't an easy task. He walked into the blood-colored mountain range. A blood-colored mist pervaded the blood-colored mountain range. No one knew how this blood-colored mountain range was formed. The restrictions in the blood-colored mountain range were extremely terrifying. There were even some restrictions floating in the air. Any cultivator who entered had to be extremely careful. If they came into contact with any of the restrictions, the consequences would be extremely terrifying. It was even possible for him to die. Lin Feng was very clear about this. Hence, Lin Feng had always been very careful. There were a total of 3 mountains in the mountain range. Lin Feng didn't see the ancient blood-colored tree on the first mountain. Lin Feng crossed the first mountain and arrived between the first and second mountains. This was a huge basin. In the basin, there was a blood-colored pool. Lin Feng was shocked. When he saw the blood-colored pool, his pupils contracted violently. Could it be that the pool was formed by blood? Lin Feng walked towards the blood-colored pool. Before long, Lin Feng arrived beside the blood-colored pool. He took a closer look and realized that the pool wasn't made of blood. It was a rather strange liquid. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and touched the liquid. In a flash, something terrifying happened. The blood-colored liquid started to corrode Lin Feng's palm. Lin Feng was given a huge fright when he saw this. This was too strange. What the hell was this blood-colored liquid? How could it corrode his palm? Luckily, Lin Feng's physical body was strong enough. If it were anyone else, their palms would have been reduced to white bones by now. Author's note: please recommend monthly tickets. Chapter 45:30. Lin Feng frowned. The liquid in this pool was so strange. It was really strange. He didn't know what this strange liquid was. At this time, Lin Feng suddenly found that his 8-9 Mysteries was actively running. What was going on? The 8-9 Mysteries was actively running. Could it be that the liquid in this pool could make the 8-9 Mysteries evolve? Thinking of this, Lin Feng's face showed a surprised expression. He had been looking for an opportunity to make the 8-9 Mysteries breakthrough. But how difficult was it to make the breakthrough? Lin Feng was very clear about this. But now it seemed that he had found a way to make the 8-9 Mysteries breakthrough. He just didn't know if it was really as he thought. Lin Feng decided to try running the 8-9 Mysteries to see if it could absorb the energy contained in the blood-colored liquid in the pool. When the 8-9 Mysteries was running, something amazing happened. The energy contained in the pool quickly gathered toward Lin Feng. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but be overjoyed. It could actually devour the energy in the pool. When he wanted to sleep, someone immediately gave him a pillow. Lin Feng began to absorb the very strange energy. The reason why the liquid had such a strong corrosive effect was because of the extremely strange energy. When the energy was absorbed by Lin Feng's body began to corrode. Lin Feng felt as if he had been thrown into a highly concentrated poison. His body was about to be dissolved. This feeling was terrifying and terrible. And his body also felt an unprecedented pain. That kind of pain was simply unbearable. But Lin Feng kept persevering. What kind of pain had he not experienced? So, Lin Feng could endure any kind of pain, as the strange energy was constantly being devoured by the 8-9 mysteries. The liquid in the pool became clearer and clearer. In the end, all the strange energy in the blood-colored liquid was absorbed by Lin Feng. And Lin Feng's 8-9 mysteries completed the breakthrough. His 8-9 arcane art had successfully broken through to the 5th level. Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. He had finally broken through to the 5th level. After breaking through to the 5th level of the 8-9 mysteries, he no longer had to worry about the backlash from the 8-9 mysteries. Of course, Lin Feng knew that the 8-9 mysterious art he practiced was an incomplete version of the 8-9 mysterious art. This 8-9 mysterious art was modified by Lord Turtle. Although it was heaven-defying, the price he had to pay after using it was too great. When Lord Tortoise asked Lin Feng to cultivate the 8-9 mysteries, it was because he had an extremely important task for Lin Feng. Lin Feng was also aware of this. Only cultivators who had cultivated the 8-9 mysteries art were qualified to complete this kind of mission. The matter of Lord Turtle seemed to be extremely important. Now, Lin Feng had successfully cultivated the 8-9 mysterious art, but Lord Turtle had been captured by an unknown powerhouse. Lin Feng would never forget what happened that night. Thunder and lightning flashed, darkness fell, and a terrifying creature appeared and chained Lord Turtle. Then Lord Turtle was captured alive. Lord Turtle was too important to Lin Feng. In Lin Feng's life, he played an extremely important role in Lin Feng's cultivation. Therefore, Lin Feng wanted to save Lord Turtle very much. However, for now, Lin Feng hadn't inquired about Lord Turtle. I don't know where Master is being locked up. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Then he calmed down. After cultivating the 8-9 mysterious art to the 5th level, Lin Feng could finally relax for the time being. Then Lin Feng planned to continue to go deeper. He hadn't seen the blood-colored ancient tree yet. He hadn't explored the secrets of this place. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't plan to leave for the time being. As Lin Feng was about to walk deeper into the forest, suddenly, Lin Feng seemed to see something at the bottom of the pool. It was a blood-red thing. Lin Feng waved his hand and a powerful suction force surged out. Suddenly, the blood-red thing in the pool flew out. Lin Feng found that it was a crystal. It was Lin Feng's first time seeing a blood-red crystal. When Lin Feng looked at the blood-red crystal, he saw a strange light. Lin Feng's face revealed an extremely shocked expression. Because Lin Feng found that there was an eyeball sealed inside the blood-red crystal. That's right. It was an eyeball. A blood-red eyeball. It was very strange. Could it be that the blood-red color of the pool has something to do with the blood-red eyeball sealed in this crystal? Lin Feng couldn't help but think. He felt that it should be like this. Lin Feng tried to use his divine sense to sense the blood-red eyeball, but Lin Feng's divine sense was blocked by an invisible force. Lin Feng felt that this blood-red eyeball was too strange. He kept the blood-red eyeball in time and space. Then, Lin Feng continued to walk inside. Lin Feng crossed the second mountain and arrived at the middle of the second and third mountain. Here, Lin Feng saw the blood-red ancient tree. What surprised him was that the blood-red ancient tree wasn't very tall. It was only about 2 meters tall. However, the tree trunk was strong and powerful. The bark was like dragon scales. The entire ancient tree gave people the feeling of a strong dragon body. This feeling was so strange, but so strong. Therefore, Lin Feng frowned deeply. Lin Feng tried to get close to the blood-red ancient tree, but it swayed gently. Bang! An invisible force slammed into Lin Feng's body, sending Lin Feng flying. Clang! Lin Feng's body smashed into a rock wall. He felt intense pain all over his body. That was because that invisible force was simply too powerful. Lin Feng's body almost broke apart from the impact. Damn, this ancient tree is so powerful. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. The ancient tree's strength was beyond his imagination. Lin Feng had thought that he could easily get close to the ancient tree. What is the origin of this ancient blood-red tree? It doesn't look particularly tall. Was it originally this tall, or is it still a young tree? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He felt that this ancient blood-red tree was extraordinary, so Lin Feng wanted to plant it in time and space. Lin Feng continued walking toward the ancient blood-red tree. This time, he was even more cautious. However, when Lin Feng was about 10 meters away from the ancient blood-red tree, it swayed gently again. Another invisible and intangible strength bombarded Lin Feng's body. Just like before, Lin Feng was once again blown away by the invisible and intangible strength. Chapter 45-31. What a scam! Lin Feng couldn't help but wail gloomily. It was just a blood-colored ancient tree, and it might even be a sapling. However, it was so terrifying that even he couldn't get close to it. It was too strange. At this moment, blood-colored energy was emitting from the blood-colored ancient tree. The energy coiled around the blood-colored ancient tree. It seemed to be protecting the blood-colored ancient tree. Could it be that this blood-colored ancient tree has developed its own spirituality? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He kept feeling that there was something strange about the blood-colored ancient tree. Not only was it powerful, but there was also something strange about it. Lin Feng felt that the blood-colored ancient tree might really contain a terrifying spirituality, which was why it knew how to attack him. Of course, this was all just his own guess. As for whether it was true or not, Lin Feng couldn't make a concrete judgment. How should I take this blood-colored ancient tree? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He wanted to take this blood-colored ancient tree, and he wouldn't give up so easily. However, how to obtain this blood-colored ancient tree was a very troublesome problem. This blood-colored ancient tree displayed all kinds of extraordinary characteristics. Moreover, Lin Feng couldn't get close to it at all. This was the most troublesome part. If he couldn't even get close to the blood-colored ancient tree, how could he take it? Lin Feng couldn't help but stroke his chin. What should he do next? At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly felt the world tree, builder tree, sapling in his dantian shake slightly. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Could the world tree sapling and the blood-colored ancient tree sense each other? Could it be the so-called connection of two hearts? Lin Feng tried to communicate with the world tree sapling. After sensing Lin Feng's divine will, the world tree sapling shook even more violently. It seemed to be responding to Lin Feng. "Little guy, can you let me take that blood-colored ancient tree?" Lin Feng asked. The world tree sapling seemed to understand Lin Feng's words and kept shaking its branches. He seemed to be nodding. Next, a ball of green energy escaped from the sapling of the world tree. That ball of green energy was very special. It contained boundless vitality. There seemed to be something else mixed in as well. Lin Feng felt that it was a message. Could it be a message from the world tree to the ancient blood tree? People could communicate with each other. Animals can also communicate with each other. Therefore, between the trees. Could they actually communicate with each other? The green energy from the sapling of the world tree was all absorbed by the blood-colored ancient tree. The blood-colored ancient tree absorbed the green energy. The swaying became more and more intense. The blood-colored ancient tree seemed to be responding to the world tree sapling. Lin Feng tried to approach the blood-colored ancient tree again. Last time, Lin Feng was about 10 meters away from the ancient blood tree when he was attacked by it. Then, he was mercilessly sent flying. But it was different this time. Lin Feng arrived 10 meters away from the ancient blood tree and was not attacked by it. This made Lin Feng's face light up with joy. Could it be the world tree really communicated with the ancient blood tree just now? So, the ancient blood tree was no longer hostile to him? So, now that he was close to the ancient blood tree, the ancient blood tree did not even attack him. Besides this explanation, there seemed to be no other reason to explain why the ancient blood tree did not attack him anymore. This made Lin Feng very happy. Because Lin Feng saw the hope of getting the ancient blood tree. Although he did not know what kind of species the ancient blood tree was. However, Lin Feng knew how extraordinary the ancient blood tree was. Regardless of other things, he would take the ancient blood tree first. Maybe the ancient blood tree would play a key role in the future. Lin Feng was naturally looking forward to it. He continued to walk toward the ancient blood tree. The ancient blood tree did not attack Lin Feng. Finally, Lin Feng came to the ancient blood tree. The branches of the ancient blood tree swayed slightly, gently brushing Lin Feng's body. It was as if it was caressing Lin Feng. Lin Feng sensed that the blood-red ancient tree was friendly to him. This made Lin Feng very happy. Because the ancient blood tree should have recognized him. This was much easier. As long as the ancient blood tree recognized him. This meant that Lin Feng had a good chance to take the ancient blood tree. From now on, the Tree of World will be your partner. I will take you to all the mountains and rivers and let you see what the scenery of each world is like, Lin Feng said. The ancient blood tree swayed gently. It seemed to be responding to Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng did not understand the language of the tree tribe, so he did not know what the ancient blood tree was saying. Lin Feng tried to put the ancient blood tree into the time and space. However, at this time, the ancient blood tree turned into a ray of bloody light. Then it flew into Lin Feng's dantian. In the end, the ancient blood tree took root in Lin Feng's dantian. Lin Feng looked at his dantian. After seeing this scene, he was very shocked. Did the ancient blood tree want to be a partner with the Tree of World? It seemed that the ancient blood tree must have an extraordinary origin. The harvest this time was too great. First, he cultivated the 8-9 arcane art to the 5th level. Then, he took the ancient blood tree. Lin Feng planned to leave this place. However, at this time, a slight fluctuation came from the depths. Therefore, the fluctuation was not strong, but Lin Feng still felt it. Lin Feng looked into the depths and saw a cave. That wave of energy just now seemed to have come from that cave. What is the fluctuation coming from? Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. He walked towards the cave. Perhaps he would be able to find some other treasures. Soon, Lin Feng came to the entrance of the cave. Lin Feng looked inside. He found that the inside of the cave was pitch black. He could not see anything. It seemed that this cave was quite deep. Lin Feng walked into the cave. This passage was very deep. Lin Feng walked in, and the sound of his footsteps could be heard. The rhythmic footsteps sounded a little strange in such a quiet environment. Lin Feng also felt that the passage was filled with an eerie and terrifying aura. After walking for about an hour, a huge belly of the mountain appeared in front of him. Lin Feng entered the belly of the mountain. When he entered, he saw that there were many skeletons scattered in the belly of the mountain. Many of the skeletons had a special color. For example, some of the skeletons were jade-colored while others were golden in color. Generally, only extremely powerful experts would have such a change in their skeletons. Clearly, the cultivators who died here had extraordinary backgrounds. Chapter 45-32. The cultivators who died here were all experts. Lin Feng was very puzzled. He didn't know how these experts died here. There was something strange about this matter. He walked inside and came in front of some skeletons. Then, he took off their storage rings. Lin Feng tried to sense their storage rings. There must be a lot of good things in the storage rings of these peerless experts. But it was a pity. When Lin Feng's godly awareness penetrated the man's ring, Lin Feng found that those storage rings were all damaged storage rings. It was completely impossible to get the things in those storage rings. Those storage rings had been destroyed by the power of time. Lin Feng didn't find it strange. Because time was the most terrifying power. He had seen many storage rings destroyed by the power of time. In fact, it wasn't just storage rings. Sometimes, it was the same for people. They would be destroyed by the power of time. In the end, they would die. And the power of time was destined to be irresistible. Lin Feng took a closer look. He found that there should be more than a dozen skeletons here. Some of the skeletons still contained a trace of energy. But some of the skeletons had long decayed to an extreme extent. With a light bang, it seemed to be about to collapse. They weren't the same batch of cultivators who came in. There were some years in between. Seeing this situation, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. There were so many people, but they weren't the same batch of cultivators who came in. Perhaps they were divided into several batches or even more than a dozen batches that entered at different times. Then, they all died here. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. What kind of secret was hidden in this place? It was actually so terrifying. It was unbelievable. It made one turn pale with fright. Lin Feng planned to quickly search this place to see if there were any treasures left behind. Then, he would quickly leave this place. Suddenly, Lin Feng saw something under a skeleton. He quickly walked over and came to the side of the skeleton. Then, he picked up the thing. Lin Feng looked carefully and found that the thing he picked up was actually a golden seal. What is this golden seal? Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. Bang! At this moment, an invisible force swept over Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng was swept away by the invisible force, and then his body slammed into the rock wall. Lin Feng was shocked. There really was a terrifying existence hibernating here. Did all those dead cultivators die here because of this existence? Lin Feng hurriedly summoned his ruler's armor to protect himself. Just as the ruler's armor appeared, another wave of invisible power swept over Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng was sent flying again. However, Lin Feng, who was wearing the ruler's armor, felt much better than before. Hiding your head but showing your tail, get out here. Lin Feng shouted in a deep voice. However, the other party did not appear. An even stronger force slammed into Lin Feng's body. That force sent Lin Feng flying for the third time. This time, Lin Feng almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This existence was too terrifying. More importantly, this guy had been hiding in the dark. He did not know where he was. Ancient Buddha skeleton, come out. Lin Feng communicated with the ancient Buddha skeleton in the Chonglu Devil Palace. Lin Feng summoned the ancient Buddha skeleton. Then, endless holy light surged out of the skeleton. Namo Amitabha. When Lin Feng's magic power poured into the ancient Buddha skeleton began to speak golden words. Holy light lingered, and Buddhist light filled the sky. As the holy light and Buddhist light intertwined, the existence in the darkness could no longer hide. Lin Feng saw this existence. This was a creature that was entirely black in color. It stood upright on its hind legs. Its hands were like the palms of a devil. Its head was like a centipede and a mantis. It had a tail like a crocodile. It was ugly and ferocious. When Lin Feng saw this existence, his face could not help but become extremely ugly. A foreign creature. This existence was actually a foreign creature. When he was in the mortal world, Lin Feng had actually come into contact with foreign creatures many times. He had even killed many of them. However, those foreign creatures in the mortal world had often just broken out of the seal and their strength had fallen greatly. There was no way they could be compared to this foreign creature in front of him. Hey! This foreign creature let out a sinister laugh. It directly leaped up and charged towards Lin Feng. 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram. Lin Feng waved his hand. The 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram flew out. The 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram was extremely effective against foreign creatures. When the 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram flew out, it immediately collided fiercely with the foreign creature. The 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram, this supreme treasure, was actually sent flying by the foreign creature. This foreign creature's cultivation was just too powerful. It's useless. I've even killed a true immortal before, let alone you. The foreign creature let out a sinister laugh. It continued to pounce towards Lin Feng. The ancient Buddha skeleton struck out with a palm. Foreign ancestor sacred fist. The foreign creature laughed sinisterly. He was fearless. He used the supreme divine ability passed down from the foreign world and collided with the ancient Buddha skeleton. The ancient Buddha skeleton was very powerful, but this foreign creature's cultivation was even more powerful. After all, the ancient Buddha skeleton was just a skeleton. Moreover, the ancient Buddha skeleton's true nemesis was yin spirits and evil beings. It was not the foreign creature. Therefore, when the ancient Buddha skeleton collided with the foreign creature, the ancient Buddha skeleton was also unable to block the foreign creature's attack. After the foreign creature sent the ancient Buddha skeleton flying, the foreign creature then pounced towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng was its ultimate target. Lin Feng took out more than 10 powerful magic treasures and attacked the foreign creature. Those magic treasures contained unimaginable terrifying power. The power of each magic treasure was extremely heaven-defying. However, when those magic treasures were about to hit the foreign creature's body, the void runes around the foreign creature swirled. Those runes flew out. Then, many of Lin Feng's magic treasures were sent flying. The situation was naturally extremely bad for Lin Feng. Brat, die. The foreign creature's sharp claws slashed over. Lin Feng felt threatened. The foreign creature in front of him was abnormally powerful. Lin Feng wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. The situation was extremely dangerous. Right at this moment, the golden seal in Lin Feng's hand. It actually emitted waves of intense fluctuations. I am the Demon Emperor, invincible in the world. Suddenly, a voice sounded from the golden seal. In the next moment, the golden seal revealed a man in an imperial robe.